It's good to let it out by calling the WFAN Sports Fan Helpline. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Paramount Plus to stream every NFL on CBS playoff game.
Anthony Gallo.
Sports Radio 1019 FM. WFAN.
Oh, that is right. And we have a lot to get to tonight on The Fan. Anthony Gallo, 888-808-1019 is the number to call as always on a very exciting night of football. Not just because it's the playoffs, but we have exciting Giant news, and I guess we'll get to the Jets as well at some point. We got the Mets, the Yankees off seasons, and another disappointing loss for the Knicks, who continue to slide. But we got to start with the games today. And I got you for a little nugget now, and then I got you all the way till 5 a.m. after we hit midnight. But we just listened to the Seahawks beatdown of the Niners. Josh Allen losing yet again, another crushing defeat in the playoffs as the NFL media and Buffalo Bills fans search for any excuse to defend his putrid performance today in a divisional round. And the shocking news, if you're watching on the YouTube channel, I'm wearing my Broncos jersey. And what was elation for about 20 minutes coming into work turned into absolute despair as Bo Nix is now out for the rest of the playoffs. Broken ankle on a dumb QB draw, 2 plays before the end of overtime. But we got a lot to get to. And I think tonight started off yet again another great week of NFL action. And I actually think the way the night ended tonight has actually turned into a terrible night for the NFL. The Seahawks destroying the Niners, making it a non-contest, not the most interesting game. And now you're guaranteed that a backup quarterback who has not thrown a pass in 2 seasons in a regular season game is going to start in the AFC title game for the Denver Broncos. And it's the first time in the history of the NFL. Well, not the history. It says 1950 because they were not taking QB stats up until that point, that somebody who has not thrown a pass in a regular season game is going to start a conference game or later. And it's not just numbing as a Broncos fan, but it is a disappointment for what has been, besides that Seahawks-Niners game, one of the most exciting NFL playoff starts we've had in a long time. No game has been bad. They've all been exciting. The Bears game felt like it was going to be a dud. They come back and beat the Packers. The Broncos-Bills game was an all-timer today. Not quite Bills-Chiefs when, Josh goes down, scores the touchdown, and the Chiefs go down and score an even another big touchdown. There was controversy. If you're one of these people who thought any of those plays at the end of overtime were controversial. But there's a lot to get into. And then on top of all of that, if you are a New York Giants fan, you had a great day of NFL playoff football, and you finally got confirmation. I know a few of you were anxious to see what was going to actually happen. You finally got confirmation that John Harbaugh is officially what is it? They dotted their I's and crossed their T's. I don't even know if that's the saying, but it's official. Pen to paper, John Harbaugh speaking to the media as New York Giants head coach. Actually, I don't even know if he spoke to the media. I know Ian O'Connor had a ton of quotes from Harbaugh today, so that counts. He did not have a press conference, but we'll read those quotes. We'll dive into all that. So there's a lot to be excited for. For a little bit, half of New York football has excitement, and the Jets wander in purgatory, waiting for the NFL draft, waiting to hire a defensive coordinator. They have a million guys to interview. Former New York Giants defensive coordinator Wink Martindale, one of them. But a lot of football today. We will get into Bo Nix, but Bo Bichette and, Kyle Tucker, all of that. The Yankees sitting on their hands. And another disappointing loss from the Knicks yet again, as now, not saying concerned, but it has now grown into a frustration, 2-8 over the last 10 games as they continue to get punched in the mouth and not punch back without the captain, Jalen Brunson, out there. Karl Anthony Towns continues to embarrass himself, although tonight he put together a better performance, and it did feel like there was more fight over the last 2 games, even if they didn't get any victories. But a lot to get to. Josh Allen, is it time to start giving him the treatment, the same treatment you gave Lamar Jackson, the same treatment we've given guys in the past who didn't win the big one or who only had one big one. The Broncos went from ending the game feeling like they were the favorites to possibly winning the Super Bowl to not even having a puncher's chance next week, and the Seahawks dominating the Niners and feeling like a legit, if I was picking one today, NFL Super Bowl favorite. But we got a lot to get to. 888-808-1019. I got you all the way till 5 a.m. Stay tuned. When we come back, is it time to start, maybe getting on Josh Allen a bit? A guy who has had all the excuses in the world and, yes, is one of the premier quarterbacks in the league, but seems to skirt criticism. But today, put together what might have been his worst playoff performance in his career. A lot to get to. Anthony Gallo on The Fan.
Now's the time to enroll in quality, affordable health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey. All plans provide free preventive care, coverage for prescriptions, emergency services, and more. Plus, 8 in 10 get financial help. Enroll by January 31st at getcovered.nj.gov.
When it comes to buying Continental winter tires at the guaranteed lowest price, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. Plus, when it comes to getting more free services, when you buy Continental winter tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So for the best deal on Continental tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hi, it's Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. My home is a very happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And while that's not an easy thing for me to achieve, my friends at CertaPro Painters had no such problems. Big jobs, small jobs, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
RU fans, it's basketball season. Make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights hardwood action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights basketball is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Nissan trucks and SUVs are built for next-level adventure. Too much gear? Dirt? Rock? Sand? Get in a Nissan truck or SUV and feel unstoppable. Whether you want to take your next level of adventure in the Frontier Dark Armor, the Pathfinder, the Armada, or the Rogue, you'll be ready for what comes your way. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. Get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, 2025 Murano, or Pathfinder for well-qualified buyers. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Example: 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to INMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 2/2/26.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
I gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your bed. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
History's masterpieces wouldn't be the same without their most notable accents. Neither would the Kia Sportage without its multiple drive modes. The Kia Sorento without its expansive 12.3-inch panoramic display. Or the Kia Telluride without its 3 rows of spacious seating. The Kia SUVs. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Wake up with Boomer and Gio. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Unbelievable. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Paul Rosenberg. Bad guy. Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo on the Fan, 888-808-1019. A lot to get to. Paul Rosenberg, get the hell out of here. He knows I hate Pony, and he plays it every time I work with him. But, you know, I will say this. As the great Nico Scarlatus joins us as the board op, and I can't handle the transitions there from music to no music. Shout out to Paul Rosenberg, who after the Bo Nix news broke, he got me, you know, a nice drink, some treats, and some fries from Shake Shack. So shout out to Paul Rosenberg, a.k.a. The Glue. Paul Rosenberg is our Josh Hart at the station. Yes, clearly. We have a Josh Hart, the Knicks don't, and that's why they're struggling. But we got a lot to get into. I got you for 5 jam-packed hours of sports talk radio. Knicks lose. Giants get their guy. We'll get into the Jets conversation. Connor Hughes putting out a little bit ago. Replying to a tweet that he keeps hearing Wink as a name at defensive coordinator. But we got to start with the NFL Divisional Round. And yes, Bo Nix out. We'll get to that. And the Niners beat down at the hands of the Seahawks. But Josh Allen, yet again, devastating playoff loss. And normally, I'd sit here and tell you like he did everything he could to win this game. But this had to be his worst playoff performance of his career. And after the game, you know, you're grasping at straws if you're complaining about the calls or saying his teammates didn't do enough when a lot of this game felt like his team actually picked up where he was slacking. You know, even the touchdown leading up to the Broncos, you know, drive that ensued, they got the game tying field goal for the Bills in regulation. That drive prior, he almost screwed the game up for him. Missing multiple passes, underthrowing guys, completely missing targets. I mean, the fumble at the end of the half, which essentially swung 6 points to the Broncos. You get that fumble for 3 points and then the turnover at the beginning of the half on the other side if you start with the ball. And I'm not over here telling you he's a bad quarterback. But at some point, and this goes for a lot of the media, why would Bills fans criticize him? They've had nothing to root for and another brutal loss again. But at some point, this guy has to be treated like we treat Lamar Jackson and Justin Herbert has finally gotten criticized. And how we've treated, Peyton Manning after he couldn't win a Super Bowl and, at times was flawless. We didn't treat him with kid gloves. Brady, how many Super Bowls Brady had to win before everyone truly respected him? And Josh Allen goes out there and has a dud of a game, and that's the best way to describe it. I don't care if they tied it up and all the special things he did. He was bad today. He would tell you he was bad. I'm sure in honesty with his head coach, he would tell you he was also bad. 0-7 in overtime games in the playoffs. And I don't want to hear you tell me it's a crapshoot when most of you in this fan base that are Yankee fans can't handle when your owner and GM tell you the World Series is a crapshoot or the playoffs are a crapshoot. 2 interceptions, a terrible fumble, a lot of boneheaded plays today. And when does he get over the hump? Does he ever get over the hump? This was the year for Josh Allen to get over the hump. He took care of Trevor Lawrence. I thought that was going to be their biggest test. I actually thought coming into the playoffs that the Jaguars were possibly the best team in the AFC. And this is obviously I'm a Broncos fan if you're not familiar, but that was the 2 teams I feared the most were the Jags and the Bills. And he goes out there, has a game-winning drive against the Jags, plays pretty decent. For him, it was a decent game. For most quarterbacks, it's a great game. And then today goes out there and put themselves behind the 8 ball. They realistically could have ran away with this one if he didn't play the way he did. And the only turnover he had, the interception at the end of the game, and it was an interception. If there was no defender there, it's an incompletion because the ball bounced up and it popped out of his hands. It's an interception. But there were multiple times beforehand. And it's funny when you look at both of these because the other guy on the team that let them down, I know it's an early fumble and you recovered from it and James Cook recovered pretty nicely at that point. But the fumble early in the game, they kind of limit the damage though. And they had a chance to go into, and I know a lot of you are saying Sean McDermott should have kneeled the ball. Well, Josh Allen also could have just tucked the ball away and not scrambled with the ball out here carelessly. And it is what it is. This is not saying Josh Allen isn't one of the 5 best QBs in the league. This is not saying that Josh Allen is not a generational talent. But it's saying at what point does he get held accountable for the Bills' shortcomings? And I don't want to hear about the weapons around him when multiple other quarterbacks in the league do not get that excuse. If Drake May loses tomorrow, if Bo Nix would have lost this game, we're not talking about their receivers. The Bills have one of, if not the best, offensive lines in the league. They have one of the best pass defenses in the league. Yes, they do not have a superstar at the wide receiver position. But his wide receiving core is not as putrid as some other quarterbacks have. Bo Nix went out there, was able to throw the ball around the field with his 2 and 3 wideouts injured. They were able to win the game without Cortland Sutton having to catch the fourth quarter. Evan Ingram was non-existent. Drake May, go out there. Yes, Stephon Diggs is a name you know. He's not a superstar anymore. Go out there and try to tell me that Drake May does not have a putrid skill position group that he is throwing to. Justin Herbert, amongst other guys in this league that do not have great talent around them. How long has Patrick Mahomes played? Travis Kelce is aged. They haven't had good wide receivers, and the ones they do have that are good are constantly suspended or hurt. The excuses have to stop at some point. The NFL's tweeting out, you got to feel bad for Josh Allen. No, we don't. I know Jet fans don't feel bad for him. You think anyone in that division feels bad for Josh Allen? You think anyone in the conference feels bad for Josh Allen? No. Yes, he's an amazing talent, and it stinks that it was against my team today, but he is one of the most exciting players to watch in the league. But that doesn't matter. So was Lamar Jackson. And we held him accountable. It should be the same for Josh Allen. I mean, Lamar Jackson has lost games where I'm not saying that Lamar Jackson has been great in the playoffs, but we've watched him lose critical games where his star tight end drops a major pass or his number one wideout drops a major pass. But we crush him all the same. He can't win the big one. He can't win the big one. At what point do we start questioning, can Josh Allen win the big one? It's not like he's also got this incredible list of guys he's beaten in the playoffs. Yes, he has beaten Lamar Jackson. So that is one. But who else has he beaten in the playoffs that you could honestly say is somebody? He's beaten, what's his name from, was it Thompson, Skylar Thompson in the playoffs? Mac Jones? A rookie Bo Nix? And we know what happened in the game against Lamar Jackson. It wasn't like it was an absolute outdueling of him. So at some point, he has to be held accountable the same way we hold other quarterbacks accountable. Aaron Rodgers, and I've been a part of this group, gets crushed for only having one Super Bowl and being a guy who, yes, at times, has played brutal in big spots. I mean, 2019, they're showing it right now, blows a 16-point lead and loses. Obviously, the game against the Chiefs, he played phenomenal. That was one where I was like, man, there's nothing else this guy could have did to win this game. Absolutely nothing. They changed the overtime rules because they felt bad for him. 2023, again, nothing that I would put against him. Obviously, there was a few plays he could have made. Missed the game-tying field goal, obviously. And then last year, couldn't get the ball out of his hands quick enough and underthrows a wide-open receiver. They turn the ball over on downs. So at what point is he held accountable? And I know what you're going to say tonight. Oh, it wasn't an interception. It was. It wasn't those two plays that were blatantly pass interference, specifically the last one where the guy's tackling the dude before the ball's in his hand. And no one wants to talk about the headlock that the Broncos pass rush got put in when Josh Allen is in his own end zone. That could have ended the game if I didn't want the game to end like that. If I wasn't rooting for my team in that situation and I was just a Bills fan or somebody watching as someone without a dog in the fight, I'd be pissed if the game ended on a holding call that led to a safety. But it's still in the rule books. The excuses have to stop. And that's all we're going to get is excuses. And also, at some point, the head coach can't be Teflon anymore, and the GM can't be Teflon either. It's enough of blaming what's around Josh Allen and start blaming the people in control. James Cook could be put into this conversation. He got paid this year, major fumble. But at the end of the day, the quarterback has to be better. 3 turnovers, potentially almost at a fourth, than what he was today. 888-808-1019. Teddy in Manhattan. What's going on, Teddy?
Hello, how you doing?
I'm good. How you doing, dude?
Pretty good. I just like to say.
Hello? Are you there, Teddy?
In the earlier game today, which was the Bills and the Bills lost, I feel very sorry for Josh Allen because he's a great player, but I feel he's going to be one of those players that never gets to a big game.
Well, and Teddy, I'm not really sure what you're trying to say there, but I appreciate the call. He cannot skirt criticism anymore, and this was the year. We all heard about it. The Ravens, not in the playoffs. The Chiefs, not in the playoffs. You're facing multiple quarterbacks with not a playoff win or lack experience. Stroud, I think, does have a playoff win last year against the Chargers. But you have second-year QB Drake May playing in his first playoff game last week. You have a Broncos team that was largely unproven to most people. They lost to this Bills team last year, got smoked. It was wide open as it could be. And again, I thought the Jaguars were going to be the team that tripped up the Bills, not the Broncos. I didn't want to play either of them as a Broncos fan, but that is what I thought was going to be this year. The Bills were going to get to the Super Bowl. Everyone said this was the year. Patrick Mahomes may not be healthy to start next season, but if they get into the playoffs and Mahomes somehow comes back at the end of the year, are we really going to think that he's just got a path? And again, he just lost to a Bo Nix, year 2 quarterback. That is not someone who's going away. Drake May, who won the division against him this year, that's a guy who's not going away. At some point, Josh Allen has to get over the hump. How long was it that Steve Young had to hear about it? That monkey on his back. How long? How many got Elway until he got to the last 2 years of his career? Had to hear about it. I mean, they just put out the documentary. I mean, it's a little bit of a fluff piece. It is a great, if you're a football fan, how can you not like it? It is a good documentary on that, but it's not scandalizing. But again, he had to prove himself. Dan Marino never got over the hump, and it's basically what's held him back from being considered the greatest of all time. Although I do think, it's tough. Skills-wise, he may be the greatest of all time. And Brady, who is there is no really argument at this point. But he is the GOAT. But do we think Brady's the most skilled QB ever? No, but he is the greatest winner in the history of the sport. So Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, they could be the most skilled. At times I've said I thought Lamar Jackson was the best football player. At times I felt like Josh Allen was the best football player. At some point you got to win. It means nothing, especially at that position, at the quarterback position. It means nothing if you don't win. 888-808-1019, Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Jose in the Bronx, what's going on, Jose?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, dude?
Good. I was hearing about the game about, Josh Allen and, what's his capabilities and stuff like that. I mean, listen, I think he's a great player. I really do. And it sucks that he has a history, losing games in the big one. I get it. But it's like, what can we do, to fix it? Is it the receivers and I'm thinking that he needs some player, like a star player, like a receiver, a number one receiver.
That's fair.
To help him get through.
That's fair. But also, how many guys have we seen win without that? And Jose, I'm not saying you're being ridiculous. I'm not saying that. They clearly have to do better by him in the receiving group. But it's not like he's playing on a roster that's lacking talent. His running back was the number one leading rusher in the league. He has one of the best offensive lines in the league. The defense can't stop the run, yes, but they are one of the best pass defenses in the league. It's not like he's playing on a talentless core.
Yeah, I get it, but it helps that you need an air attack as well. And it lacks because he was, at the end in overtime, he was throwing the ball deep to Brandon Cooks. And how long, out of all the receivers, I'm not saying Brandon Cooks is sorry, you know what I'm saying, but he's not number one, you know what I'm saying? And he threw that ball where McLaughlin caught the interception.
Right.
And what if he would have had a number one, you know what I'm saying?
But Jose, I get it. I also don't think that play specifically, yes, if it's a, Megatron is coming down with that ball, he's coming down with that ball. But that's right there is a great play because it's probably an incompletion. If that guy's not there, it's an incompletion. We could argue about if you think it was a catch or not. He didn't have the ball. But that's a great play by the defender. I'm not going to put that on him. The other pick was a disaster. The fumble was a disaster. And we've seen him do this before. And again, I'm not saying that he is somehow, and I appreciate the call, Jose, the problem all the time with the Bills. But it's also not, I've seen other guys be criticized who are not the problem all the time. But somehow if you criticize Josh Allen, it's against the rules. You can't criticize the guy. I've said it about Justin Herbert, but I think that ship has sailed. Where people are like, oh, you can't criticize him at times. We do it with Lamar Jackson. He's got Mark Andrews. All right. Who has he really been thrown to that is such an elite wide receiver. Yes, Patrick Mahomes in the past has had an elite receiving core. Who exactly was Patrick Mahomes throwing to last year when they went to the Super Bowl? Keon Coleman is a good receiver, yes. He's not great. Shakir, good receiver, not great. Those guys bailed him out today. This was a bad game from Josh Allen. I'm sorry, and he deserves to be criticized. At some point, we can't pick and choose who we want to criticize. If the shoe was on the other foot and any of these other quarterbacks, excluding Matt Stafford, because he has a Super Bowl, that were in this playoff, played like Josh Allen did today, we would ridicule them. Jalen Hurts has a Super Bowl. He should have two. He was the best player in the Super Bowl he lost. And this is a fair point, has been criticized for the way he played this year and has taken the brunt of their losses. That's a guy who's won, but somehow Josh Allen can't be criticized. Matt Stafford's the only person really that I think in this playoffs is kind of Teflon because he's done it before. And even if I don't think Jalen Hurts is the problem in Philly, I understand the criticism. And I'm not sitting here telling you Josh Allen is not one of the 5 best QBs in the league. He's probably one of the 3 best QBs in the league. What I'm telling you is, why is it so taboo to criticize the guy after he has 3 turnovers, almost 4 in a playoff game? Missed multiple wide open receivers. Also, the guy on the other side of the field lost 2 wideouts in the game, and one of his touchdowns, he had to throw to the 7th string offensive lineman. Have you ever heard of Frank Crumb before? Little Jordan Humphreys should have had 2 touchdowns today. Where was he to start the season? The Giants practice squad. I don't want to hear about Josh Allen not having enough help. Kayshon Boutte came out of nowhere this year. That's who Drake May is throwing to. Now, in the NFC, you got 3 teams left now. The Seahawks winning today, and they look like the favorites. They have a legit receiving core, skill position group. The Bears have a stacked skill position group. The Rams also, great group of receivers. The Texans, as crazy as it sounds because their offense hasn't been that great, they have a very good group of receivers. Their running back room destroyed with injuries, but that is another group of pass catchers. The Patriots, the Broncos. These guys aren't throwing to great receivers. Justin Herbert, as much as I love to clown the guy, he's not throwing to a ton of talent. So I don't want to hear about that. And also, it's on the GM too, if you want to say it's on the coach, that coach whose defense gives up a big touchdown at the end of the half. Unacceptable. And again, I do blame him for not kneeling, but also Josh Allen scrambling like that and being careless with the ball is another mark against him. It's one thing if this was his first playoff loss. And I'm like, all right, he had a bad first playoff loss. He's lost again. And this time, this was his worst performance in the playoffs. So if you can't criticize him now, when are we going to hold this guy accountable? This goes for fans, mostly media, that somehow there's these certain guys in the league that can't be criticized. That's where it's at. I've seen Joe Burrow take more criticism than Josh Allen. He's gone to the Super Bowl. Yes, he lost. But we've seen Joe Burrow take more criticism than Josh Allen. I've seen Patrick Mahomes take more criticism than Josh Allen. That's my point. 888-808-1019. Jerry in Cliffside Park. What's going on, Jerry?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Good. I just tuned in a few minutes ago. I just want to chime in here. I hear you. I agree. You got to criticize Josh, but also, I mean, he did. You know what? He's running, holding the ball out there, not protecting the ball. That's on him.
Yes.
But his receivers, like you said, the guy that took the ball away, it would have been incomplete. But he's got to come down with that. And early in the game, the first half, like he was getting chunks of yardage, and so was Cook. I mean, they were getting 10, 12 yards at a time, first down on first down.
Yeah.
And then, either Denver adapted, made adjustments, and picked up on it. And, I thought 13 points. I mean, I don't know how the game turns out if, when they open up on that drive, that was a perfectly thrown pass. But if he comes down with that and you tack on 4 more, I mean, who knows where it goes. But, I mean, I agree with you. Well, he deserves criticism. But,
Jerry, I'll say this much, too. Yeah. I'm not sitting here telling you he's the thing holding the Bills back right now. But, and I think you're being fair. I think Jose was being fair. Like, they also ran the ball fine. There were things he was doing prior to that fumble. There were things he was doing to that Broncos defense that nobody's done to them all year. And after that, it felt like he wasn't going to do that again. And his so-called unskilled teammates were the ones making most of the plays today. Yes, that Cook drop pass at the end of the game that turned into the interception, sure, that killed him. But what about the multiple times he's missed guys? I mean, Kincaid put them in a position with that 25-yard reception to win that game. All they had to do was not turn the ball over. Yeah.
And, I was going to, and you know what? Knowing the outcome now, had I known that, I mean, I'm still a Bronco fan. I'm rooting for them, but I mean, without Knicks.
I mean, I'm also fighting through this right now, not trying to be emotional on it.
I mean,
it sucks.
Yeah. I mean, I would have liked to seen the Bills win if I had known Knicks was going to get hurt.
I mean, I appreciate the call, Jerry. I got to disagree with you there. I got to disagree with you there. If I it's for example, I can't say that. I want my team to win. I'm going to go in the next Sunday, hoping that Jarrett Stidham can be Nick Foles or Jeff Hostetler, and will this team to victory. But I'm not sitting here telling you I didn't want to watch them win because I thought Bo Nix was hurt. Also, who thought he was hurt? He walked away without a limp. He had maybe a limp. He does the post-game interview. And then that comes, I literally walked into the studio, came in here, probably 40 minutes it took me to get here. The news isn't out yet. I said what up to Rosie in the control room. And then he's like, dude, you're going to be devastated. And I was like, what? I'm thinking, who died? And he was like, showed me the Schefter report of Bo Nix being out. And I was like, this is crazy. And I was hoping it was like Bo or Adam Krefter or, one of those fake accounts where you think it's Adam Schefter. But no, it was real. And then Sean Payton confirmed it. And again, I know it's sports. I know it happens. But that idiotic run play, which is where he got hurt, and I know it sets up the pass, which if they don't commit the penalty on that play is a touchdown, and you could cry to your moms, he tackled him before the ball was even close. To hear that, the 3 calls that are supposedly controversial at the end of the games could not have been more blatant. The ball can't pop out when you hit the ground and call it a catch. You can't hold on to receivers and pull their arms at the line of scrimmage. And I'm sorry, they got away with it all game and they got called. And if you want to talk about something being rigged, Allen was in the end zone and the Broncos pass rush was getting held. That's a safety. The game shouldn't have ended on a call like that. I agree. But that's the rule. They didn't call it. Cry to your moms. And the last DPI was defensive pass interference. It's not even debatable. When you tackle a guy before the ball is there, it's a penalty. It is what it is. And I can tell you this. I saw Deion Dawkins, one of the best linemen in the leagues, all-time great dude, kicked my ass in his charity kickball tournament. So I get it. And he also probably feels for his QB. They're going to feel scorned by it. If the shoe was on the other foot, they would feel like it was the right call. That's what it is. And now we wait and see. I don't think the Broncos have a puncher's chance now against the Texans or the Patriots without their starting quarterback because the guy who's backing him up, it's not like it's a guy with a ton of starting experience. Nick Foles steps in. That's a guy who had a ton of starting experience, and obviously he stepped in earlier in the season. Jeff Hostetler, same thing. Stepped in before the regular season ended. But he was also a guy with experience, to the point that he was complaining about the playing time that season, or maybe it was the season prior. So, a lot to get into. There's a lot. The Seahawks, they look like Super Bowl favorites. Broncos without Bo Nix. Josh Allen loses another crushing game. And we got 2 big games tomorrow. 4 teams. All the teams left can win it, even though it feels like the Seahawks are a step above everyone. But the biggest news of the week. No, not Bo Bichette. No, it's not divisional controversy or Josh Allen or Bo Nix getting hurt or Sam Darnold a game away from the Super Bowl. John Harbaugh. Official. Giant fans were scared. But he is officially the head coach of Big Blue. We got a lot to get into, and we'll get into that and everything else on the board. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan till 5 a.m.
The home of Super Bowl 60 is WFAN.
Inside the 5, into the end zone.
The Texans head to Foxborough to play the Patriots. 3 o'clock today, followed by a trip to the Windy City for the Rams and Bears.
They powered through him for 6.
The NFL on Westwood One is on The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on TuneIn, iHeartRadio, and Odyssey apps.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
As cold weather arrives, snow and ice follow, making it extremely difficult for police officers to safely do their jobs. Private and municipal building owners, commercial store owners, residential homeowners, police precincts, and precinct parking lots in the city of New York have legal responsibilities within a certain time frame to make sidewalks, entranceways, and parking lots free of snow and ice. Unfortunately, many of these property owners fail to maintain their premises free from ice and snow, thereby creating dangerous conditions for members of the law enforcement community. Many officers have been seriously injured by these dangerous conditions. Decolator color Cohen and DePrisco has brought numerous successful lawsuits on behalf of police officers injured by the negligence of property owners failing to keep their premises free from snow and ice. Examples of these results are featured on their website, policeofficersrighttosue.com. If a member of the law enforcement community is injured as a result of a property owner's failure to remove snow and ice from their premises, contact DCD at 800-901-1 or visit them at policeofficersrighttosue.com. There are 90-day time limitations to file a notice of claim if a municipality is at fault for causing the injury.
Happy birthday.
Hey, take a look outside.
No way! An electric bike? Can I take it for a ride?
We have a car versus electric bike crash on Main Street. Victim is a 17-year-old male and unresponsive. No sign of helmet use.
Don't let your gift become your grief. Work together. Learn about controlling an e-bike and operating it safely before they ride. Wear a helmet. Be careful in traffic. Slow down and follow the rules of the road. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
When this happened, you talked about it on The Fan.
Odell Beckham Jr. made the catch with one hand for the touchdown. Wow, what a catch by the rookie.
Ridiculous.
When New York sports happens, talk about it here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, that's right. We are back. Anthony Gallo on The Fan, New York City, 888-808-1019. I know we had some snow today. If you're getting ready for tomorrow, buckle up. It seems like it's going to be a little bit worse. Not devastating, It's not going to be like 96, but a lot of snow coming. So perfect day to stay inside, pig out, watch football. And I will be drowning my sorrows. It's crazy. I was telling Nico when I came in, the level of me coming into the studio, pumped up to do the show. We got Harbaugh talk, Mets moves. We got a lot to break down with the Yankees and the Knicks, not as much on the positive side. Some Jets hopeful news coming this week at the defensive coordinator position, and then the news of Bo Nix drops, and I'm like, man, that takes the wind out from underneath my sails. And also kind of a dud of a second game. The worst game we've had so far in the playoffs. The Seahawks, are a unit. And going into, we're going into overtime, or it might have been the start of the fourth quarter of the Broncos game, and you're seeing on Twitter Sam Darnold still not on the field. And I'm like, well, the Seahawks are probably playing mind games with the Niners right now. Is he going to be able to play? Is he still hurt? And he goes out there and torches the Niners. And a Niner team that, honestly, this was, short of them getting to the Super Bowls, probably the second or third best coaching job Kyle Shanahan has done in and they actually have stats here. All right, so different starting QB in divisional and conference championship games. The Bills in 92, 98 the Bears, 79 Oilers, 75 Rams, 72 Cowboys. They all lost. Bills, it was in the Super Bowl. So I'll take it if they could get to the Super Bowl. I'll take it at this point. I didn't want to lose that game. But again, back to the Niners and the Seahawks. That was probably the best coaching job Shanahan has done in his career with the Niners. They've been injured all season. They've played really well. And I was shocked to see how they turned out today because I saw the number was, I got it at 7.5 earlier in the week. I don't know I think it might have dropped below 7. But I was like, how were they 7.5 point underdogs? Like, I think the Seahawks are better and they'll win the game, but I didn't think the disparity was that much. And boy, did the Seahawks put the whooping on the Niners. And outside of the one game, I think he had 4 picks, Darnold had, that Seahawks defense, I think I've said it all year, I think the Broncos obviously have a great defense, but the Texans, the Seahawks, and the Browns just as good as, if not better. Maybe even the Patriots. We'll see how that defense plays tomorrow. But that Seahawks defense is one of the best in the league, probably the most underrated in the league. And Darnold in that offense, when they're going, man. And Kenneth Walker, a huge day, even with the Charbonnet injury. So we'll see. Rams, Bears tomorrow. I like the Rams. I think that's just because of the familiarity with the Bears and a young QB. And as much as I think that Texans defense is going to keep it close tomorrow, I think the Patriots ultimately are going to come away with a victory. And we're going to get Stidham versus Drake May. I mean, Stidham versus Drake May or Stidham versus CJ Stroud. If that was, the NFL is kicking themselves right now. They are so upset that the Bo Nix injury happened the way it did. And ultimately shocking. But a lot more to get into, and I promise you we're going to get into the Giants stuff and everything else around New York sports. But back to the calls we go. 888-808-1019. Eric in Staten Island. What's going on, Eric?
Hey, Anthony. How's it going?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Good. I know you're a Broncos fan. I just want to get your take. I don't know if I missed it earlier.
Uh-huh.
But I know they called those penalties, those pass interferences. But what's your take on the pass interference in regulation that would have gave the Bills the ball on the 1 yard line?
The one the one with Shakir and Riley Moss?
The one he threw, the last drive, right before they kicked the field goal, he threw that pass out.
Back corner of the end zone.
Yeah. He grabbed. You can see him. You can see him grabbing the whole way, and you can see the jersey. The ref swallowed the whistle there.
I mean, I don't agree with that though. Like slapping hands, he didn't grab him though. Like there was no impede of his.
Oh come on, you can't let your fandom get to that one.
Eric, it's not fandom though. You can't run you can't stop running and look. Here's the thing: Shakir could have kept running the route, and they score the touchdown easily. But he wanted to slow down.
I'm not talking about Denver. I'm talking about regulation. The Bills.
That's what I'm talking about. You know who Shakir is, right, Eric? He's the receiver on the Bills.
Yeah.
If we're talking, maybe we're not talking about the same play. If we're talking about the one I'm talking about, Riley Moss on Shakir, back right corner of the end zone. Shakir stops running, looking to get the PI. Riley Moss makes contact with him. He's not grabbing him, makes contact with him, and he doesn't make the play. If he keeps running, it's an easy touchdown. And it's not because of what the defender was doing.
I'm talking about the pass Allen threw up. It was third and 11 or something. He threw the ball up deep, right on the goal line. The ref, they didn't call the pass interference. They showed the replay. He's grabbing his arm, he's grabbing his jersey, and they swallowed the whistle there.
Okay, I don't know if we're talking about the same play. If it's the one I'm talking about with Shakir and Riley Moss, I did not think it was a pass interference.
No.
So are you telling me, Eric, that those weren't pass interferences in overtime?
No, you could call them, but that's you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with them. It's things that the ref.
I'm just wondering.
Things that the ref. That's what's frustrating about football. Those calls can go 50-50. Yeah, they were pass interference. But the one problem was with Cook. I'm talking about the one at Cook. The pass to Cook right with the pylon, beginning of the end zone. You remember that pass?
The interception?
No. It was 3rd and 11. He threw it to Cook.
Eric,
Cook
I'm going to, when we go to break, I'm going to look and see what you're talking about, and I will give you my honest opinion.
But
also,
he grabbed Cook's arm. But the other problem with Cook is the one where the interception with Cook, he didn't even have to catch that ball. The Broncos defensive back was running, trying to catch. A veteran guy hit like him. All he had to do was stop. He would have ran right into Cook. They would have had to throw the flag.
Right, but again, I was just saying with the Shakir thing, I hate that notion. Eric Dicker used to do that a ton, and it used to bother me because then if you do that and you don't get the call, you look like an idiot. And I get
the problem with that. The problem with the Bills is they have to get receivers. They got guys off the street. I know that Davis got hurt last week. Cook's a dinosaur. He doesn't. They got nobody to throw the ball to.
I understand. I mean, the other guy was throwing touchdowns to an offensive lineman and little Jordan Humphrey, though. You got to make a play. Who did Patrick Mahomes go to the Super Bowl with last year? Yes, Travis Kelce's a name you know. He's not the Travis Kelce of old. Rashee Rice, all these guys that I'm not even sure. Is Rashee Rice a rookie? I'm not. Whatever. But the guys they had, Xavier Worthy is not a superstar. And I apologize. I'm going to look at the play. There was a bunch of plays everyone was complaining about. And if it was a PI, then I will be honest with you on that. Keith in Queens, what's going on, Keith? Keith, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
What's going on, my guy?
Hey, man, I just had to I had to defend my guy Josh for a bit because, I mean,
go ahead,
I know
defend him.
that he didn't play a great game.
Are you a Bills fan?
Yes, I'm a Bills fan.
Okay, this is what you guys do. You defend him. Go ahead and defend him.
Yeah. I mean, I know he didn't play a great game. He didn't.
He played terrible.
But, I mean, we're talking about this is somebody who has arguably, maybe the best stats at the quarterback position in the playoffs.
Okay. How many
Today
Super Bowl
was a-
victories does he
today,
have?
He's
0-7 in overtime. I mean, again, this is my point, Keith, is I get it. You're a Bills fan. Why would you criticize him? But this is my point.
No. I agree with your point that yes, sometimes it seems like he is above criticism. But I mean, when you go, his streak was snapped today. He won 6 straight playoff games without turning the ball over at all. That is an NFL record.
Right.
Like you would figure one of those games he'd be able to win. These other guys that you talk about didn't have that streak.
Okay, and he played worse
and
in this game.
Why is the guy not allowed to have a bad game? Is his defense
Because
not allowed
why
to
is it? Why are other? But Keith, why are other quarterbacks not allowed to have bad games? Also, this is my point.
What do you mean? Wait, who's not allowed to have a bad game?
Last year,
who's
Lamar Jackson lost the game where his star tight end dropped the ball in the end zone. We crushed Lamar Jackson.
I never criticized him for that.
But the rest of the media crushed him. And Josh Allen plays bad in a game. It was supposed to be the year that they won the Super Bowl. This was their year to walk into the Super Bowl. The Broncos are frauds. The Broncos are frauds. The Jags are frauds. The Patriots didn't beat anyone this year except for the Bills.
Can I get a word in? Can I get a word in?
It better be a good word, Keith.
Okay. And Lamar Jackson's level of play, let's just be honest, from the regular season to the postseason, it goes down.
I'm not saying that, though.
Wait, Josh, and let me finish.
You're not saying anything. Just say it.
I am. Josh's level of play in the playoffs, he takes his game not just at the same level, he takes it to another level. Those other guys that you're talking about, like since you brought up Lamar, only because you did, his numbers are worse, far worse than in the regular season. And to ignore that, to me, is crazy.
Josh Allen.
Wait. You're telling me Zay Flowers and Keon Coleman and Shakir are the same kind of receivers?
No. What I'm saying is,
come on, bro.
Keith, you talked. My turn to talk. When they when they beat Miami in 2023, he had 3 turnovers. They won the game. The next week, he let them down. It's not like Josh Allen is perfect in the playoffs. So let's relax, dude. Yes, last year.
Look at the numbers.
But last
he's
year,
all-time great.
He's 1-0, Keith. He's 1-0. 0-7 in overtime, buddy. Kick rocks. Your Bills suck, bro. They've won nothing. You're a loser franchise that continues to lose. And you can't get it out of your brains. You live in New York, and you're defending a loser. Aaron Judge, the best baseball player on the planet, gets ripped for not winning anything. How many guys have gotten ripped for not winning anything? But Josh Allen, you can't do it because he's the golden boy. If he didn't play for the Bills, would you feel that way? No. And he's got multiple games in the playoffs where he stunk. This was his worst one. I don't want to hear about it. Frank Crum, the backup right tackle for the Broncos, caught a touchdown pass today. Little Jordan Humphrey, Giants practice squad reject, caught a touchdown pass for the Broncos today. I don't want to hear about the receivers. I don't. Josh Allen, great quarterback. I don't care what his stats are. Donovan McNabb, one of the great all-time great playoff quarterbacks. Lost a ton of NFC title games and the one Super Bowl he went to. He got crushed. Patrick Mahomes won multiple Super Bowls, and I had to hear about how he was the problem last year. He was washed up. Tom Brady, and I was one of these guys. It wasn't until his 4th Super Bowl that anyone really started to give him credit. But somehow, Josh Allen, untouchable, cannot be criticized. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. He's one of the most exciting guys in football, sure. He's won nothing. He is not a winner. I'm sorry, he's not. You guys are acting like he plays on a roster full of rejects. He's got one of the best offensive lines in football, one of the best pass defenses in football, one of the best running backs in football, led the league in rushing. I don't want to hear it. Keon Coleman, Zay Flowers, is that the argument you want to go with? Come on, get real. Peter in Lawrence. What's going on, Peter?
Hello, Mr. Gallo. How are you?
How are you, sir? Let's bring us back down here. I am sorry for yelling.
Well, that's okay. You're allowed. I watched both games. I did not like the officiating in the Bills-Broncos game.
Okay.
Two of those pass interferences, they could have gone either way in overtime. Would you agree?
No.
Disagree?
I disagree. You can't tackle a guy. You can't tackle a guy prior to the ball getting there on the second one. You also can't hold a guy's wrist for 10 yards.
True.
Like, you can't do it.
True. Would you also say that some of those hits by the Broncos were like headhunting?
No.
I saw one hit. I don't remember the number of the Bronco player, but the Bills player was number 88.
Talking about
There's no
Kincaid?
reason. It was almost helmet to helmet.
Almost helmet to helmet is not helmet to helmet, though. You guys are digging. This is what I'm talking about, Nico. We're digging through the dumpsters right now. You're going to make me sound like a Josh Allen hater when I'm just trying to be fair. The Broncos had a million comeback victories this year, and I didn't give Bo Nix a lick of credit. They would have lost this game. I would have crushed Bo Nix. Obviously, they win and he gets hurt, and now I feel sorry. We're really digging through the mud right now. It's unreal. And again, he had Stephon Diggs at one point. He had Stephon Diggs when he was at the height of his career. So let's not act like this guy's got nothing. It's incredibly frustrating. We don't have to do this. It doesn't have to be like this. Yes, I get it. He lost 2 heartbreaking games to the Chiefs in AFC title games, or what the one was the divisional round. So we feel bad for him. Get over it. He beat up on Mac Jones. Get over it. He beat up on, who was the guy for the Dolphins when he was awful. 2 interceptions. Skylar Thompson, thank you. Elite competition. Mac Jones, elite competition. Come on. What are we doing? The Steelers. Was it Russ? No, it wasn't Russ. Who was this? Mason Rudolph. Elite competition. I saw a tweet today. It was perfect. Josh Allen is better than Patrick Mahomes until it's time to be Patrick Mahomes. Meaning, he's great until it's time to be great. That's just what it is. You're not going to change my mind. You can name whatever receiver it is you want to name that he doesn't have. And today, those bums that you're talking about bailed him out time and time again. Go look at, leading up to that game-winning touchdown, the 2 throws prior to it were terrible. He had no pressure on him. He bounced the one, I think it was to James Cook. It might have been the Coleman, but I think it was to James Cook. And he overthrew the other one. Didn't even come close to hitting his target. Sean Payton was trying to hand him the game. The Broncos had 30 yards prior to, I think it was like 37 yards going into that last drive where they regained the lead. They were trying to hand the game to Josh Allen. I don't want to hear about it. The coach will get held accountable. The GM will get held accountable. And at some point, he's got to take some of the blowback too. I'm sorry. That just is what it is. Eli Manning won 2 Super Bowls. One of, if not the most clutch QBs in my entire lifetime. He still doesn't get the credit he deserves. But Josh Allen cannot be criticized. It's not allowed. It's not allowed. 888-808-1019. Will in Rockville Center. What's going on, Will?
What's going on? I want to talk about the Bo Nix injury and how that's going to affect the AFC side of the playoffs as we know it.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like tomorrow's the AFC title game, if we're being honest.
Is it setting up a Patriots path to the Super Bowl or an epic defensive matchup between the Texans?
Well, I will say this. I mean, I know that the Patriots defense isn't necessarily on the level of the Texans or the Broncos. It's a good defense. So I do think whatever we get, it could be a low-scoring game. I think the worst-case scenario, and Will, I got to let you go just because there's a lot of noise in the background there. I appreciate the call. I think the NFL is praying Drake May gets it done tomorrow because C.J. Stroud, I think he deserves the criticism he gets. I don't think he's as bad as people make him out to be. He's not the star that we thought he was his rookie season, but he's also not as bad at times as people make him out to be. I do think that the NFL will be kicking themselves if it's Broncos-Texans because that game, when they played earlier in the year, we saw what happened. And it'll be a defensive struggle. And for me, that's what I'm rooting what it is because I don't feel like the Broncos would have a chance against Drake May and that Patriots team. I just think they are a well-coached team. I think that the quarterback provides the same, disadvantages to that Broncos defense that they've had in the past. And it's a struggle in that one. And I do think that for the Patriots, you win tomorrow, what can anyone say about you if you beat a Broncos team with backup? I know, the whole joke was the Giants had more wins against over 500 teams coming into the playoffs, where I think it was the Patriots only had the one against the Bills, and the Giants had two. But again, none of that matters if you're there. None of that. They have to get to the Super Bowl and win it, and we're not going to care about what their lineup was to get there. I always talk about this with the Warriors. The Warriors' first championship, they basically got past a bunch of injured teams. Andrew Bogut, not Andrew Bogut, Kevin Love ended up being hurt, and when they got to the finals, they took care of business. Other guys were hurt in those other rounds. It doesn't matter. No one's going to remember that. No one's going to care. And here's the thing is, too, whoever gets to the Super Bowl out of the AFC, if it's the Texans or the Patriots, maybe it's the Broncos. If they end up beating one of these juggernaut teams that are left, in my opinion, the Rams and the Seahawks, they're juggernauts. I thought they were two of maybe the four best teams in the NFL the entire year. And if they beat either of those teams, how can you hold it against them? How many times did we see a team in those early 2000, the Pistons that won the NBA title? Nobody cares that they went through the softest Eastern Conference ever. They don't. The Miami Heat with Dwayne Wade and Shaq, no one cares. That was a soft Eastern Conference, and they got there and they handled business. You're not going to care. I mean, in baseball, I'd have to really rack my brain because I think it's a little bit different with baseball and crapshoot. No one's going to care. 888-808-1019. We got a lot more to get to. When we come back, we'll get into your calls. I do want to talk about Harbaugh. The Knicks lose another excruciating game. And, are we worrying yet in that situation? The Jets, interview 6, I think it might have been 6 or 8 guys this week for the defensive coordinator. They've lined up these interviews. Mets finally make a move, and the Yankees yet to make a move. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo, I got you all the way till 5 a.m.
It's the Carton Show with Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle. Afternoons 2 to 7 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
So let's celebrate getting the coach, but let's also temper our expectations with what the Giants are going to do this year. I'm just being real. No, I'm being honest and real with the audience. No. I'm not being a hater. I'm not being a bad guy. This has nothing to do with my Jet fandom. I think you people need to keep it real.
Get the Carton Show on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and the free Odyssey app.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ETHOS.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Happy birthday.
Hey, take a look outside.
No way! An electric bike? Can I take it for a ride?
We have a car versus electric bike crash on Main Street. Victim is a 17-year-old male and unresponsive. No sign of helmet use.
Don't let your gift become your grief. Work together. Learn about controlling an e-bike and operating it safely before they ride. Wear a helmet. Be careful in traffic. Slow down and follow the rules of the road. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
The home of New York Giants football, The Fan.
Runs out of the tackle, down the right sideline, cuts inside at the 5, in for the touchdown!
1019 FM WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, an Odyssey sports station.
This city in the world, New York City, as we all prepare for a snowy day. Perfect excuse to sit in the house, eat some unhealthy food, and pig out, veg out with some football all day. Couple of drinks responsibly. And I think besides this Niners-Seahawks game, I don't expect there to be another game like that. Well, I guess the AFC title game could get bad depending on how the Broncos show up. And it's tough to play. I'll put it this way. If the game is close at half, there's a good chance we get an exciting game because just the physical element of playing in that altitude. You saw it at times with the Bills, specifically in the fourth quarter overtime, where they were just not as crisp. And they took advantage in the third quarter of the Broncos, that's for sure. But at this point, it feels like, and I'm not disrespecting the Patriots or the Texans, it does feel like the NFC has the best teams. I don't know if the Bears I'd put ahead of the Patriots or the Texans. Obviously, the Broncos without Bo Nix are the worst of the teams left. But the Seahawks and Rams feel like the two best teams of football, and they felt like that for a long time. I think Stafford, we got so hung up in that MVP race that when he started to struggle, it bled into our view of that team. But he didn't really struggle. He just stopped playing at MVP level for a couple of weeks. And Drake May was my MVP pick for a while, and I still stand by that, but I'm not going to lose my head if either one of them wins it. Now, at one point, I thought it was going to be Jonathan Taylor, but that bled out the second Daniel Jones got hurt. 888-808-1019. I got you all the way till 5 a.m. Until, what is it, the John Boy Rewind? Until the John Boy Rewind. There. Also, real quick note for my Jeff fans out there, and we'll get into it in a bit. But Connor Hughes put out, this was like 11:50, so a couple hours ago. He said, somebody asked him, what about the Jets staff outlook? And he said, I keep hearing wink. So that's where maybe he goes with the DC job as far as to fill out that staff. I actually wonder if wink may be a possibility for the Giants. Probably not. It seems that Jim Leonard is the favorite to get the job. And he's a Broncos coach, obviously on their staff, and a lot of the beat writers around the league and with the Broncos think that he's going to take that job once their season is over, which most likely will be next week. 888-808-1019. Rudy in Brooklyn, what's going on, Rudy?
Hey, how you doing, Gallo?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
I'm good. This is the first time I'm listening to you, man. You're a good listen, man. You're a good listen. I like what I'm hearing here.
I appreciate you, sir.
So I drive a lot throughout the East Coast. So I get to listen to a lot of radio stations and a lot of people. I've come to the conclusion that Philly fans are the most delusional fans in the NFL.
Well, Philly fans are delusional about a lot.
Wow. I mean, the things that I hear out of Philly, it's unbelievable. But with these quarterbacks, Hurst.
Right.
I watched him last week just totally just put himself in a bad position all throughout the second half.
Right.
He kept leaving the pocket when he didn't have to. His protection held up fine.
Well, and the funny thing is with that, and I'll let you finish your point, he kept leaving the pocket but not scrambling. And what killed Jalen Hurts was he wasn't being mobile like he was early in the season, and that's what I felt hurt their offense the most.
Correct. And he kept, as soon as he rolls out, he cuts the whole field off and leaves himself with no options. And he kept doing it. And I don't understand why his offensive coordinator, his quarterback coach, what are they doing on the sidelines to tell him, hey, look at the play. You need to stop doing this and go straight. Your protection is holding up fine. You have no problems.
Well, I'm sure that's the reason why the offensive coordinator got fired, too, amongst a bunch of other reasons.
True. The next thing, Mr. Josh Allen here. It's a great quarterback.
Right.
He's a great quarterback.
No one's disputing that.
No one is disputing that. But to listen to the callers tonight defending Josh, it's crazy. I mean, I had this argument with my friends earlier, and I asked them, hey, who would you take, Josh or Dak? And they're yelling, Josh. And I'm like, what has Josh won? He hasn't won anything. Oh, he's an MVP. I said, we all know that was Lamar's MVP. He should have won his third MVP, but the voters didn't want to give it to him. They kept praising Josh for not having a number one wide receiver, and he did this, he did that. Clearly, he needs a number one wide receiver.
Yes.
After tonight, watching, and even tonight, I'm watching the Bills had that game. And he kept going for the bomb, and all you needed was a field goal to win the game. I couldn't understand why he didn't take what the defense was giving him. Why wasn't they using the middle of the field with Kincaid and Knox?
Well,
and
I also think that I listen. I've been critical of Josh Allen all night, and I appreciate the call, Rudy. I also think that could have been, a bait and switch type of thing. So I do think the Broncos wanted him to throw those deep balls, and he hit a couple of them early. But I think they also, when it's late in the game like that, and you are trying to protect against the touchdown, not that they were in prevent defense, but you're going to run those two safeties back. And you're going to try and hold off as much as possible. I think that what killed him was those short passes he was missing. And he had ample opportunities, not just in the second half, but in the first half as well, to extend leads or not put his team in a bad position. I do think what started them off on the bad foot was James Cook's fumble. I think that was the beginning of the second quarter. That kind of put them in a bad position. And, the 2 fumbles, 2 interceptions, it's rough. It's a tough, look for him. And again, in playoffs past, it's not his fault. Tonight, he's got to wear that. And I don't want to hear about how amazing he was. First, it was he only loses to Patrick Mahomes. Well, that changed. Because you know what? He lost to Bo Nix tonight. So unless we're going to say Bo Nix and Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow all in the same class, they're not. And I love Bo Nix. They're not in the same class. Also, I'm a guy, and Nico could tell you this. I did during the season, Gridiron Game Day on the network. I was very critical of Bo Nix. I was, multiple times I wanted to trade the dude at halftime. It's not the same case. And I'm not going to get on him. I want to cherry pick his first playoff loss where they blew a 16-point lead, and I'm not going to do that to him. So, and I see Jose G Insight on YouTube. I don't disagree with him. He said one team is going to win the Super Bowl, and it's not going to be the AFC. I don't disagree with him. But my point is to that is he is not wrong. If the Patriots or the Texans go on and they win the Super Bowl, it can't be held against them that they played Jarrett Stidham in the AFC title game. 888-808-1019, Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Joe in Brooklyn, what's going on, Joe?
Hey, I'm a Bills fan. First of all, good evening.
How are you? I appreciate that. I appreciate the kindness before the storm.
Yeah, I wasn't able to get out my anger till now. So I'm just going to say this. Brandon Beane, the GM, should be fired. There's no depth on that team whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
When Tre'Davious White went out, who did
they took advantage of him immediately.
Yes. And all the other losses were not on Allen. This one was. I had no sympathy for him when he was crying by the podium. This was all on him. And he could take his, he's the highest paid quarterback in the league, his private jet, and going to go enjoy the next 8 months in Hawaii or wherever he's going to enjoy himself. I don't want to see him cry because the next 8 months are going to be like paradise for him. Brandon Beane should get fired. There's no depth. They need a receiver. And the rest, it's always the rest. I know I sound spoiled when I say that, but it's the rest. That pick in overtime was not a pick. If you saw that, it was down by contact.
No, it wasn't, though. He didn't have control of the ball. So the person who completed the catch was the cornerback. It was not. You can't say that. If the corner's not there, it's an incompletion. But Joe,
I want. At what point did he secure the catch? He didn't secure the catch.
You have to complete the catch to the ground. Just because his knee was down does not mean he completed the catch. It's the same way on the touchdown by Mims. So they had to check to make sure.
Incompletion.
But then the ball never hit the ground because the corner caught it. That's the point. That's the point.
One second. So he's saying he didn't have control. Neither did the corner have control when they hit the ground.
Here's the point. It never hit the ground. When he hit the ground, the ball popped out of his hands and into the corner's hands. That's an interception. The ball
So he was
hit the
down by
ground.
contact.
No,
So he
he
was down by
wasn't.
contact.
You have to complete the catch to the ground. That's how it works. I get it, Joe. And you know what, dude? You've been very fair. But I know you're scoring, and that has to be one of again, you've gone through it, dude. No one has gone through it. And I know Jeff fans are going to call in. I think it's a lot worse being in the position to win something every year and lose it than never being in the position and just sucking. I know you've gone through it. Dude, it was an interception. Today was a rough one. You lost. And you said it's always the refs.
Yeah.
It's not always the refs, dude. They literally changed the rules.
The PIs were what are the PIs?
Those were PIs,
They were
dude.
PIs?
You can't tackle
And the no
someone
call?
before. Oh, my God. What about the safety call, bro? You held the Broncos line in the end zone. It's a safety. They didn't call it. And I not once.
Is that first half? I didn't watch the first half.
No, that was in overtime. Before any of these plays took place that you're complaining about.
What are you talking about?
He's in the end zone. Josh Allen's in the end zone, and his offensive line is holding. And I know you sound like you don't know the rules, Joe. If you hold someone and your quarterback's in the end zone and they call a hold, it's a safety. And the game's over.
That does not sound like a normal rule.
It is a rule. Joe, thank you for not knowing baseball. Football. Sorry, you got me flummoxed right now. You don't know football. If you hold someone and your quarterback is in their own end zone, it's a safety. Mr. Producer, Nico Scarlatus, if you hold someone and your quarterback's in the end zone, what is the call?
That would be a safety.
Thank you. Football 101. You're welcome. Anthony Gallo on the fan. I'm just like, what are we doing? And I feel for Bills fans. I'm walking in today, and I'm going to the deli. I want to get an iced coffee. I got to get a little pick-me-up because the adrenaline's wearing off. And I see a Bills fan walk by me, and he's like, dude, good game. I'm a Bills fan. And I literally hugged him. I felt so bad for him. Because you know why? Yes, I could separate my fandom. I'm a Mets fan. I'm a Knicks fan. Rangers fan. I get it. I've seen devastating losses. The Broncos, I've seen devastating losses. And I feel for the Bills. I don't feel for Josh Allen, McDermott. I don't feel for the GM Bean. I don't feel for a single dude on that team, except for Deion Dawkins, because, good guy and local kid. I don't feel for the team. I feel for the fans that have consistently got through this their entire lives. I was born in 91, so I don't know what those Super Bowls were like live. I've seen the documentaries. It's excruciating. I get it. You can't come on here and tell me it's everybody in sports thinks the refs are out to get them. The Knicks, 2 years ago, blow a Game 7 at home to the Pacers. Leading up to that was the refs' fault. Celtics fans against the Knicks last year, it's the refs' fault. It's always the refs' fault. I don't subscribe to that. I actually try to get away from it. I didn't start to complain about the non-safety call until after the game because we had already won. And you don't lose a game off of one play. And you know what? To Josh Allen's credit, he didn't complain about any of those calls after the game. He took accountability. I'll say this. In all my criticism of Josh Allen, he took it on the chin like a champ. Well, not a champ because he can't win anything. But he took it on the chin like a real leader. I respect that. It's outrageous. Learn the rules also. If you're going to call in and complain to me, learn the rules. This isn't Dick the Night Lane Train or whatever his name was, the old corner for the Lions that they changed all the passing defense rules are. He's not playing anymore. You can't tackle someone when the ball is not close to them. Because if White doesn't tackle Mims, it's a touchdown. Simple as that. You can't hold the wrist of a receiver for 10 yards. You can't do it. I'm sorry, Bills fans. This is a rough one. You got the quarterback. He's not going anywhere. Look at what happened to Elway. How many he lost before he actually won one. And I know it sucks because you've gone through it. If you're over 40 as a Bills fan, you're one of, I don't know if there's a fan base that's more got through more heartbreak in football than a Bills fan over 40. Lived through those 4 Super Bowls, everything. 888-808-1019. Nimza in Dumont. I hope I pronounced that right. What's going on, my guy?
How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you for calling, dude.
Yeah, I heard the guys talking about Josh Allen, so I figured I'd chime in a little bit. First of all, I do agree with you, and the reason is because people like Josh Allen, as talented as they are, they get people fired. You know, so we all know how this is going to play out. People are going to be evaluated, and there's a good chance that people are going to get fired.
Well, that's also my biggest thing, too, is I don't think Josh Allen has done this yet, but it's kind of like my criticism with Justin Herbert. How many coaches have to get fired before he gets held accountable for his poor play in big moments? So you're not wrong there. These guys, a lot of their misfortune is blown back on the staff around them.
It's unfortunate, and if Josh Allen needs another receiver, he needs to take a pay cut. I mean that's the kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff Magic Johnson used to do.
That's the stuff that Brady and Manning did.
That's what stuff that Brady and Manning did. If they needed another player, they restructured their contract. So you can't have it both ways. You can't take a ton of money, and then people make excuses. He doesn't have, the players to get him over the hump.
100%.
It's one or the other.
And I'm not going to sit here. I'm also not criticizing him for not taking a pay cut, because would I do that? No. I love Nico. One of my favorite people to work with. I'm sorry. If they told me you're not going to make as much because they want to pay me millions of dollars more, I'm sorry. I'm going to take it. Also, I get to be a hypocrite. That's what we get to be as sports fans. Hypocrites.
Yep.
I was eating a burger, dripping all over me today, yelling at these guys for not playing harder. That's part of being a sports fan. But you're right. I watched Peyton take less money. You think they were able to put that receiving core around Brady when they went 18-1? Because he got paid the most money? No.
Exactly.
I appreciate the call, my guy. So it is the truth. And that's not just a Josh Allen criticism. That's a criticism of a lot of people. I've said it with Patrick Mahomes before, Justin Herbert. I mean, if Bo Nix, the Broncos don't have a great receiving core. If Bo Nix takes the biggest deal he could take when he gets signed, and I actually don't think he's going to get as big of a deal as some of these elite quarterbacks unless he wins one. If Bo Nix goes and takes the biggest contract he could take and they can't get a wideout around him, that's on him. Mark in California, what's going on, Mark?
Oh, what's going on? Joey, I just heard you talk about Elway. I wouldn't even really compare it because Elway went to bowls and lost. Allen's never even been to a bowl. It took him 15 years to win one, though.
Mark, I am trying to be
nice.
It
took him 15 years to win one. No, dude, it's horrible, bro. And I mean, just as a Giants fan, we won one because obviously Norwood missed a kick, right? But I mean, to me, dude, if I'm showing this to my nephew who's 6 years old, and I showed them this play, my nephew would say that's a catch. Because to me, the NFL rules say if any other body part than the hands or feet touch the ground, the player is down by contact automatically. It's a simultaneous catch, right?
But Mark, it's not though. Because the rule, and listen, the one thing I can agree with you, Mark, is we don't know what a freaking catch is anymore. Like, they have convoluted this much. Like, they have made this so difficult. But it also says in the rule book, you have to control it through being down. For example, when Marvin Mims catches that touchdown that gives the Broncos the lead at towards the end of regulation, they had to go back and look at it to make sure that when he went to the ground, he had the ball all the way down. His feet had already touched.
Yeah. The Des Bryant catch, there is no way I played football. I actually played for the University of Nevada. I played when Joel Bettino was actually on that team.
Right.
He's a Cleveland Browns center.
Yes.
I played with him. I was a third string wide receiver. I wasn't
I appreciate you being honest and not saying, I was the number
you know what I mean?
guy.
But no, I was a third string wide receiver. But to me, dude, to me, the Des Bryant catch, when you're catching a ball in the air and you're going down, Des Bryant decided to dive, and therefore that's what caused the catch. To me, that catch right there is the most controversial call of all time. all time.
I wouldn't know
in
if I would
playoff
say
history. That is,
I would put that up there with the tuck rule. I do think that
it's gross, man. And then I even said, call Sheffers if you remember the Kansas City game where Travis Kelce threw the ref the flag. Remember that? And he went out on a tirade in the press game and was like, he's so bad. He said the receiver has to complete the process of the catch.
Right.
Which me and you both agree on. He was going to the ground as part of the process of the catch. He lost possession of the ball when he hit the ground, and then the defender gained possession. But to me, in football, like as they teach you, right, it's not about if you control possession. It started happening over the last couple of years. Do you remember the Calvin Johnson Monday Night Football Green Bay Packer game where Calvin Johnson goes up and catches the ball over two defenders, but since he's juggling the ball in the air, they didn't rule it a touchdown? But he clearly caught the ball.
Right.
Like, you can't do that, dude. It's so gross to me. Like,
the one thing I want to say, Mark, if the defender's not there and he goes to the ground and the ball pops up like it did, and he does it and it hits the ground, he doesn't retain possession. We all would have said not a catch.
Oh, dude, I've never seen a call end on a simultaneous possession. You know the word simultaneous possession in the rule book is on page 6,000.
Wow.
There are 6,000 pages in the NFL rule book.
Well,
over
Mark,
6,000. It's on the last page.
The other thing I want to say, too, is because you proved the point. And so my girlfriend, she knows basketball. Most games are easy to describe to someone. I realized today, and I realized this a few times, like talking to my nieces, trying to explain the rules in football to somebody who has no knowledge of football is impossible. Like in basketball, teammates get the ball in the hoop. Hockey, teammates get the ball in the goal. Baseball, hit the ball. Throw the ball, hit the ball. Football, it's like trying to explain the pass interference at the end of the game. My girlfriend's like, why are you so excited you didn't catch it?
But guess what? On top of that, they're not calling PI the whole game. And then even if they didn't even call PI, Buffalo was still in field goal range, had 4 plays to get in field goal range. So why call a PI in a game that's probably going to end in Denver scoring anyway? Like, just let them score the field goal on a natural play. It's just
the one thing I'll agree with you too is I'll say this much: take away my Broncos fandom. If I'm watching, because I've complained about the no hold call in the end zone to start overtime.
Riley Moss got away with a hold in that game. They didn't even call. There was a bunch of holds in that game that they didn't call. Man.
Well, right, and then my thing is, if they didn't call that hold and Allen's in the end zone, they call the safety. If I'm not a fan of the Broncos and I'm just watching that game as any other fan, it's like, why are we ending the game like this? Because you could call a hold on every play.
I ended on a simul. That is the most Buffalo Bills way to lose a game. You know what I mean, dude?
I would have been so gung-ho about trolling the other fan base if it wasn't this group of fans. Because I did feel bad. I appreciate the call, Mark. Like I said, I'm walking to the deli. I have my headphones in. I can't really hear. And this guy goes, good game. And I take my headphones off. I'm like, excuse me. He's like, good game. He goes, brutal loss. I'm a Bills fan. And I literally I hugged a stranger. It was weird. He actually was cool with it. I feel for Bills fans. I could separate my fandom, and feel for these guys. There's also no rivalry. I didn't feel like extra juice because they beat us in the playoffs last year. Last year, I didn't have a single hope the Broncos were going to win that game, even after the Troy Franklin touchdown from Bo Nix to start that game. I still didn't feel like they were going to win. I played in Deion Dawkins' charity kickball game this year, and even what he was saying, he's like, they didn't have any fear that they were going to lose that game. Different year. But I felt for Bills fans. I really did. So I could not imagine being a part of that fan base and dealing with that level of misery the way they have. And I know Jeff fans, and you guys, I'm not trolling you. You guys are probably the worst franchise in the NFL right now. The Browns are close. But I would say that more than Jeff fans and Brown fans, and the Browns lost their franchise at one point, the Bills fan, who specifically is over 40, lived through the 4 Super Bowl losses, that is the most gut-wrenching, heartbroken fan base I could think of. Because I'd rather stink and never sniff the opportunity than consistently get back to the Super Bowl or back to these moments and lose. In the Elway documentary they put out on Netflix, the craziest thing was him telling us when they lost, I don't know if it was the second or third time he lost in the Super Bowl, his mom saying that she didn't want him to get back to the Super Bowl because they didn't want to deal with the losses was insane to me. Elway's not feeling that way. You know, the athlete is not feeling that way. They want to have a chance to win every year. You know, the Knicks of the 90s, I begged, and the Knicks are in that position now. I begged to be in a position to feel like we could win every year. The Broncos lose next week, or if they would have lost this week and they didn't win a playoff game, I'd rather them go to the playoffs every year and lose than never make it. But I also understand the level of gut wrench, losing a game consistently year in and year out, also in excruciating fashion. Missed field goals, overtime losses, you know, what you think is a controversial call. That's the level of turmoil a Bills fan has gone through. I mean, the Josh Allen overtime loss to Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, the missed field goal, all of these things. I get it. That's brutal.
Can I counter you?
Yes.
It's a different sport, and they might not be
totally valid.
Exactly the same comparison, but I'd rather have what the Yankees have had over the last 7-8 years over what the Mets have had.
Yeah, I agree. But if the Yankees had never won, let's not even say the dynasty. Let's just say they didn't win in 2009. And I know there's a lot of guys, we work with a few guys, Alex's arm, young Yankee fans. I forget how old Rami is. I think he was alive for 2009. If they never had won that, I would agree. Or I would disagree in the sense that but they also won that one. And I do think in the NFL it's a little different. Now, we don't know because the Mets are only there every once in a blue moon. And baseball, the losses are devastating. Football, and I know you felt this before as a Giants fan. Football, that loss in the playoffs just because you're not going through a series. You're not playing 7 games. You almost have against the Royals. When we got to game 5, I didn't feel like we were coming back, but you're still in it. In football, like even today, I tweeted it out. You know how I am. I'm very negative early. I thought the Broncos were going to lose prior to getting that ball back and driving down the field, taking the lead at the end of regulation. I was like, this is devastating. And I told myself, I told you this before, hey, they got in. You know what? I'll take it. They got a young quarterback. Let's move forward. And when it's hitting you in the face, you don't feel that way. But I don't disagree. I would take, never mind. The Islanders won 4 in a row. I was going to say, because they were the other one I was thinking of. I would rather have been a Broncos fan in the 80s, losing 3 Super Bowls, than not winning one or not even making the playoffs over an 8-year period. So that I get. But it is devastating. Imagine being in your 40s. I don't know, let's just say 45. You saw 4 heartbreaking Super Bowl losses. Yeah, then you had a 16-year playoff drought, and then you lose in this way. That is gut-wrenching. Gut-wrenching. I guess the older Met fan never has to deal with that because they saw 86. Joe, as much as Joe B complains, he saw 69, he saw 86. I hang my hat on 06. You've got 2015. You know what I mean? It's nothing to show for it. 888-808-1019. Kenny in Massapequa Park. What's going on, Kenny?
Hey, how are you, buddy? Good morning, Gallo. I'll tell you, the game shouldn't even have come down to that last play. Josh Allen just had a horrible day.
Right.
And, he played good enough to keep it close. Now, I didn't really watch a game. I have no, I really couldn't care about those 2 teams. But you talk about old school football, and I am an OG. And I'm going to tell you what kills me the most today. Watching Sam Darnold go out there with Seattle and crush them. Because that's supposed to be the Minnesota Vikings franchise quarterback. And those meatheads blew it.
Yeah.
Okay? Well, and the crazy thing is, everybody's saying that you give Seattle any quarterback and they would have been good. Get out of here.
I agree.
Is a special quarterback. He won 14 games last year with Minnesota. It took him a little while to blossom. He found the right team last year in Minnesota, and those boneheads blew it. And as a 50-plus year Minnesota Viking fan, Gallo, it makes me sick to my stomach. We finish at 9-8, a mediocre season. At best, we're going to end up with another horrible draft pick. They should just get rid of JJ, let him go play somewhere, and try to win a Super Bowl as opposed to keeping him there.
Well, Kenny,
and, just suffering.
Kenny, I will tell you this much, and I appreciate the call. The Sam Darnold thing, I'm not going to say I think he's like an elite quarterback. I think that he is way better. I didn't think he was a good quarterback coming out of college. I didn't think he was going to be special. I never thought I saw a lick of anything from him with the Jets. I mean, I was wrong. He is a quarterback you can win with. It's plain and simple. He is a quarterback you can win with. I definitely think that is the case. And if you're a Jet fan, we got to go to break, and we got a lot more to get to. If you're a Jet fan, are you rooting for Sam Darnold? Is there part of you that wants to root for them just to be vindicated that maybe it wasn't him and it was the franchise, whatever it was? Or are you not? You're hoping he doesn't get there so you don't have to deal with it. And I don't think that any quarterback could. Geno Smith was with them, and it's not like Geno Smith put up a ton of stats. They never felt like a legit contender with Geno Smith. Sam Darnold has had me thinking this Seahawks team is one of the 3-4 best teams in the league the entire year. 888-808-1019. We got a lot more to get to. Knicks, Giants, divisional round recap, divisional round preview, Mets offseason, Yankees offseason, all right here. I got you till 5 a.m. Anthony Gallo on The Fan.
Your official station to talk Giants.
Bringing in a guy like John Harbaugh, now it's not only putting a staff together, this is where Joe Schoen now has to shine because he's got the draft picks, he's got the money for the free agency, he's got to make the decisions about the roster along with John Harbaugh, along with his coordinators, and they'll try to rebuild this team and get this team back into the playoffs next year. Why not? I mean, Dallas will still be good. Philadelphia will be good. Washington will be better with Jaden Daniels back and healthy. So this is going to be one of the more competitive divisions, I believe, next year, just simply because they've already hired the coach that brings the credibility.
The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of nursing home abuse, call the law offices of Kelly and Grossman at 1-800-ELDERLY. If you believe that you or someone you love has experienced bed sores, falls, fractures, or other abuse or health problems as a result of inattention while being cared for in a nursing home or residential facility, call 1-800-ELDERLY. Kelly and Grossman are experienced trial attorneys who are assisted by a legal team including medical experts experienced in nursing home neglect and abuse. The Kelly Grossman team helped others win an $18.75 million verdict in Brooklyn, $3.75 million in compensatory damages, and $15 million punitive damages against nursing homes, and they want to help you do the same. Call 1-800-ELDERLY today. 1-800-ELDERLY. 1-800-353-3759 or at 800-elderly.com.
Call us directly. 1-800-ELDERLY.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
This portion of the program is brought to you by police officers RightToSue.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Cake! My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad.
Daddy?
Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
If you're sitting in traffic, you need to do something. Might as well call the fan. Let's chat about it now. Call the WFAN Sports Fan Helpline at 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Paramount Plus to stream every NFL on CBS playoff game.
Oh, Anthony Gallo back on the fan. 888-808-1019, the number to call. As always, it's time for the Fan Focus, brought to you by Chef IQ. My focus right now is on this Knicks team and what a disastrous run it's been. And I want to know if you're panicking. I am not panicking yet, but there are things that need to be changed, and I guess it's better now to figure it out here and now than doing it in April or May or June when it's crunch time. You know, Josh Hart's been banged up. Jalen Brunson is out right now. It's time for other guys to step up. And it's time for the coach to step up as well. But it is time for other guys to step up. Cat needs to stop being Cat. He needs to, elevate his game. And when the star is out and you are his co-star or his 1B to his 1A, you got to step up. Bridges needs to step up. OG, all of these guys collectively. I can trust OG. I could trust Deuce McBride. But after that, there's nobody else on this team that, Josh Hart and Brunson are out. There's nobody else on the team, specifically Brunson, not really Josh Hart. But when Brunson's out, there's no one else on this team that feels like they have this mental fortitude. Even when OG struggles, I still feel like he's not pressing in the moment. And Deuce is one of the best secondary guards in the league. A guy who, not a star leader type, but has balls and really plays, steps up when it needs it. He is the ultimate microwave, the ultimate, street killer, all of that. And this Fan Focus brought to you by Chef IQ. Chef IQ redefines the home cooking experience with products that empower everyone to expand their culinary horizon. Go to chefiq.com. Check it out. Awesome product. Got one for my mom. I'm definitely going to get one. So a lot more to get to. Back to the calls we go. Divisional round, Giants get Harbaugh. Jets DC coach search. NFL draft coming up. Mets get Bo Bichette. Miss out on Kyle Tucker. Yankees do nothing. A lot to get to. But to the phones we go. 888-808-1019. My guy, the man, JR in Somerville. What's going on, dude?
What's going on, Anthony? How you doing?
I'm good, dude. I thought about you today when, Riley Moss almost had that DPI. I'm just thinking, after we talked earlier in the year, I was like, this is what the season's going to come down to.
Yeah, and Cooks had that one ball on the sideline where his elbow hit before his knee hit. That was on Riley Moss's side as well.
That was another one where I was like, man, JR is going to be like, I told you.
Like, he's gonna get cooked in a big spot. But, the crazy thing about that was I stopped watching the game. I locked into the Knicks. I didn't realize people thought that was a catch. That Cooks caught that, down the middle of the field there. He was concussed laying on the field after he bounced off the turf.
Well,
he couldn't catch the ball.
When I'm watching the game in the moment, I'm really just focused on what's going on. And then I got my friends in the group chat, and they're all arguing about it. And I was like, wait, people really thought that was a catch, and it blew my mind. But It is what it is. They can't go back and change it now.
Nah, but it wasn't close to a catch. That's the whole thing. In real time, it wasn't even close.
Right.
But whatever. That's the internet and social media where people put screenshots of one shot of the guy holding the ball.
I got my screenshots.
Like he got it tucked.
Yeah. I got screenshots. Listen, I got a screenshot going back to when the Knicks beat the Pistons, and everyone was talking about, he got shoved off of it. I was like, well, where's the penalty on this one with Tobias Harris with a full arm extension? We got it. I have a whole folder of just sports screenshots for calls I thought were wrong.
Well, that's a little bit too much. If you have a whole folder of sports screenshots, I just log them in my brain, and then I bring them up when I call you. So that's it. But yeah, man, Chef IQ. That's a good sponsor for the whole Knicks. The focus with the Knicks because they're getting cooked on defense. Well done. I mean, I don't know how that Chef IQ works, but Karl Anthony Towns is cooked. Okay, so that's the one thing I had to call and tell you.
I couldn't agree more. And I'm not going to tell you that I'm worried about the overall outlook of the team, but he's a part of the team and he concerns me. I don't know if he's not buying into what Mike Brown's preaching. I don't know if he's pissed about the way the fans have treated him. I don't know if he's just trying to get an extension and he's not happy he's gotten one yet. But the dude has not done anything. The one black mark on the season so far. I could excuse other guys on the team, injuries, whatever. He has been a disaster this year. And he doesn't even look like last year when people were killing him, he was still playing like an elite player. He has not looked like an elite role player, let alone a star.
Well, he can't shoot. And he's not shooting as well right now. So he's I think he's down to 35% from three. Yeah. That's below league average. So it's a skill that I don't know if I want my big man to have that as his carrying skill, shooting the basketball. So I'm going to tell you right now, Mitch Robinson's the best center on this team, and I wouldn't, there's going to be noise around the trade deadline, but they may have to do something with this guy Towns. This guy is you can't win with this guy on the team. I am not panicking. I am already to the point where I believe the Pistons will run them out of the gym. I think that Duran and Beef Stew, Isaiah Stewart are too much for guys like Karl Anthony Towns.
And how many times do we have to see it? Like the Draymond Green situation, it's not even like he's a physically imposing force, but he bullied Cat. He's an older player now. He's out of his prime. He bullied Cat, and Cat can't handle the mind games. He's not. No one's afraid of him, which is, I think, the biggest problem. No one's afraid to attack him on the defensive end, and no one's afraid of him to take over the game anymore. I mean, the perfect example was in that Warriors game. They kept trying to get Jimmy Butler one-on-one with Cat, and the Knicks, one, didn't react to it, which was bothering me, but two, he didn't have any pride to step up and do something about it. It's frustrating every night.
It's so bad. You just named two players who have a history of calling this dude out. All right, in other places when he played on other teams, whether it be Jimmy Butler when he played in Minnesota, or Draymond when he had a Gobert in a chokehold and Karl Anthony Towns is doing nothing. And everybody's like, why doesn't anybody stick up for this guy? Why don't they go talk to Draymond? I mean, nobody would you the way this guy plays defense and hustles.
Right.
I don't think that would.
And he also doesn't stick up for himself. And I kind of do wish they would have stuck up for him. I think more the coach. There was a play in that fourth quarter where Karl-Anthony Towns clearly got fouled, and I would have liked to see, they were going to lose the game at that point. I would have liked to see the coach take the technical, defend the guy. Maybe that gives him a little bit of life because he's like, all right, well, the coach criticized me, but he's got my back. But also, Towns did nothing. If he would have punched, I was saying this to Craig off air this week, if he would have punched Draymond in the face, and I'm not that guy. I'm not over here trying to advocate for violence. If he would have punched Draymond Green in the face, I would have excused everything prior to that point because I would have been like, you know what? This guy's sick of it. He stood up for himself. He made a wrong decision, but he stood up for himself, and the fan base would have appreciated it. But instead, he just let Draymond dance in front of his face.
Well, let's be real with Mike Brown. This has happened in many places where this guy plays good cop, bad cop. You know, just him doing that. You know, he's nice to the players. But then, you know, the problem with the guys, he goes right to the podium and he airs out everything before going into a film session, before, you know, getting into a practice. And it's not, I don't think he's really helping these guys. I think Towns really has a problem playing for this guy. I think that Mike Brown doesn't like the way Karl-Anthony Towns competes. And that's his schism right now. So, you know, that's a problem that this team has. I really do believe that the Pistons, if they were to play right now, would boat race the Knicks, take them out in 6 games. And that's a problem for me right now. I don't like the way this team is headed. I don't like the direction of this team at all.
Well, I agree, man. And I now let me ask you this, because at the deadline, is it possible? Because I don't feel like they're going to do anything monumental, whether it's moving off from Towns or bringing in another player. And I know Dolan was here and said that. Is there any chance that, not saying Giannis, but they would just try to get rid of Towns for whatever they could get and say, you know what? He's intoxicating this team in a negative fashion, and we have to change it up.
They won't do it. They won't do it. Like you said, Dolan said they wouldn't. I mean, it would be tough for me to even do it if I had that job, just knowing
right, because they do feel like a talented team.
Really is.
Like, I still have this belief that I do think the Pistons are as good as anyone in the league. I still feel like the Knicks can get to the finals, but this Towns was not playing like this last year. The way Towns is playing is how Knicks fans made it seem like he was playing last year, but this year he's actually this bad. And that's what's killing me right now.
We save this type of grace for young players, you know, not for guys that are 30 years old. And it's funny.
He might be the highest paid athlete in the city. I have to go through the numbers, but I'm pretty sure he is. If he's not 1, he's 2.
Yeah, and that's a problem. He hasn't gotten extended. He should take a pay cut. You guys are talking about quarterbacks taking a pay cut. Karl-Anthony Towns is the number 1 athlete in this town that should be taking a pay cut. All right?
Yeah.
So, you know, it's for me, I don't think that they can make a trade because of how good the player is and how popular he is as well. It'd probably be a bad business move. But if I were in another city and this is my roster, I would trade. I'd look to deal with Memphis once again. You know who?
Yes, I was going to bring it up, JR. You know, Ja's on the way out. The Jackson agenda.
Well, I don't want Ja.
No, I know. I know who you are. Jackson is there.
Yeah.
He's right there, dude. They can
talk about the Celtics getting him. I will not be happy if the Celtics get him. If the Celtics have Tatum, Brown, and Jaren Jackson Jr. to go with, the rest, I'll be. Yeah, they'll just be right back to number 1 in the conference again. I can't deal with that.
I can't. JR, you're the man, dude. I appreciate you.
All right, brother. Take care.
The great JR. I would, Jaren Jackson, you know, me and JR led the charge, but I jumped on the train, the Jaren Jackson trade in the offseason, wanting to trade for him, former defensive player of the year, gets a good player, young player, and, you know, that now with John Morant on the trading block, and they need to get rid of him. Talk about somebody who's toxic. For the Memphis Grizzlies, that guy is toxic. And I heard the Nets are interested. That would destroy that franchise. You guys thought Kyrie was toxic or James Harden was toxic. Wait till you see John Morant come to town. And that's a guy who I absolutely love as a skill and a talent, but he is not the player he was a few years ago. 888-808-1019. Carmen in Linden. What's going on, Carmen?
Hey, Gallo. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
I'm okay. Here's what I have to say. I'm 77 years old. I'm a Villanova graduate, and I watched
tough loss for Nova today against my Johnnies.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. And I love the Johnnies, but I love Villanova a little better.
Right.
What I wanted to say was I watched Jay Wright work on all these guys that came up through Villanova's system. Right. And the main one being, I was so happy when Brunson changed the culture and changed the Knicks from being a laughing stock of the league and everything that
respectable, respected franchise now.
Exactly. Respectable and relevant, okay? Which for so many years, being 77, so many years they weren't.
Right.
We will, and I saw DiVincenzo, the trade that was made and everything. We will not win a championship, not the Eastern Conference, a championship in the NBA as being our second, our 1A player. He's not 1A. He doesn't know how to go to war. He never goes. He'll go to war 1 out of 3 games, and then he'll take off the next 2. And then the word is consistency. The guy has never shown any consistency and never will show any consistency, and we will not win an NBA championship with Cat. There's no doubt in my mind.
You're not wrong.
One of the biggest mistakes. I want to say one last thing. Yeah. And then you can talk. You can talk, and I'll listen to you. One last thing. The biggest we need, which we traded away, DiVincenzo. We need a 3-point. Even though Brunson's strength, even though he makes threes, the consistent streak shooter. He'll never be specifically like the great 3-point shooters. Right. But we need a DiVincenzo, a 3-pointer that can make a bunch in a row to actually win the championship, and we need to get rid of Cat. Have a good night.
I appreciate it, Carmen. I appreciate it very much. I agree. You know what the most frustrating thing is? I would have loved to see this team, last year's team and this team with Randall and DiVincenzo. I know I was critical of Julius Randle a lot in his career, and I did not want to get rid of him. I was excited about the Cat trade. I remember where I was, Washington, visiting Rutgers on a Friday night. Yes, odd place to be, but football game, it was fun, whatever. And the crowd instantly was just caring about the Cat trade. And I really would have loved to see Randall play within the system. And the things that frustrated you with Randall are still things that frustrate you with Cat. The one thing Randall was a bulldog. You never felt like he was getting punked. He pressed. He was bad in the postseason. And at times he was aloof, but he wasn't aloof every time. He played defense. It's just there were times he let his frustrations bleed into the rest of his game. And Dante is a dog, could shoot threes, was a great role player, and I really would have loved to see that rotation with a Deuce and whatnot. And I like the Knicks rosters right now. I still think the Knicks are one of the 5 best teams in the NBA. I think the 3 best teams are in the West, and I do think the Pistons are better than the Knicks. But I would have liked to see that. Randall doesn't average as many rebounds, but 5 assists, plays defense. I mean, this year he's been phenomenal. 7 rebounds, 5.6 assists, a steal, 22.6 a game. I would have loved to see that iteration of this team. But I still think this Knicks team has it in them to get to the finals, to be an NBA contender. Cat has to step up, and it's on him. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan till 5 a.m.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan. 101.9 FM.
What John Harbaugh will do, will bring in his scheduling. The way that he wants to lay things out, the way that he wants to run practice, the way that he wants to travel, some of the stuff that goes on inside the building. That stuff, you're paying for that because what that is, that's leadership.
Get Boomer and Gio on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of nursing home abuse, call the law offices of Kelly and Grossman at 1-800-ELDERLY. If you believe that you or someone you love has experienced bed sores, falls, fractures, or other abuse or health problems as a result of inattention while being cared for in a nursing home or residential facility, call 1-800-ELDERLY. Kelly and Grossman are experienced trial attorneys who are assisted by a legal team including medical experts experienced in nursing home neglect and abuse. The Kelly Grossman team helped others win an $18.75 million verdict in Brooklyn, $3.75 million in compensatory damages, and $15 million punitive damages against nursing homes, and they want to help you do the same. Call 1-800-ELDERLY today, 1-800-ELDERLY, 1-800-353-3759, or at 800-elderly.com.
Call us directly, 1-800-ELDERLY.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Start the day with Boomer and Geo, mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
That's right, we're back, keeping the energy up here. We're rocking all night. 2 hours down, 3 more to go. A lot to get to. Broncos knock off the Bills. Bo Nix hurt now. No more Bo Nix going in the next week. Sam Darnold and the Seahawks dominate the Niners. The Knicks lose again. John Harbaugh, Giants coach. And so much more to get to. But there's also more to get to as well. The Fan Focus, brought to you by Chef IQ. And I mentioned it going in the break, the Johnnies. Big win, third straight quad one. Road win for St. John's. A 20-point home beatdown as well. The big win against Nova, I guess last night. And they got the Hall this Tuesday. A Seton Hall team that, was ranked at a time. They're very good. And I think it's going to be an early matchup, an exciting game. And it's going to be their first real test in the Big East. I know they lost to Providence, but that should have been an easy win the way Providence has played this year. And I know they played well against UConn. But it's going to be their first real test. And they don't have a ton of quad one games left. And after their tough early schedule, which is that didn't doom them for the tournament, you want to put yourself in a position that whatever happens in the Big East tournament is just, house money in the sense that you're in the tournament and now you're just trying to help your seeding. You don't want to have to feel like you get into the Big East and you got to win 1 or 2 games to solidify your spot in the tournament. Being a bubble team is anxiety-riddled. But this is the Fan Focus, brought to you by Chef IQ. Chef IQ redefines the home cooking experience with products that empower everyone to expand their culinary horizons. Check out chefiq.com. It is a dope product. Perfect example. Today, you're home. You want to pop something in the oven. You're watching the games. You want to just lock in on the games and not worry about anything. They have an app. It's like a digital thermometer. They make other products as well, but I like the digital thermometer they have. You pop it in the oven, and it all through the app. It reminds you when it's done, and bang, you don't have to even focus about it. You could use it like a regular thermometer. It doesn't have to be along the app, but the app can tell you cook it to your perfect temperature too. You got it on the grill. You got the smoker up, and you want to get to that internal temperature, and it'll tell you set it to that, and it tells you when on that one. I did lock in. I don't know. I know Nico. I've gotten on you about your food before, but we made some burgers. I've been a good boy with the diet today, so we had some burgers, some jalapeno poppers, some ice cream, which I scarfed down at the end of the Broncos game because I had to get here. But did you pig out today, or was it kind of light since you had to be here tonight?
No, it was nice and light. Didn't go too crazy. I do love a good burger, though, so we're on the same page there, which is not always common for me and you.
Okay, we're not. I don't want to dive into it, but Nico, not a cold cut guy, not a chicken cutlet guy. I one of my closest friends here, but it's something I can never get past.
But like you said, knowing that I was working tonight, didn't want to go too crazy. I think tomorrow is going to be the day.
Oh, I am.
Where I go all in.
I'm going to pig out tomorrow.
Yeah,
also, because now it's like a stress thing because Bo Nix is out.
Right.
The Knicks suck. And I'm going to have to get down to it, emotional eat. I've been doing these 24-hour fasts going into days I know, like the holidays. I did it before Christmas Eve and Christmas. Did it before Thanksgiving. And honestly, it's supposedly got a lot of health benefits. It's great for me mentally because I proved to myself I can fight through it. We had Pizza Fridays as always when Craig's here, and I didn't touch a slice of pizza, which I was like, man, I deserve a gold star for that. Today I went to go pig out, and then because of that, my appetite was non-existent. All I ate was the burger. I did eat the ice cream, which was, a nice little adrenaline treat because it was like being on drugs, that Broncos game. And then you get here and the come down happens when you're on drugs, and it was a disaster. So what did you have? Or was it not anything crazy?
No, it was just Panera bread.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Did you get the bowl? The bread bowl?
No, see, I'm not a big fan of the bread bowl, which is interesting because I do get soup. I do the pick two, mac and cheese with a soup, and then I get bread.
I didn't know they make mac and cheese now. I've been to Panera in a long time.
Yeah, the mac and cheese from Panera is good.
All right.
I do bread as the side, and then I dip the bread in the soup. So I like the bread. I just don't like it as the bowl because then it gets all soggy and weird. So
we used to do, when I was on the fan promo team, driving the fan van around the tri-state area, we'd go to this, I forgot what part of Long Island it was, and we'd go out there. There was always a Panera by, there was a lot of businesses that we would frequent out there. There was always a Panera out there, and I'd always get the bread bowl, the broccoli and cheese bread bowl. If I ate that today, I would die. Like, not just from the calories or like how unhealthy it is, just from how heavy it is, it would shut me down for the entire day. Like, it's also fire, but I would eat the entire bread bowl. Like, I know, duh, but like when you think about it, it's a giant piece of bread with just soup in the middle. I would scrape that thing dry like I hadn't eaten in 10 days. Like, so I did love Panera. It's different now, too, because they're not anywhere close to me or in any spot that I've lived in the last 10 years.
Just for you, I'll try the bread bowl next time I get it.
Broccoli and cheddar. It's fire. They make the broccoli and cheddar, like you could buy it in the supermarket, the Panera brand. That and the Greek lemon soup is fire. Although not as good as like regular, actual Greek lemon chicken soup, whatever you call it. But I get those two when I'm in a pinch and I need to grab something quick.
See, you lost me again because I don't like broccoli.
Okay. Well, that's not as weird. The broccoli thing's not as weird. Like the cold cuts and the chicken cutlet, we'll be 20 years from now, I'll be bringing that up. Your poor mother, Although you always have a fire lunch with you. Nico is, what are you, like 140, 150?
I wish. I'm more like 120, 130.
That blows my mind because this guy comes in here with a gigantic Tupperware filled of pasta, sauce every single time I see him. It blows my mind. Although we're getting down a sidetrack. I know the great Ryan Hickey from the network disagreed with you on this. You'll eat pasta in the morning, right?
Oh, yeah. Pasta for breakfast is the way to go.
And, big, whatever you want to say, big breakfast brands, are the ones that told us you had to eat cereal and eggs in the morning. I'll eat cold pasta in the morning. If it's tomato sauce, I could eat it cold. It doesn't bother me, even if there's cheese on it. Like,
you should talk to my brother. He complains all the time to my mother about how we eat too much pasta in the Scarlatta's household.
Oh, I don't eat enough. Partially because I'm trying.
Too much.
That's what I'm saying. I never get sick of it. There's too many combinations you could go with pasta to change it up. I don't eat a lot right now because I am trying to get, I'm at like 215 right now. I want to get to 200. So I got to sacrifice something. And not that I don't have pasta. I just save it for the big moments. Mom's cooking. I'm going to visit my mom. Like every great Italian-American boy, their mom is the greatest cook that's ever cooked for them. Or, you're going out for a special occasion. Brooklyn Roots in Bay Ridge, the most underrated food neighborhood in all of New York, in my opinion. I do live over there, but Brooklyn Roots, awesome restaurant. They, family style. I can eat the family style pasta by myself. I won't do it, but, that's the kind of thing. I do get jealous, especially one time Nico comes in with the giant, Tupperware of pasta, and I'm doing one of these 24-hour fasts, and I'm like, this is God testing me right now. The demons are trying. The angels on my shoulder tell me don't eat it, and the demon is like, dude, steal it from him. He's never going to know. 888-808-1019. Let's get back to the sports. The topic's at hand. My guy, Tony in Montreal. What's going on, Tony?
I'm listening to you guys, man, and it's like every time I call in, I have a smile on my face because you guys are talking about food. So now you got Nico Scarlotta. What a nice Italian name. Is it Domenico? Is that what Nico's full name is? Domenico?
It's Peter.
Peter, okay.
I'm not even joking.
Anyway, I just smiling because it sounds good. Whatever you guys are eating, I'm definitely in, man.
Yeah.
I'm a lot bigger than you, though, Gallo. I got a couple of pounds on you, man. So I don't know.
Well,
too much good Italian food.
What's on your mind tonight, though, Tony?
How can you be like? How can I get over the fact that since Marv Levy lost 4 in a row in the
Super Bowl,
yeah, I'm always like, okay, this is the year. This is going to be the year. And then, like you guys mentioned earlier, you go up against Mahomes and you don't even get the football in the overtime and you lose, okay, with an amazing quarterback. So they changed the rules the next year. You both have to touch the ball. And then this year you lose again. Like, even though Mahomes is out and all the other guys, and you lose to one of the teams that I despise, the Broncos. Like, like out of the blue, all of a sudden you can't beat the Broncos. Like
wow.
I couldn't take it. Gallo, honestly, like I'm not a big fan, but like I want to see them win at least once. You know, like when a team is snake bit, you just go, just win one, just to shut everybody up.
Well, I listen. I'll tell you this much, and Tony, you're a Bills fan, is what I'm getting from this. I don't think we've ever had a football conversation, so I don't.
No, I'm actually a Jets fan. I really love the Jets.
Okay, because I know
the thing is,
I know a lot of people.
The Jets are not in, right?
Right. And I'm assuming a lot of people by you are Bills fans, though, right? That's Montreal, Toronto, in that Canada. That's big in that area of Canada, correct?
Yeah, the Bills for Montreal, Toronto, Ottawa, big time Bills fans.
Well, I will say this. If I feel for Bills fans, listen, I don't feel bad for Josh Allen or McDermott or the rest of that squad, the core that's been there, but I do feel for Bills fans. Like, what do they have to do to get to that moment? And I know for my other teams, it hasn't been the same. Like the Mets, the Knicks, the Rangers, they haven't consistently gotten there to that point with that kind of disappointment. So I understand that. Like, for example, the Rangers getting to, the 3 conference finals in like 5 years, getting to the Cup, not winning it. It just didn't have the same feel as what Bills fans have gone through. Again, if you're 45 and you watch them lose the 4 Super Bowls and then you go through the drought and Josh Allen's here now and it feels like you turned it around and then you lose to the Bengals or you blow a 16-point lead or you lose this one or the overtime game to the Chiefs. I get it. It builds up.
Yeah.
So
it's like Gallo. It's like, like some teams in the NHL, you could get them the best players knowing they can't win. It's like the franchise is snake bit, and like even the fans are like snake bit. It's like no matter what happens, Buffalo can't win. It's like for me as a person that loves sports, you say, okay, let's say another team has won. Kansas City won it, and then let's say another. It's like in hockey, you don't want one team to win all the time. You got to spread around the wealth a little bit. And I figure, this is the year, give it to them. But like I said, sports is not fair. It's not democracy. It never is fair. It's the way it is. And just by the way, the Mets guys should be happy because you got Bo now from the Blue Jays, so that should be good for the spirit in New York.
Well, I was going to ask you before I hung up on you, what's the pulse, what's the feel about Bo Bichette out there in Canada? I know you guys don't have a baseball team right now, but what is the feel about Bo Bichette? What did the Mets get?
You mean, how do people feel that he left?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. It's like devastation. Like, I'm a Montreal guy, and we had the Expos, but my kid loved the Blue Jays because he grew up on the Blue Jays, so we like Guerrero, right? Because the father played in Montreal. Yep. But honestly, it's like that total devastation. Total, like they just got knocked off a cliff or something because they figured they'd be going back like this year. But I said to myself, bro, just because you were an out away from winning doesn't mean you're going to be coming back next year.
I mean,
to come back to the top of the hill, it's not an easy thing, right? And losing Bo is even worse. It's even like, it's just like, honestly, it would be like, let's say you take the best baseball player off the Yankees and he leaves. That's the way it is. It's like that's the impact. It's really unbelievable.
Yeah, and I don't blame you for that. And I appreciate the call, Tony. That is got to be a tough pill to swallow. I don't know the guy personally, but I am in a fantasy baseball league through one of my best friends. Caller Waldy calls it all the time, and we have a couple of guys from Toronto. And that they were the ones I am, and we're going to get into the Bo Bichette conversation. I promise you, we got to get to John Harbaugh, all of that. I definitely was more pleased with what the Mets have done. Not saying I think they're going to be good, but I was more pleased after the Bo Bichette move than before I wasn't. I really didn't get excited until these guys from Toronto were telling us, like, you guys got a hell of a player. Like, who cares about what position he's playing? He's a good player. And to be honest, I know he's a good player, but his numbers are not that much different than Kyle Tucker. And I'm not saying Kyle Tucker is better or worse. I'm just saying, like, it was a good pivot. I still think the Mets, and I told you this before, whether it was Bo Bichette or Kyle Tucker, I never thought Bo Bichette was the option, but if it was Kyle Tucker, it wasn't just sign that guy and I'm going to change my opinion about what they've done this offseason. I still think they have a lot to fix. Center field, what's the deal with first base? Are we going to go with a platoon? Is it going to be Polanco? Is it going to be Beatty and the other one DHs? What are you doing with the starting pitching? They need more help in the bullpen. So there's a lot of question marks they still have. If I think right now, 83 to 85 wins is what I see them as. 888-808-1019. Let's go back to the call. Mark in Kings Park. What's going on, Mark?
Hey, what's going on, buddy? How are you, man?
How are you, my dude?
Doing great, man, after the Broncos game, bro.
I know. But now, we only got to like it for about 45 minutes before the Knicks news, came down on us.
Yeah, no, I totally hear that, man. It's definitely devastating, to say the least. If anyone can figure out kind of a game plan without much of a quarterback, it's definitely Peyton, man. He's well,
let's hope so. And he does have a close enough relationship with Stidham, and Stidham, not that he started a ton. He did play once they benched Russell Wilson, so I don't have a lot of hope. The hope I have is they get the Texans and the game is sloppy and it's a defensive struggle and they can hopefully they can run the ball. My problem with Sean Payton is, and today you saw it, Jacksonville did the same thing. These teams were playing the Bills. The Bills can't stop the run. The Broncos are running the ball on them easy, and you refuse to do it. But you'll throw 9,000 screens behind the line of scrimmage and lose 2 or 3 yards on those plays.
It makes no sense. Yeah, I mean, and that's the whole thing is got to get it into an ugly game, like a 12-6 kind of game, something like that. Maybe it's frigid outside and the Texans can't play and it's raining and whatever.
Exactly.
Like a game like that. I mean, and then you just kind of worry about whatever in the Super Bowl. I mean, it's just
well, get us there. You know what? Get me there and I'll take it. I will take anyone will take that opportunity. I don't want to go to 4 straight Super Bowls and lose, but get me there and we'll go from there. Because if you get me to the Super Bowl and we lose, then I have this. Even right now, if they lose next week, I'm going to be like, well, if we had Bo Nix, this is a totally different story. Right. So if they get to the Super Bowl and they lose, I'm going to sit there and be like, well, we didn't have Bo, so it doesn't feel as bad. It's not going to be like Super Bowl 48 when they lost 48-7. I'm not going to feel that way because they're not going to have the full complement of their pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of jealous because my buddy who has this, who has the tickets out there. Not every, but at least half the games, I'll talk to him, and I can't understand him because he doesn't have a voice. Because it's just the atmosphere out there is so awesome.
I know.
And I just kind of miss being out there. But
I've been out there, and Mark, I appreciate the call. I mean, it is the one team I root for that's not local. Obviously, European soccer teams, that doesn't count. But I've been out there, and even for regular season games, when they weren't good, it's a crazy environment. I was gonna, if I didn't end up working today, once they told me I was working, it was out of my brain. But my thought was, if they ended up playing the Saturday game and I didn't have to work this weekend, I was gonna go out there. I couldn't imagine being out there right now, and you're a Broncos fan, you're at the bar, you're partying, everyone's hyped up. You're probably just getting to the bar, and the Bo Nix news breaks, and then how do you react to that? It took me a good hour for it to really settle in and be like, oh man, what just happened? But I'll tell you that much. I mean, the NFL is the only sport in the city that's like this. The NBA, a little bit. Baseball, not at all, really. Baseball, hockey, I don't feel that way at all. The NFL is the one sport, no matter where I've lived, no matter what part of my family or, what school I went to, what job I worked at, it's the one sport that so many people like different teams that aren't the Jets or the Giants. And, if you're one of those guys, getting out there to see a home game is the first time I ever went, though. Broncos were 5-0, I think. I think the Giants were 1-4. It was the Vance Joseph first season, and OBJ's hurt. It feels like the Giants don't have a shot in the world to win the game. And the Broncos are 5-1. I went out there with 2 of my buddies, loudmouth Giant fans, and it was a blast. And the Broncos put up a dud. And the first 10 minutes were awesome, and then the rest of the game was terrible. I saw them the day that Ryan Tannehill played, where the Titans decided to make the pivot from Marcus Mariota to Ryan Tannehill, and it kind of changed the fortunes of that Mike Vrabel team. It was awesome. And they actually won that game, and I went out there to see them play the Eagles and get destroyed. Teddy Bridgewater was the quarterback, and not as fun. Surrounded by Eagles fans, because I went out to these games because of my friends who were fans of these teams. But it is a good time. It's different when you go to a market that doesn't have a lot going for it. The Nuggets were not great the first time I went out there. The Avalanche hadn't been back to the glory land yet. So it's fun. It's a different environment going to see sports in cities like that. Especially, it's not a small market. It's a mid-market. It's a small city. It's a good weekend city, but it's still dope. But the one thing I want to say, and I'm getting sidetracked right here, I apologize. The one thing the Broncos have going for them, and it's why I felt more than anyone they needed home field, is the physical elements you deal with. Not just the home field advantage that, these fans are crazy, it's loud the whole game, you heard it today. It's also dealing with the altitude. How many times did James Cook have to run off the field today to huff on that gas mask until he came back in? And when you go to the games, the funniest part is, if a guy is sucking on the gas mask, get in the air, they will put him on the screen and taunt him. It's hilarious. 888-808-1019. Henry in Englishtown. What's going on, Henry?
Hey, how you doing, Gallo?
How you doing, my guy?
Hey, listen, I'm a Yankees and a Jets fan, so I really don't got much to say about the game tonight.
Right.
You talking about pasta.
Yes, sir.
So this would be my advice to you if you want to get down to that 200 pounds.
All right. I'm all down for the advice.
Okay. I was about 285.
Okay.
I got diagnosed with celiac.
All right.
And I started eating gluten-free pasta.
Okay.
Cook it right. It tastes the same.
And it's lower carbs?
Yeah, it's made out of rice or sometimes, some other kind of thing. But if you cook it, it's lower on carbs. There's no wheat in it.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, too. And I appreciate the call, Henry. I got to try it. I've done the, I forget how, I think it's like a vegetable spaghetti, like a vegetable pasta. It tastes like crap, Texas. The texture is not the same. But it's the carbs. It's not even it's not like if you buy, the key is our flour here is garbage. It's bleached. It's not, it's whatever it is, refined, and it's not great. You get the right flour. It's not really toxic for you, but it's the carbs. If you want to lose weight, carbs kill you. And I blow up the second I eat carbs. It's my biggest, I still eat like I'm playing 4 sports in high school. So a lot to get to on that one. But we had a lot more to get to on the other side. I promise you, we are going to get into the Harbaugh situation. We are going to get into Bo Bichette. I know we talked about Bo Nix. Now it's time to talk about Bo Bichette. But Giant fans, are the playoffs around the corner? John Harbaugh in town? How pumped are you? 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Back after this.
Your official station to talk Giants.
John Harbaugh, the next head coach of the New York Giants.
Yeah, it's exciting. And it's the guy that the Giants wanted. Hell, it's a guy that I think all the available teams wanted. And so much credit belongs to the Maras, John, and Chris, who is acting in John's stead with his cancer treatments going on, and Joe Shane.
The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
As cold weather arrives, snow and ice follow, making it extremely difficult for police officers to safely do their jobs. Private and municipal building owners, commercial store owners, residential homeowners, police precincts, and precinct parking lots in the city of New York have legal responsibilities within a certain time frame to make sidewalks, entranceways, and parking lots free of snow and ice. Unfortunately, many of these property owners fail to maintain their premises free from ice and snow, thereby creating dangerous conditions for members of the law enforcement community. Many officers have been seriously injured by these dangerous conditions. Decollator Color Cohen and DePrisco has brought numerous successful lawsuits on behalf of police officers injured by the negligence of property owners failing to keep their premises free from snow and ice. Examples of these results are featured on their website, policeofficersrighttosue.com. If a member of the law enforcement community is injured as a result of a property owner's failure to remove snow and ice from their premises, contact DCD at 800-901-1-LAW or visit them at policeofficersrighttosue.com. There are 90-day time limitations to file a notice of claim if a municipality is at fault for causing the injury.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire. Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging. Let's go. With UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom. On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go.
One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go.
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
When this happened, you talked about it on The Fan.
Manning back, steps up, heaves one down the middle of the field into the end zone, and Nix makes the catch for the touchdown! He went up with the big hands and caught it on the Hail Mary on the final play of the half.
When New York sports happens, talk about it here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is WFAN, the greatest radio station in the world, in the greatest city in the world, NYC. And a fitting song, Money, Power, Respect. And that leads us to our fan focus in this hour, brought to you by Chef IQ. Visit chefiq.com for some great, amazing products. The Giants use their money, a little bit of power, to gain some respect. This is the corniest thing I've ever done, to get John Harbaugh. In my brain, it sounded awesome, and it did not land there. But they got their guy. Giant fans, you got your guy. And now what's the level of confidence going into next year? What are the expectations going into next year? I can tell you this much. I am not going into next year viewing this as a playoff team. What I am going into next year viewing is this team is going to have playoff expectations within their own building. Meaning, and I heard Carl Banks tweet this earlier, and he, I thought it was the perfect way to put it. He says, the full tweet is, I know that there are some, quotations, New York Giants players calling around the league trying to figure out what to expect. The answer will be, you will be expected to give playoff effort in the offseason, in practice, in preparation, in the game. And that's exactly what I mean by playoff expectations. John Harbaugh is going to go in there and change the culture. He's going to go in there and immediately add competency, respect, dignity to a franchise that was once all of those things without ever batting an eye. He will go out there and do his job, and he expects everyone else to do the same. There will be less noise around the team, and the overall level will be brought up. And I do think, Kayvon Thibodeau, of course, had to respond to this because you can't just sit this one out. Nobody's doing this, Carl. Effort was never the problem. Well, this is one of the things that's going to get nipped in the bud. And we don't even know if Kayvon Thibodeau will be here next year. And this is not a criticism of Kayvon Thibodeau and his talent. I think he is not all pro, but like an all-around great pass rusher. And I just think that he is going to be one of the guys that benefits from having a Harbaugh there. But you're going to have less of this noise, less tweeting, less responding to the BS. And there's a lot of excitement, not just from the team, but from the new coach. I mean, Ian O'Connor did a great job today. He was on earlier this week with Evan and Tiki, and he was great at the coverage today. I don't know if he just was the only one who got spoken to by Harbaugh. He did have one tweet, and I'm going to get into the quotes in a second. This was funny, and I kudos to him for not tweeting this the night before and giving Giant fans a panic. But he tweeted this 8 hours ago. One last note, as things got a little dicey last night, I texted John Harbaugh at 9:17 p.m. to see if he was still confident he'd become the team's next head coach. His response, the shrug emoji. Imagine if he had tweeted that out before this was signed. I know Sean Marash would have been devastated. He was devastated after Rangers put out that letter and the Harbaugh contract wasn't signed. You could tell he was feeling it. So I want to get to the beginning of the Harbaugh stuff. John Harbaugh, this is Ian O'Connor tweeting this. So again, Ian did a great job. Clearly his connection with Harbaugh. Harbaugh, to me, to New York Giants fans, it's the New York football Giants. I can't wait to get started. I know how great our fans are. I've seen them up close. I've seen them close up enough. We are going to build a team that's going to play a brand of football that they will be proud of. Bang. Banger right off the back. John Harbaugh to me on his position. And again, I'm speaking as John Harbaugh to Ian O'Connor, just so we lose the confusion here. John Harbaugh to Ian O'Connor on his position in chain of command with the Giants. I report to John Mara. Says he has really enjoyed Joe Shane and looks forward to forming a great partnership with Joe. Clearly, Joe Shane is going to answer to Harbaugh. Again, bring it back to my team, the Broncos. George Payton is the GM. He was the GM before Shane got there. He was the GM. I don't know if he hired Fangio, but he was there with Fangio, hired Hackett, hired Payton. Payton's calling the shots. Let's be honest. Harbaugh then also said, I think the Giants roster is strong. It's our job to make it stronger. We are going to compete for the playoffs and for championships. I expect and want to make the playoffs next year. No rebuild. That is the plan. No rebuild. Giant fans, you got to get fired up. I'm getting fired up for you right now. And then this was, again, 10 hours ago, so that was about 4 o'clock. Hey, John Harbaugh, when did you really know this deal with the Giants was definitely done? And it was about a half hour ago. So that is a little shaky, but they got the deal done. The deal done. Harbaugh on operational changes he will install with the Giants. That's been a little overblown. We are going to bolster the analytics a bit. Not the greatest thing for the old school fan that hates analytics. but a good thing for the Giants moving forward, getting more modern, and beginning to become a more competent football team. The Giants actually have a bigger sports science staff than we had. We didn't really have a sports science department in Baltimore. Harbaugh on sticking points in negotiations at the end. It was building the football operation structures. The conversations with John and Chris Mara and Joe about that were great. We're not going to be much bigger operationally, but it takes time to put that in. Takes time to put that together in negotiations. It finally came together, and I like the start of where we are going, but we still have to build it out. We are on the same page. Harbaugh, what it means to be the head coach of the Giants, it makes me so proud. It also makes me feel a great deal of excitement and responsibility because this is the New York Football Giants. That's the absolute truth. Harbaugh and Jackson Dart, this was the one I thought was awesome. I'm very excited about these players and the roster, so it's Dart and the roster. I spoke with with Jackson 2 or 3 times at Lent. I couldn't be more impressed with him. Watched him on tape. He had a heck of a rookie season, and he's got the right mindset. That dude is tough. That is one tough dude, to be exact. Harbaugh and Joe Shane. I really like Joe. We had a great football talks and great life talks. He's a hard worker, and I'm ready for us to roll up our sleeves. And then I guess Ian followed up with can he have an Ozzie Newsome, Eric DaCosta partnership with Joe? That's the plan. So that's a good thing. Ozzie Newsome, one of the best, underspoken about GMs in NFL history, what he did with that Ravens team for the better part of the 2000s and 2010s is second to none. He's one of the best drafters, if not the best, at the draft. And Giant fans, if you could get that out of Joe Shane, you should be excited. This is a funny one. Harbaugh, which of the famous ex-Giants made an impact on you in talks? Tom Coughlin is the one that he said. He was a big part of this process for me. I spent a lot of time on the phone with Tom. I've admired him as a coach and friend. He really encouraged me to go forward. And then why he picked the Giants. I grew up a football kid in Ohio. My dad was a football coach. The history of the league means something to me. Why? Because it's the New York Football Giants and I'm their head coach. What a day is the final thing. And then was there anyone else? I think there was one on Joe Mara, who will have final say in the draft if he disagrees with Joe Shane. It will be the same as it was in Baltimore. Everywhere around the league, we're going to work until we agree. We'll figure it out, hash it out, and do whatever it takes to get on the same page. And then Harbaugh on John Mara. It was an honor to work for that man. It's an honor to work for that man. When I saw him, he looked good and he was sharp. He was into it. He's shown much toughness with what he's fighting with. Going to the office now, I feel like I'm with him in that fight, and I'm praying for him every day. That's awesome. I mean, we're all praying for John Mara and hoping for the best. So it's cool that he's still able to be a part of this because I know I'm sure this made him a great deal happy, and maybe gave him a chance to forget about things for a bit. And then that's about it as far as major quotes in that one. And I think that's awesome. And he said he can't wait to get started. But if you're a Giant fan, there is so much to get excited about that this team has a leader. This team has an adult in the room, which feels like forever. And the one thing you're going to get with this guy is consistency. Obviously, competency is what you want, but part of that comes from consistency. And look around the last few coaches you had. Pat Shurmur, disaster. Brian Daboll, not a disaster, but lacked consistency. Joe Judge, disaster. McAdoo, lacked consistency. I think what Daboll and McAdoo was, you had competency at the head coaching position. They were not consistent. They were not, able to elevate guys on the roster and be able to take, positional deficiencies and mask them. They weren't able to, maximize the money they had to work with. There was a lot of things. And yes, maybe Joe Shane and Gettleman play into that part. But when you get the coach you want, and he's a guy with the Super Bowl, with multiple playoff appearances and playoff wins, and has shown you, here's the biggest thing is, and when I argue with people about why did he get so highly regarded compared to McCarthy, My thing was McCarthy had rebuilt the Packers. I'll give him that. Even though they already had Rodgers, he rebuilt them. Harbaugh had to come in and rebuild the Ravens. Get Flacco, rebuild a team, and then what happened? Flacco aged, and he was able to rebuild on the fly, not just at quarterback, but revamp the whole roster. Drafted Lamar Jackson, was smart enough to trade up and draft Lamar Jackson, was able to revamp that roster to again become a Super Bowl contender. They didn't get to the Super Bowl. They didn't win one. But he was able to turn that team into what it was year in and year out, outside of this year. And if Lamar doesn't get hurt and they don't deal with the plethora of injuries they had, I truly believe they win that division easily. Now, he might have still gotten fired. It sounded like the owner of the Ravens was not happy, and they asked him if he had, if Tyler Loop had made that kick, would John Harbaugh still be coach? And he said, for at least one more week, not great. Now the Giants build out the staff. I mean, a lot of people think it's going to be Jim Leonard as the defensive coordinator, Tom Monken, right? Monken's coming in as the OC. Is that what's confirmed? So Monken's in as the OC, and then we'll see how the rest of the staff plays out. So the Giants got their guy. The biggest thing is he believes in the quarterback. He doesn't take this job if he doesn't believe in the quarterback. That's just how it is. He's got a running back that hopefully is back by the second half of next year. You've got a star wideout who will be back by training camp. And you go from there. You have a pass rush that you can build around. You have pieces on defense you could build around. Now, do I think they're going to completely blow it up? No. Do I think they are going to make some big changes? Yeah. I don't think every player is going to be back. They're sitting at 5. I still think there's a chance the Giants trade back from 5 to accumulate picks and build up their assets. You have Paulson and Debo and Holland and Tyler Newman in that secondary. It's not enough. You have something to build around. You have Dexter Lawrence and Abdul Carter and Brian Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau, and if you don't want to keep Kayvon Thibodeau, he's expendable to the point that you can get assets for him. Offensively, Neighbors. I like Wan'Dale Robinson. Don't think he's staying. I like Theo Johnson. He needs to work on his hands. They have Scattaboo. They have Tyrone Tracy. So they do have some pieces to build around along with Jackson Dart. And now you have the coach that you trusted. And the difference is he's not coming in here with a hamstrung cap situation. Real quick to toot the horns of the Broncos. The Broncos' highest paid player this year, Russell Wilson. And they're in the AFC title game. How about that? How about, because of that, the Broncos are allowed to bring Russ back for 2 more games? I'd sign up for that. Russ-demption. That's what we call it, the Russ-demption arc. You like that one, Nico? How are you feeling, Giant fan? I don't think I ever got to ask you about the Harbaugh situation because I haven't seen you much since then, but how are you feeling? You got Harbaugh, it's finalized.
I am so excited, like more excited than I've been in a really long time for the Giants. And I know we haven't seen the success on the field yet, so you're trying to be cautiously optimistic because this is now, the 6th head coach the Giants have hired in the last 10 years, but this just feels different. I mean, this is a guy that had, 15 winning seasons in 18 years in Baltimore.
Right.
We talked about it earlier when we were talking about the Bills and how they've constantly lost in the playoffs. I think right now, if you're a Giants fan, you'd take that after what they've gone through since the Super Bowl in 2011. This has been a Jets-level run franchise. No offense to the Jets, but
it's fair. The Giants had turned into the Jets wearing blue.
Yeah, literally. So to have a guy like Harbaugh want to come here, it still shows that the Giants are the respected franchise to others around the league. And boy, do they have a golden opportunity now to get that respect back on the football field as well.
Well, that's fair. I actually didn't even realize it was 6 coaches. That's what I was racking my brain about because it's crazy to think. It is. And you're allowed to be excited right now. You guys, again, to compare it to a similar situation, and your cap situation is not as bad. When Sean Payton got traded for and the Broncos brought him in, they didn't have as much cap flexibility, and they had Russell Wilson already on the roster. They didn't have the quarterback. What you guys have is the foundation of a defense, I believe, and I think there's guys you can move on from. Like, I don't know if Bobby O needs to be here. I don't even know if he's a free agent or not, but I like the pass rush. I think you could get rid of Thibodeau and, supplement other pieces. Newbin, Paulson Adebo, and Holland are good players. So there's a roster, there's a foundation on defense. There are skill positions and a quarterback on offense, and it's not like he's building from a barren cover where he has to, like if you're the Titans head coach, you just have Cam Ward and you have nothing else and you have to build from there. If you're the Browns head coach, you have Myles Garrett and who's the cornerback? Ward. You have a good defense, but you don't have anything else to build from. This was, unless you were going to the Ravens and he wasn't, this was the best job, in my opinion, to come into and, start winning.
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm biased as a Giants fan, but tell me that now with John Harbaugh as the head coach and the talent that they have on this roster, why can't the Giants win 9, 10, 11 games next year?
Right. And he's probably, like he said, he's expecting to make the playoffs. I think it's not like to think it, not to expect it as a Giants fan is fair. Also, they could win 9 games next year, 8 games, and you're going to feel really good about where they've gone. And, Kevin Stefanski gets hired by the Falcons. The difference between me looking at the Falcons and the Giants, sure, the Falcons might be closer to the playoffs because their division is putrid, but that doesn't mean they're closer to being the consistent, competent organization and also being a Super Bowl contender that maybe the Giants are with the right moves going forward in the next, 2-3 years.
The reason, by the way, why I was saying cautiously optimistic is because about this time last year, I was doing the Offseason champions thing as a Met fan. So now I'm nervous about celebrating about things that aren't direct wins on the field. So
that's fair.
I got to be careful with how I celebrate the offseason moves. But this is a very, very, very big day for the Giants in a positive way.
When you put it like that, it's 100% fair. It really is. And, you are the rare, I don't know rare, but, a lot of my friends that are Met fans are usually Jeff fans. So you're like the rare one that crosses over. I get it. I get the cautious optimism. And, you're Michigan too. I'm sure you were a little bit more optimistic going into the year. Not championship hopes, but a little, optimistic.
I got to say, the Harbaugh family might become my favorite football family.
This is very true.
Both Jim and John have now coached one of my teams.
Well, and, let's hope it turns out. The only thing is Connor Stallion's going to walk down. Sorry.
Oh, here we go.
But you do have a good track record with the Harbaughs. And the only thing is, and I know I mentioned this to you off air, and I only mentioned it because he was Michigan's DC. Wink has a relationship with both Harbaughs. It might be closer to John than he is with Jim, but is that I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's more likely we see him at MetLife as the Jets defensive coordinator. Like, I think that's where they're going to go with that one. And it also probably gives Aaron Glenn a guy he can fall back on like head coaching duties. Like, hey, I need help with this. Jim Leonard would be cool. I don't know who else is rumored. Like, I don't think the kid from San Diego, from the Chargers is like Minter. Why would he leave the Chargers as DC to go, coach the Giants defensive coordinator situation? There's a few other names obviously out there. None that like really excite me. I didn't even know who Jim. I'm not even going to lie to you. I didn't even know who Jim Leonard was outside of being an assistant for the Broncos, and his name's been floated around as a defensive coordinator candidate. Obviously, anyone under that Vance Joseph tree is probably going to be there. The only way I could see Jim Leonard maybe staying in Denver is if Vance Joseph got a head coaching job and he went out there. But otherwise, it's exciting. You guys have the quarterback. You're going to get Malik Neighbors back. What do you want to do with the 5th pick, though? Are you looking at staying there as a player that excites you in that situation? You're more of a college football guy than I am.
Yeah, and this is actually going to be ironic, just as we were talking about how I'm a Michigan fan, but I love Caleb Downs. And I think very similarly to what John Harbaugh was working with in Baltimore, he could be the next Kyle Hamilton. Oh. And I think that's exactly what the Giants need, because there's a couple holes on the defense, right? Like safety, slot, corner, linebacker. He could play all three. So you get a guy like that, you can move him around the field, and it confuses offenses. I love that pick for the Giants. I don't disagree if there is a can't-miss offer where a team's giving you 2 first-round picks, then yeah, absolutely, you take that. But if Caleb Downs is there at 5, I think it's a great pick for New York.
Is there any chance? Well, Cornell Tate, obviously everyone, I think I've seen every mock have him going to the Titans, or not past the Titans just because he's the number 1 wideout. Is he somebody that would interest you if he fell?
The problem I have with taking a receiver in the first round again is they're paying Darius Slayton $12 million already.
Mm-hmm.
They want to bring back Wan'Dale Robinson.
Right.
We don't know if they will. But if they do, now you're paying $25+ million to a wide receiver room, and now Darius Slayton is 4th on the depth chart.
Right.
Like, it's like you're wasting that money. And then the other option is you let Wan'Dale walk and then you draft a receiver. Now it's like you didn't even improve at all because all you did was replace Wan'Dale. I'd rather just focus on getting the defense better because that seemed to be the bigger issue last year.
Yeah, that's fair. And there are a bunch of guys. It feels like defense is going to be heavy in the first, 8 picks. Obviously, the first 2 we expect to be quarterbacks. Even though, Tankathon has the Jets taking Reese, I doubt that. Or they trade down. I'm not sure. Ruben Bain, awesome player. I feel like a lot of this is similar to Fernando Mendoza. A lot of this is hype from the college football playoff. But it's also crazy to think that Ohio State might have 3 guys in the top 6 get taken with Tate, Downs, and Reese all being up there. I didn't realize until a couple of weeks ago how bad the Slayton contract is. He has the potential to be a dead cap hit of, if it's before June 1st, it's $15 million. If it's after June 1st, no. If it's pre-trade June 1st, it's $6 million. If they release him, it's $15 million. If it's post June 1st and they cut him, it's $12 million this year and $3 million the next. I think that's what they're going to do. I think they're going to cut Slayton. Slayton almost cost Joe Schoen his job this year, in my opinion.
Well, that was going to be my point. The draft, with what Joe Schoen has done in the 4 years, it's a separate conversation. In terms of the offseason, signings and trades, I think by far the worst move was re-signing Darius Slayton to that contract.
I 100% agree, and I think it's not because of just Slayton not living up to it. You didn't pay Xavier McKinney. You could have paid Saquon Barkley that money. Literally, you could have paid him that money. And I think even more egregious than not paying Xavier McKinney. And it's a bad move. And he's not a good wideout. He's a 3rd or a 4th wideout at best. And then the thing is, too, I think Wan'Dale Robinson is a really good player. The reports are he's going to get close to what Jacoby Myers got. I don't think he's that level. And then if you sign him, that's a lot of money to commit to a guy who may not be a legit number 2. He might be more of a slot/3 guy. So that's a tough situation to be in. I do think they should keep Wan'Dale, but you got to get rid of Slayton then.
Right, and that's my issue with then drafting a receiver at 5 is now you're overcrowding the wide receiver room, and now Slayton's going to get buried on the depth chart at 4, as he should. He's probably the 4th best receiver.
Or they cut him and you're eating money, so he may not be on the roster, but you're still hurting yourself.
Right, it's a lose-lose situation almost at this point, because now either he has to play as the number 2 receiver, and there's a lot of Giant fans out there that don't think he's good enough to do that, or you're eating this $12 million that's going to complete waste.
Right. And then defensively, I will say this. I don't know much about Caleb Downs. Obviously, outside of the Big Ten championship and the couple of playoff games I watched, it's not like I watched a ton of Ohio State, Michigan. I watched that as well. The thought of having him step into that secondary, and now you have a Debo, Holland, Tyler Newman, and him, that ends up being, all right, you go out there, you get a corner in free agency, and it may not be like a top 10 unit, but it is now a unit that is far more, reasonable. This year, their biggest flaw was, out of anything, was that secondary. It killed them. Tay Banks killed them, but it wasn't just him. They weren't very good. And in the Broncos game, you sat there with me. I was trading away people firing Sean Payton. When Debo and Holland got hurt, that's when that game flipped on its head.
And you can blame the pass rush all you want, but when push comes to shove, when the Giants blew all of those leads, they're obviously winning the game at one point. So then what is the other team doing? throwing the ball. So clearly the secondary wasn't good enough to hold the lead because the passing game for the other teams just became unstoppable.
Yeah.
And that goes back to the secondary.
I wanted to see what their pressures were because they were pretty high. I think they were, and this is 2025. I don't know if this is pressures allowed. I know they were in the top 10 at least. And sacks-wise, I think they were closer to the top 5 if they weren't top 5. So you can't blame the secondary. Let's go to the Broncos game. They didn't lose that game because they couldn't get pressure on Bo Nix. They couldn't get pressure on the final few plays because they rushed 3. That wasn't the problem. It was more what they did on the offensive end, and then those second and third, chances you gave the Broncos is when the defense got exposed. I felt it was more offensively, not running the ball, the turnover, which, happens. So I agree with you, but the secondary was the problem. And in that game specifically, it showed you how much they lacked depth. And then later in the year when they choked in other games, it always felt like they were hitting the quarterback, but they were still able to make those throws that the secondary wasn't doing their part. So we got a lot more to get to. We'll continue the Giants conversation on the other side. Giant fans, what is the expectation for you going into year 1 of John Harbaugh? Jet fans, if Wink Martindale's the guy at DC, does that give you a little bit more confidence? And what are we doing with the pick at 2? A lot more to get to. Anthony Gallo on the Fan for 2 more hours. 888-808-1019. We'll be right back.
It's Evan and Tiki middays on the Fan, 1019 FM.
Just because you're given a gift doesn't mean you take it. Just because you're given a gift doesn't mean you seal it. And there was every possibility over the last week that they weren't going to be able to seal the deal. And they did. And this is a great hire. And I know it's a great hire. And I know you're in good hands because of the feeling in my stomach right now.
Get Evan and Tiki on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of nursing home abuse, call the law offices of Kelly and Grossman at 1-800-ELDERLY. If you believe that you or someone you love has experienced bed sores, falls, fractures, or other abuse or health problems as a result of inattention while being cared for in a nursing home or residential facility, call 1-800-ELDERLY. Kelly and Grossman are experienced trial attorneys who are assisted by a legal team including medical experts experienced in nursing home neglect and abuse. The Kelly Grossman team helped others win an $18.75 million verdict in Brooklyn, $3.75 million in compensatory damages, and $15 million punitive damages against nursing homes, and they want to help you do the same. Call 1-800-ELDERLY today. 1-800-ELDERLY. 1-800-353-3759 or at 800-elderly.com.
Call us directly. 1-800-ELDERLY.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Broncos knock off the Bills, but then an hour later we find out Bo Nix out for the rest of the season. No AFC title game, and if they were to somehow make the Super Bowl, no Super Bowl. The Seahawks dominate the Niners. Sam Darnold, 1 game away from the Super Bowl. Jeff fans, I am so sorry. And today we get Pats, Texans versus each other, and then Bears versus Rams, so a lot of good football left. But finally, some positivity in the New York market when it comes to the football teams. John Harbaugh, Giants head coach. Sorry, Jeff fans. Got you a little excited there. Rick Martindale might be the Jets defensive coordinator, so we get a lot more to get to. And let's hop back on the phones. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Bobby and Belmar, what is going on, Bob?
Hey, what's up? A couple of things before Harbaugh. Number one, I don't know if you mentioned it, but he had Knox wide open. I mean, going down for the winning drive, and they had to settle for a field goal. And he overthrew him he was 3 yards away from the back there.
I did mention it, Bobby, early on, and I know you dropped off earlier. I did mention he missed a lot of throws today. Not just the turnovers. There was a few.
Well,
they had to settle for the field goal.
That was the game. If he completes that pass, they win that game. Mahomes completes that pass. That's the difference.
Well, and I heard, and Bobby, I'll let you get to your point real quick. I heard a quote that was perfect. Josh Allen is better than Mahomes until it's time to beat Patrick Mahomes, meaning
he beat the regular season, but not the playoffs.
Yep.
And could you imagine? I know Williams and Darnell, they've done played well, but could you imagine you got Murderers Row with those two, and then with the two in the AFC with Stout? If Houston and Chicago win tomorrow, the ratings are going to be horrible in the NFL. The gamblers are going to watch it, but that's hard to watch.
I disagree. I will disagree on this one aspect. I think the Texans would be bad for the AFC. I don't think the Bears. I think we want the rivalry. I do think the Bears, it's Chicago. It's not New York or LA, but it is Chicago. They're a proud franchise. That hasn't had a lot of success. And Caleb Williams is a, budding star in the league.
Yeah, he's 50% passer, though, but he plays very well in the second half. I understand these games. I want to get to Harbaugh.
And real quick, Bobby, I just wanted to point out one more thing, too.
Okay.
In that drive where they settled for the field goal to make it 27-24, he, that's the one where everyone thought that there was a pass interference. I didn't agree with it. But leading up to it, he had the scramble on 9 yards. He scrambled for 5 yards prior to that, which, yeah, sure, it's great. But then they hand the ball off to Cook. He throws the 2-yard pass to Samuel, and it wasn't it was poorly thrown. It put him in a bad situation, and then he misses the incompletion. He throws the ball to Shakir's feet behind the line of scrimmage, and it should have been a touchdown. And he kind of cost him in that moment, too.
But yeah, I understand all that, but I mean, that ball to Knox, I mean, that was the end of the game, and, that would have won the game. And I'm just saying, those type of moments, that Mahomes completes that pass.
Right.
And the Chiefs go on to win that game. And he hasn't done that in the last couple of minutes of these games, these playoff games. Last year against the Chiefs, he didn't play the last couple. I understand the 13-second game, he played great. But that was his best game, I thought, in his whole postseason. And that was the coach blew that game with not squib kicking that kickoff. That was just ridiculous. Take off time off the clock. And, the defense also screwed up. But he could have won a Super Bowl that year. But anyway, when we get to Harbaugh, listen, it was a real good hire. 99% of people would have done it. But here's the thing about Harbaugh. Do you know in the last 5 years, the Ravens have blown the most double-digit fourth-quarter lead?
It's true. It is true.
Yeah, and, the Giants, I think, blew 5 this year. So that's not a good sign right there. And, he's 3-6 in his last 9 playoff games, since the Super Bowl. And he has been in one conference championship in the last 13 years. He has 6 to 8 Pro Bowlers every year. He has the best running back, one of the best quarterbacks. He didn't make the playoffs last year. Now, I don't know if he lost something off his fastball, but I mean, if it gets him out, you could get him back to respectability, get him into the playoffs, but I'm not confident. I mean, that would be 3 steps ahead of what they are. I understand that. But as far as going like far in the playoffs, if they happen to get there this year or next year, I know it's a growing process. So with the young quarterback, but I'm not sure about this. Just the fact that he gave the most double-digit leads in the fourth quarter, and psychologically, this team is coming after a year of that, blowing 5 leads in the fourth quarter, and this starts happening again. That could also get to the team, psychologically. I mean, what do you think?
Well, listen, I do think it's fair to point out, because it was a problem with the Giants this year, and I appreciate the call, Bobby. My only thing I'll say is some of these blown leads, you can't always just put it on the coach. Like that Ravens team, did we ever feel like they were not competent in his time frame? Yes, they might not have always gotten over the hump, but did we ever feel like they weren't competent? And, for example, the blown lead to the Bills this year, Derrick Henry fumbles. It kills him. That's like the kind of the catalyst for the whole thing. Is that on the coach when your Hall of Fame running back fumbles the ball? Yes. A lot of it you could put back on that. Maybe it's, if you wanted to point to it, maybe it's conservative play calling and not pushing for a more aggressive, bout of play calling. But I can't put it all on him. I also think that he's had a lot of these blown leads. They haven't come in the playoffs. The loss in the playoffs to the Bills, let me bring up the exact game, but the Ravens playoff loss to the Bills, like if Mark Andrews catches that ball in the end zone, are you putting that on him? I don't think so. They lost to the Chiefs by a touchdown in the conference championship in 23. Last year, obviously, the Mark Henry's drop play, they lose by 2. They lose to the Bills in the divisional round in 2020. I think that was the Tyler Huntley year. Can you get on him for that? Oh, maybe that was Joe Flacco. I can't remember, actually. We'll bring it up right now, and I'll tell you who it was. It was... Oh, no, Lamar Jackson wasn't that game, and Huntley took over after Jackson got injured. So there's that. They lose to the Bengals by 7 in one of these. They lost to Tennessee the Derrick Henry year. They got blown out. And they lost to the Chargers in 18. So in the Lamar Jackson era, it has not been pretty. Prior to that, where they had to rebuild on the fly with Flacco, I mean, he won a Super Bowl with Joe Flacco. They lost. A lot of these are one-possession losses. You know, they lost by 9 in 08. To the Patriots, they lost. So, again, none of these came in the playoffs is what I'm trying to tell you. So, sure, at times in the regular season, they have shown they've had the propensity to blow leads. I never felt like in these playoff games at times, yeah, sure, Monken was a little conservative. Harbaugh didn't push the right buttons to be more aggressive. I never felt like it was some, major coaching flaw that held the Ravens back. Lamar Jackson struggled in the playoffs. Joe Flacco, had the one magical run, never really stepped up when it mattered. 888-808-1019. Steve in Rockland, what's going on, Steve?
Well, Anthony, first of all, micro critiquing John Harbaugh or even Josh Allen. I am not going to micro critique Josh Allen.
Well, you don't have to micro critique it. He had 3 turnovers today, almost 4. Sorry, it was 4 turnovers. There's nothing micro critiquing about it.
Right? No. Just in general, like Mahomes makes this pass. That whole thing, I just can't get into that. Or what the guy was just saying about Harbaugh, which you pushed back on. That was good, but I got to tell you, the thing that killed the Giants. Just ask Carl Banks, because unfortunately, I was listening to a lot of the games on the radio instead of watching them.
Right.
Missed tackles. Oh, my God. Every time they missed it, that guy, I'll say this about Carl Banks. Every time the Giants missed a tackle, whether it was like in the backfield and they still, whatever it was, he points it out.
Right. He's very fair. Carl is one of the more fair. I think that in times people find being fair, they call him a homer because when he doesn't criticize somebody to the notion that you want them to be criticized, we call them a homer. But I think he's very fair. He ripped Dexter Lawrence this year.
I'm not saying that he's not fair.
No. Steve, I'm agreeing with you. Like, he's been very fair. So when he points out that the tackling was an issue, I think it's a valid thing that you're raising concern about.
The tackling was an issue. Just in general, I mean, think about it. The Giants have a player who could legitimately be considered like one of the finalists for Defensive Player of the Year.
Yep.
And look at that freaking defense. It was a mess.
It was.
It is such a contradiction. He played great.
Well, and I appreciate the call, Steve, and I think it's valid. I do think that bringing in a they're going to have to rehaul some of this team. It's not a complete rebuild, but when a coach comes in, they're going to change the staff, which is going to change everything. You're going to feel it from top to bottom. Maybe a couple guys get held over. There's always that possibility. They're going to change the staff. He's going to bring, like he said, he wants to improve analytics. So there's going to be that possibility for that as well. But I think you're going to get competency. Todd Monken's a good offensive coordinator. I don't care what anyone says. He's a good offensive coordinator. I do think he got, kind of the raw end of the stick this year because Lamar Jackson was hurt. He also made Tyler Huntley look like a competent quarterback 2 years ago. So I think he's a good offensive coordinator. I think Harbaugh has always had buttoned-up teams. The penalties are low. They do their jobs. There's an attention to detail, and they've fallen off at the wrong times. I agree that you can hold that against them. But when you're in the position, when you're winning a couple of playoff games every year, and you're in the position to compete for a Super Bowl, the coaching is not the problem. Mike Tomlin, perfect example. You guys all want to get on Mike Tomlin for not tanking. First of all, tanking is in my opinion, not really a foolproof strategy. How many teams have we watched? The Rams never tanked. The Chiefs never tanked. the Seahawks really didn't tank. I think their highest draft pick that they received was the Broncos draft pick in the Russell Wilson trade. The Patriots tanked for a year. The Niners have been able to, bring in from Kaepernick to Jimmy Garoppolo to, Brock Purdy. They've been able to figure it out on the fly without having to tank. So when you look at a guy like Harbaugh, obviously getting a little sidetracked, but being consistent is my point. So a guy like Mike Tomlin, yeah, he hasn't won a playoff game in a while, but he's been consistent. He's consistently put his team in winning positions, and that's all you can ask for, and that's what you're getting with John Harbaugh, one of the best coaches in the league. In a division that may have major changes, A.J. Brown may be on the way out in Philly. The Cowboys, this might be the last year they run it back with this core with Dak. Washington, Jaden Daniels, awesome. I don't know what to feel about the rest of their roster. I didn't think they were as good as people had them coming into the year. I don't think they were as bad as they were when Jaden Daniels got hurt. I think they're somewhere in the middle. 888-808-1019. So there's a lot for Giant fans to be excited about. The NFC also, a couple of teams. Do we know how many years Matt Stafford's got left? The NFC South, in my opinion, is a dumpster fire. So there's an avenue here for this Giants team to improve. And guess what? They're going to have a last place schedule again next year, and that's the perfect way to get off the schneid, to build yourself. Everyone could complain about what the schedule is. You have to build to get forward. You have to start winning games to build those winning habits. And if it takes a year of you having a cupcake schedule, which is never a cupcake schedule in the NFL, you move forward and you get better. Brian in West Palm, what's going on, Brian?
How you doing? Listen, just give me the time to make my point.
You got all the time, dude.
I love Call Banks. I listen to the radio too. Call Banks tells it like it is. I think the Giants need. I've been a Yankee fan and a Giant fan since 1965, and I know my sports. I played baseball at Florida State, so I went to a big time football school. Then the Giants need a defensive coordinator that's going to teach them how to tackle. What that other call said is so true. The Giants miss tackles. I watch every Giant game. Mm-hmm. I get Fox and I listen to FAN. Number two, they need a place kicker. How could they do what they did this year? You're a Giant fan, bringing in these scrubs. They got to draft a kicker. I already have the five best kickers in college. There's a kicker for Georgia. There's a kicker from Auburn. The Giants have to go in like the third or fourth round and get a kicker. And if I'm running the Giants to get that kid the safety from Ohio State, Downs, that kid can play.
I mean, producer, our guy Nico Scarlatus had the same opinion that was the guy to go after, and I appreciate it, Brian. And that was one of those moments, with this hiring of Harbaugh, where you finally can get excited about something. Also, just because I don't want to let it go, and I want to go back to the Josh Allen situation, because everyone wants to say he's flawless. Josh Allen has 15 fumbles in 15 playoff games. The TD interception rate, this is from Scott Kaxmar, they don't want to, 15 fumbles in 15 playoff games. But we're not allowed to criticize him? Come on. Get real. He's a great quarterback. He's going to go down as the one of the four best quarterbacks of this generation. But he also played a terrible game today. So, here's a funny tweet. Charlie Kolar, there should be a rule if your quarterback gets hurt in the playoffs, you could steal the quarterback from the team you beat. Imagine that. Where it would put me in a funny situation with my Josh Allen takes. Here's one for you. And Nico, I know you'll know where I'm coming for this one. Did you see the Barstool tweet with Phillip Rivers in the Broncos jersey?
No, I did not.
That would put me in a very precarious, fandom situation as a guy who has been a noted Phillip Rivers hater. To have him be the guy suiting up this week for them.
There's no way he would do that.
No, they're not doing that. I also don't know what the rules are with guys who the league calendar year is not over. So,
right, he's technically still a cold, right?
Yeah, and me and Rosie were playing around with it, having fun. Rosie put out a list, the great Paul Rosenberg, of quarterbacks that might be an option to go. I said Boomer Esiason, What's there to lose? Boomer's got one. Boomer loves me. He's got one run left in him. Maybe he goes out there, toss. That Broncos offensive line is Teflon. They'll keep him upright. But Rosie, being funny, put Tom Brady, Davis Webb, who's 30 years old. He's the Broncos passing game coordinator. Aaron Rodgers, Tim Tebow, Phillip Rivers, Jay Cutler, Drew Brees. Enticing. But Rodgers, does he have to ask for a release in that? This is not happening. We're just having fun here. But would he have to ask for a release in that situation? Or is because their season is over, his contract is done? Same thing with Russell Wilson. Imagine that storyline. Russ coming back to Denver, wins these last 2 games to get a Super Bowl with Sean Payton, who couldn't get him out of here quick enough.
I don't think that's how it works because then the point of free agency starting in March is
that's my point.
Those guys have to wait to sign with new teams.
That's what I'm saying. It's not like they have another year left on the deal. Tim Tebow intrigues me. I've seen him in person not too long ago. He's still fit. Come on, let's just run the triple option. I play enough NCAA football. It works at times. If you put it on easy, it definitely works. So the Broncos aren't going to be able to throw the ball either way. So what's the difference? 888-808-1019. The great Stuart in Brooklyn. What's going on, Stuart? Good morning.
Good morning, Anthony. Anthony, I finally got someone that has some common sense and that will know how to rebuild an organization that's been dreadful for how many years?
Yep.
I mean, John Harbaugh on the sidelines is like the CEO of the whole operation. He knows how to operate. They fell out of favor. Him and Lamar lost by they couldn't. They weren't on the same wavelength.
Right.
And but him coming here still shows that they have some respectability in the league.
No, they definitely do. They definitely listen. I know it's been a while, but being a marquee franchise is not just about the success you've had recently. It's about the reputation you built. It's about your facilities and the market you play in and, the way you treat your players. The Yankees are never – the Yankees could go 50 years without winning a World Series. Let's hope not for your sake, Stuart. But they could go 50 years without winning a World Series. They're always going to be a marquee franchise. How they treat their players, how they treat – their staff, all of that. It's all plays into it.
Now, getting to the Yankees, Anthony, what is going on with Cody Bellinger, and why can't he come to terms? Boris got to understand one thing: you're not always going to get what you want. He's not getting $38 million a year. The Yankees made a fair offer of $160 for 5 years. What's so bad with that?
Well, I think that he's letting the market play out. He's probably got a number that he knows he's going to get. And
what's the number?
Well, no, I don't know what it is. I'm just saying I'm sure there's a number he knows he can get. They're probably letting the market play out to see now the Phillies might be desperate. The Yankees are desperate. The Mets
are desperate.
The Mets should still be desperate for him, but I don't know if they will be. But,
I mean, the Mets giving Bichette $42 million a year. That's insane.
No, it is desperate. But what I mean, Stuart, is
Kyle Tucker.
Well, I mean, they're not that much different in players. But Stuart, what I mean is by that is, and Kyle Tucker got grossly overpaid too. The Dodgers can do that.
And to be honest with you, Bo Bichette's a better player than Tucker.
Yeah, I don't even know if I'd put better, but I definitely think they are
same range.
Yeah, in that same boat. But when it comes to Bellinger, I think Boris is trying to see how many teams he could get that are desperate and get them into a bidding war. And I'm sure he's.
How many teams has he gotten so far?
Well, I think that if he's looking for $35 million a year, and they think they could get $4 million, 4 years on $35 million a year, they're hoping that maybe they could get more now that Bo Bichette's off the board, Kyle Tucker's off the board, and Kyle Tucker going to the Dodgers hurts the Yankees because the Blue Jays still need a bat, the Phillies still need a bat, the Mets really still need a bat. I don't know if they'll be in on one. We don't know if the Red Sox are going to be in on Bellinger. So there's all these guys who could be in on him. And I always think the Giants are a possibility. So now it makes the Yankees have to be even more desperate. I do think, and again, this is just my feeling. I haven't seen reports. I still think he's going to end up a Yankee.
Okay. Now, if he doesn't end up a Yankee, this is what I think. Spencer Jones or Jason Dominguez should be given a shot. And one more thing, Anthony. I wish Jason Dominguez would eliminate being a switch hitter because he can hit left-handed and he has immense power from the left side. I don't know why he's playing with the right-handed being a switch hitter. I mean, can you explain that?
No, I can't. And I do agree with the Spencer Jones and Jason Dominguez comment, though.
You agree or you disagree?
No, I agree. I think they should get a shot. I think they should get a shot
should get
either
a
way.
Shot because you want to know something? That they don't necessarily have to chase Bellinger. I mean, they got two players. They have how long has Jason Dominguez been lauded as the next big thing, the next big superstar coming up in the system? I've been hearing this since he's 16 years old.
Well, and I think that, and I appreciate the call, Stuart. I think you got to just wait. It's baseball. It's tough. I mean, how long did we hear about Fernando Martinez and Wilmer Flores with the Mets? I mean, Flores had his moments, and he's near and dear to my heart. But, you know, Fernando Martinez, is that a name that rings a bell for you, Nico? You might have been a little too young.
Yeah, it's not coming to me.
Well, he was a guy that they got him at like 17, and all we heard about is he's the next great. You know, I think he was like the best prospect in baseball under 20 for like a bunch of years. He got called up. I think he might have hit a home run his first weekend as a Met. He was a disaster. I don't even think he was in the majors after like 3 years. He was a disaster. So there's a lot riding on this offseason for the Yankees. But Spencer Jones could be the player. You know, Jason Dominguez could be the year he breaks out. Anthony Volpe healthy could be a huge upgrade. It's why I think they got to get Bellinger and you move forward. I like Ben Rice. I think that the Yankees could really be in a great situation. Think about it this way. You go out, you get Ryan Weathers as a starting pitcher. When you get Garrett Cole and Carlos Rodon back halfway through the season, the hope is it's sooner than that. You now have like 6 really good starting pitchers, you know, top to bottom. Not necessarily aces or top, you know, front-end guys, but you have 6 really good starting pitchers. So I don't know if I am them. I don't think the Mets are going after him. What's your view of Cody Bellinger as like a Met fan?
I mean, I loved the Bichette signing, but they still need a left fielder. I saw
or
John
center
Heyman,
fielder.
Yeah, I saw John Heyman tweet that they're going to try Beatty in left. I don't love that. So, yeah, I would like
Run
the
prevention.
Mets to still be in on Bellinger. And, yeah, that's a whole nother thing that I like the Bichette signing, like I said, but David Stearns is doing the exact opposite of what he talked about coming into the offseason. I mean, we have guys playing new positions all over the place. Yep. The defense is going to be worse than it was last year.
My issue with it is not that their guys are playing at a position. I think Bo Bichette will be fine at third base. I think if it's Polanco at first, he will be fine there. My issue is this notion, and it's not something that they've hidden, that they could put Beatty and Vientos in positions that aren't their natural position, and also the thought that they might put them in the outfield. And if not, you're either going to sign a center fielder or you're going to move. Let's say they sign a left fielder and they put Carson Bench in center field, not a natural center fielder. You sign, or you go into the season with Taylor and you put Bench in left field. It's like, all right, Taylor could play center field. Who's his backup? Acuna? And you're still playing guys at a position and you haven't addressed the offense. And I see the things that they have higher WAR with the combined guys that they've brought in, Simeon, Polanco, and Bichette over Alonso, Nimmo, and McNeil. But my problem is they're not better offensively. So if you took a step, let's say you took 2 steps forward defensively. They've taken a ton of steps backwards offensively. And I don't know. The Bichette move I like. I'm not trying to rain on the parade here. I like it. I just think they're severely flawed as a roster right now.
And this whole idea about Beatty playing left field, this guy is going to be in the MLB for now 5 years. He got called up in 2022. I know it seems like it was yesterday, and we keep calling them the baby Mets still.
Right.
It's time to grow up. He hasn't played left field once. Don't tell me that this guy all of a sudden now could play the outfield after 5 years. Why have we not tried that before then? Like, now all of a sudden Brett Beatty's a left fielder?
Like, and I hope
they're just telling us lies.
Right, and I hope it's Heyman just speculating and not, or maybe he's getting a source that's inside the building, but it's not truly them, like, telling him, like, hey, because it seems like Heyman has a relationship with the owner. He also says they're in on Peralta. That's the other thing is, too, I could get past deficiencies if other areas are upgraded. I still don't trust the bullpen. We are the Yankees bullpen from a year ago without Bednar. Do we really trust that bullpen? I don't. I think it's gotten vastly worse.
And when we say run prevention, or when David Stearns says run prevention, he's not just specifically talking about the defense. He's talking about the pitching, too.
Yeah.
They haven't touched the rotation. I know that there was injuries last year.
Right.
But you're really going to run it back with Minaya, Senga, Peterson, Holmes. Like, I know they have McLean now for a full year. I know the idea is that Sproat is going to be involved. I don't know about Tong. I would probably like to see him start in AAA.
I agree. He's going to
reps.
have to, though. They have too many arms that have major league contracts to just shove all these guys in the rotation.
And don't get me wrong, I'm excited about Nolan McLean, but the guy made, 9 starts?
Yep.
Can we not, pin all of the expectations on this guy already? Like, we're asking him to be this great ace. Like, everyone was talking about going and getting Tarek Skubal. So now if they're not going to get Skubal, we're going to rely on Nolan McLean to be the ace of the staff?
And the other thing that I fear with, and I've not given up on Sean Minaya, and I like Kodai Senga. I'm done with Kodai Senga. I still like him. I think he's a good pitcher. So if you're not trusting McLean to be the ace, let's say they haven't done that. So you're saying those 2 guys are your aces. They have not proven to be that. And I knew they weren't going to make, I'm not saying they can't, but I kind of knew they weren't going to make a move for the rotation when you have Senga, Peterson, Holmes, Minaya, and, whatever. I think there's one other guy that's a veteran under contract as starters. And then you also have McLean, Sproat, and Tong. And you also have Christian Scott in the wings. I never felt like they were going to make a move for a starter outside of maybe back-end guys. But so what is the trust there? Are they really believing in these young guys? And then my biggest fear, and I know everyone wants to talk about the rotation and the offense, I think the bullpen was severely flawed last year. You got rid of the best closer in baseball. You replaced him with 2 guys who have not been able to excel as closers and are more set up in 7th inning guys. And now you're asking again to do bullpen by committee. I think it's a recipe for a disaster.
Now, we will find out with Devin Williams. I am going to go into the season giving him a fair chance because he was one of the best relievers in baseball, best closers in baseball, arguably the second best behind Diaz when he was in Milwaukee. So I do want to give him a fair chance. Luke Weaver, I couldn't agree more. I don't know what the appeal is.
If he's the 7th inning guy, but right now it doesn't look like that.
Right. For me, it's like, I hate saying this because I know nothing about David Stearns personally. I've never met the guy. I've never talked to the guy. But he just gives, this stubborn mindset where it's like, I gave Sean Minaya this 3-year, $75 million deal. It has to work out with him as the ace. And if not, I'm going down with the ship. He can't admit that wasn't the move that needed to be made. I love the idea of bringing Minaya back, but not to be the ace of the staff.
Well, I know we got to get the break, but I agree. My thing with Stearns is I don't distrust his baseball knowledge. I actually believe that he knows a lot about the game. I think that he did not like this roster, and last year 2 years ago they overachieved in 2024, and he genuinely did not want to bring back Pete. He did not want to bring back these guys, and has nothing to do with politics. Because this has nothing to do with it. The staunchly conservative owner is going to get rid of somebody over politics. It's not happening. What I do believe happened was he did not believe in Pete. He trusts the analytics. He doesn't have a gut feel. he has a science feel, which he thinks Pete will break down. Nimmo has already shown that he's going to break down. McNeil stinks, and I know you like McNeil a little bit more than me. He's not really the big move that we're talking about. And Diaz, Ron Darling said this too on the John Heyman's podcast, that Diaz, he probably thinks the Mets wish they could have that one back. But then why was the pivot? Devin Williams makes sense. There's a relationship there. Why was also the pivot Luke Weaver? When you could go get a Peter Fairbanks for cheaper. You could go get these guys who are on the market that are just as good as Luke Weaver and have a little bit of closer consistency. So that's where it struggles with me. And when it comes to starting pitching, Sean Manaea, I'll give him a pass because I think if he didn't get hurt this year, he would have been fine. I think we saw it in every start. The first through the third inning, he was fine, and then he fell off. Senga, kind of a basket case as far as if things don't go his way, he immediately breaks down and melts. There's a bad throw to first or there's a bloop single and he can't get out of it. He needs to be 100% to pitch, and this is the major leagues. It's not how it works. The other guys, I trust Clay Holmes, as weird as it sounds, as a 3-starter. And Peterson, again, I trust him as a 3-4 starter. But those other two guys I don't. And I don't trust the young guys. I think Sproat, McClain are super talented. Tong has all the makings of being a good pitcher. Like you said, we got 9 starts out of these guys. How am I supposed to truly trust them to carry us to the playoffs? I don't. 888-808-1019. We got a lot more to get into. Everything's on the board. We'll come back. We'll take your calls. We'll get back into the Giants conversation. We'll continue this Mets conversation. All that on the Fan.
The Nets head to the Windy City to take on the Bulls. 7 o'clock tonight on AM 660. The home of Brooklyn Nets basketball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
As cold weather arrives, snow and ice follow, making it extremely difficult for police officers to safely do their jobs. Private and municipal building owners, commercial store owners, residential homeowners, police precincts, and precinct parking lots in the city of New York have legal responsibilities within a certain time frame to make sidewalks, entranceways, and parking lots free of snow and ice. Unfortunately, many of these property owners fail to maintain their premises free from ice and snow, thereby creating dangerous conditions for members of the law enforcement community. Many officers have been seriously injured by these dangerous conditions. Decolator, Cohen, and DePrisco has brought numerous successful lawsuits on behalf of police officers injured by the negligence of property owners failing to keep their premises free from snow and ice. Examples of these results are featured on their website, policeofficersrighttosue.com. If a member of the law enforcement community is injured as a result of a property owner's failure to remove snow and ice from their premises, contact DCD at 800-901-1-LAW or visit them at policeofficersrighttosue.com. There are 90-day time limitations to file a notice of claim if a municipality is at fault for causing the injury.
Just one drive in a Mercedes-Benz and you'll understand why it's a gift that keeps on giving. The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration lives on at Mercedes-Benz of Edison with more opportunities to drive home luxury. Experience comfort and performance in a new GLC or GLE SUV equipped with 4MATIC all-wheel drive to handle whatever the road or the weather brings. With over 500 vehicles to choose from, there's still time to experience the love during the extended Holiday Love Celebration at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
This is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough, on every block, know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow, invoices were late, and payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lenseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at LENDSEEK.com.
Hey! My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad. Daddy? Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
When this happened, you talked about it on The Fan.
21 of the last 22 times they scored. Here's Sims to throw on third down. Up the middle. Touchdown, Bavaro. Mark Bavaro goes to one knee. Genuflex in prayer as a 13-yard throw over the middle answers the prayer for the Giants fans.
When New York sports happens, talk about it here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey.
This Fan Focus is brought to you by Chef IQ. The Giants got their head coach. The Jets have their own coaching search going on right now for defensive coordinator. And they've lined up interviews, completed virtual interviews. The Jets put this out on the 16th. We've completed virtual interviews with the following candidates for our defensive coordinator opening. And the candidates are Mateo Arujo. Sorry. The first two, of course, are like impossible names. Ephraim Banda, DeMarcus Covington, Chris Harris, Durante Jones, Jim Leonard, Wink Martindale, Jim O'Neill. Jim O'Neill, an assistant on the defensive staff for the Lions. Wink Martindale, former Giants DC. Is he the defensive coordinator, or was he the defensive coordinator at Michigan, or is he so defensive coordinator at Michigan? Jim Leonard, an assistant on the Broncos staff. Those are probably the three guys who are the favorite. I like DeMarcus Covington and Chris Harris as well as guys that have been in the past. Not that I'm studying them, but they're guys who have been, praised or highlighted in the past. But Connor Hughes says he's responding to a tweet earlier about the Jets staff, he's hearing Wink. So Wink Martindale would be a huge win for the Jets this offseason. To kick off an offseason before the draft process, before free agency, it would be a huge get for Wink and for the Jets and, Aaron Glenn. I think Jim Leonard is going to be the Giants DC. And I'm really, adamant on that. And, he's a few years removed from actually playing. But I really think he's going to be the Giants DC and end up with Harbaugh. Whereas I look at the Jets, if you get Wink, with a defense that's going to need to be rebuilt. And we saw what he did with the Giants early on in the Dayball, regime. That could be huge. They're showing that Broncos play again. I don't know how anyone else could think that was a catch. Like, the ball bounces off his chest when he hits the ground, and the defender is the one who completes it. I just don't get it. Jim Leonard, though, played defense. Obviously, he is a defensive pass game coordinator and assistant head coach for the Broncos. So, played 10 years in the league. As a safety, I actually think he was with the Broncos for a few years, majority of that. So, I think that the Jets could start the offseason off on the right foot with the signing of Wink Martindale. I really do. And I think that would be a huge win for the Jets and their staff. And Aaron Glenn, and a guy who, has been around the league a long time to help guide Aaron Glenn in the right direction. And that is the Fan Focus, brought to you by Chef IQ. Chef IQ redefines the home cooking experience with products that empower everyone to expand their culinary horizon. Visit chefiq.com for more. I'm a big fan of theirs. Got it a couple years ago. Boomer, I think, was doing an ad for them, and I saw the product, and I was like, oh, my mom would love this. And then my mom got it, and I was like, I kind of want to steal this and get it myself. So I got to get myself one now as well. So great product, as I said. Back to the phones we go. Anthony Gallo on the Fan, 888-808-1019. Phil in Howell. What's going on, Phil?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
I'm not too bad. Listen, two real quick things. The call at the end of the game, of the Bills game with the interference, was a horrible call. You can't make that call on that situation.
The last one?
Yeah, the last one.
So let me ask you, if he's just allowed to tackle that guy before the ball even gets close to him.
It was very close.
It was not very close. You can't you cannot tackle someone well before the ball is within his catching range. You can't do. It's not that close. It's just not. And here's the thing is, though, there's not a more blatantly obvious play that if he doesn't touch that receiver, that's a touchdown. Out of all the calls that everyone is complaining about, I think it was a pick. I understand the argument there. The pass interference prior to that pass interference call at the end of the game was so blatantly obvious. And the fact that White did what he did afterwards, slamming his helmet down, was clearly just a frustration in the fact that he didn't want to take accountability for messing that play up and costing his team in that situation. It's as simple as that.
Well, he knew the game was over after he got called.
I would have done the same thing. You got to get your licks in. But you had a take on the Giants.
Okay, my take on the Giants is, I think, with Harbaugh coming in, they got the certain departments now, especially the scouting, needs to be reevaluated. Well, take a look at the years. Evan Neal, how did he turn out?
Wow,
Devontae Banks.
Phil, he did mention that it's not going to be a major overhaul. He does want to dive deeper into the analytics with them, but he did say that it's going to be similar to their process in Baltimore. And I think the one thing we can all agree on is, even with their shortcomings in the playoffs, it was never their drafting that felt like they left a lot to be desired.
Yeah. Well, now, let me ask you one question before we... Yeah, one more question on the draft. Okay.
Okay.
Who are you going for? You know who I like? I like the receiver from Indiana, the Becker kid.
Yeah, I don't know how highly touted he is, or is he? I'm not going to act like I'm 100%.
He can catch the football. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
But
they have such problems with these receivers. Yeah. They can't catch the football.
But Phil, I appreciate the call, and I got to look into that. I don't know how highly touted he is. I know the kid from USC is highly touted. Obviously, we spoke about Tate earlier for the Ohio State kid, the wideout, who I'm kind of familiar about. I don't really know any of these other wideouts that Denzel Boston, not a guy I'm familiar with. Casey Concepcion. These are the guys who are towards the top of. I'm just going through a couple of the draft classes to see who's towards the top. I don't know if the Giants are going to be seeking a player that early with that. But when it comes to, or maybe they go Jordan Tyson at Arizona State. Again, somebody not super familiar with. So we'll have to see. And again, all of these Indiana kids obviously can play. And, there are a few guys on Miami I like, but they are not the kid who made the catch against Florida. I don't even know his name. He's clearly got some skill. This is a draft where I don't see. I know the guy Orville Reese is highly touted, feels like the number one guy when it comes to skill. But as far as the rest of the draft, Ruben Bain has gained steam because of the college football playoff. Fernando Mendoza wins the Heisman, the Indiana storyline, all that. He's gained steam. For the Giants, I wouldn't hate them trading back. Maybe they take a lineman. I think the tackle. Let me look it up right now. I don't know why I keep saying I think. I can just look it up. Like the two tackles that are the highest are the Miami offensive tackle and the Utah offensive tackle tackle. So those are probably two of the guys I would like to see the Giants target. Nico said he likes Caleb Downs, Ohio State kid. Nico, big Michigan guy, for him to say that. So is there anyone in this draft, Nico, that is like a lights out prospect? I'm not talking about quarterback wise. Like, is it the linebacker from Ohio State that everyone seems to think is the best player in the draft?
Yeah, it seemed like that. And then, like you said, Reuben Bain really got a lot of hype now with Miami making this deep college football playoff run. But there's not like a clear, like if you're the Jets at 2, there's not a clear, oh my God, I have to get this guy.
It's not like last year where it felt like Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter were like the two best guys in the draft.
Right, exactly.
And
it's not the same.
Obviously, jury's still out, and you can't write off Abdul Carter right now when Travis Hunter got hurt, but there's not those guys. I always go back to this point, and it's funny, Josh Allen, Broncos, the whole thing today. The Josh Allen draft, the Broncos took Bradley Chubb at 5, and everyone killed them because he was supposedly the best player in that draft, and the picks prior, it was, I think Quentin Nelson got taken at 4. Was that the Saquon year? And then it was, let me look it up right now. It was essentially Josh Allen was there and everyone thought they should have taken Josh Allen. They took Bradley Chubb and it was like, oh, well, they get it. You're pairing him with Von Miller and Saquon got picked. So it was Baker, Saquon, Sam Darnold, Denzel Ward, and Bradley Chubb, then Quentin Nelson. So he's after him, and then Josh Allen. The Broncos probably should have taken Quentin Nelson or Josh Allen in that draft. Those are the two guys out of that draft that were the best, clearly. We can argue about the Saquon Barkley thing, but at 2, it still feels like that's a great draft, by the way. Vito Vey, Mike McGlinchey, Jair Alexander. There's a lot of great guys in that draft. So there's not that clear-cut player to go out there and bring in at number 5, even at number 2 for the Jets, and they may force it with a draft pick that's a quarterback, and I don't really love that either. I don't even love Fernando Mendoza. I think Mendoza's a good QB prospect. I think if you took away the Indiana story and you put him on Oregon or USC or Ohio State or LSU, we view him as a good quarterback. He could still win the Heisman. I think so many people are attaching Indiana's rise to prominence with Fernando Mendoza and him being this elite quarterback prospect.
He technically was in this position last year. Last year he was at Cal.
Right.
And transferred to Indiana. Did anybody know who Fernando Mendoza was before he got to Indiana?
Only because they won that game against Stanford and he had that crazy speech that was it was endearing. He's like, "Why with the boys?" I am not knocking the kid. What he's done has been amazing, but it's not also, this is not last year. If he did this with Indiana last year, different story. Indiana made the college football playoffs last year, was a great story, and they went out and spent the NIL money, got a ton of talent. Kurt Cignetti is an amazing head coach, and he happens to be the quarterback. If he was putting together the season he had with an elite program like Alabama or LSU, we would not view him like we do right now because a lot of you are equating Indiana's rise to this situation to just Fernando Mendoza when it's Kirk Cignetti and what he's been able to build over the last 2 years that's put him in this situation. We've seen a million guys win the Heisman. What was it, Howard Isley? Or no, Charlie Ward won the Heisman. He played basketball. Tim Tebow, Heisman winner. It doesn't always equate to being a great NFL player. And again, I might be wrong. I see a lot of, Kirk Cousins in him, and it's not because of the corniness. Kirk Cousins, what kills him? He's a one-read quarterback. He's not the most mobile guy at times, and he struggles in the face of disguised, that was his thing. When you face a disguised unit, you're not able to overcome it. You're one read and done. That's what it feels like with Fernando Mendoza. It doesn't mean he can't succeed. I don't think he's a franchise-altering quarterback like a lot of people have believed or been led to believe. This show is flying by. We got so much more to get to. We'll dive deeper into the Mets conversation we had. We'll get into more of the Jets, the Knicks. All of it is on the table. We got 1 hour left till the John Boy Rewind at 6 a.m. I am Anthony Gallo. This is WFAN. We'll be right back.
It's the Carton Show with Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle. Afternoons 2 to 7 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
And while everyone's rightfully so celebrating the hiring of John Harbaugh, we also have to take a mini step back and recognize you're still the worst team in the NFC East. Not the third best team.
I disagree with that.
Not the second best team.
I disagree with
not
that.
the best team.
Yeah, I disagree
The
with
worst team. You're going to say Washington's worst.
Yes.
Get the Carton Show on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and the free Odyssey app.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
As cold weather arrives, snow and ice follow, making it extremely difficult for police officers to safely do their jobs. Private and municipal building owners, commercial store owners, residential homeowners, police precincts, and precinct parking lots in the city of New York have legal responsibilities within a certain time frame to make sidewalks, entranceways, and parking lots free of snow and ice. Unfortunately, many of these property owners fail to maintain their premises free from ice and snow, thereby creating dangerous conditions for members of the law enforcement community. Many officers have been seriously injured by these dangerous conditions. Decolator Cohen and DePrisco has brought numerous successful lawsuits on behalf of police officers injured by the negligence of property owners failing to keep their premises free from snow and ice. Examples of these results are featured on their website, policeofficersrighttosue.com. If a member of the law enforcement community is injured as a result of a property owner's failure to remove snow and ice from their premises, contact DCD at 800-901-1-LAW or visit them at policeofficersrighttosue.com. There are 90-day time limitations to file a notice of claim if a municipality is at fault for causing the injury.
Just one drive at a Mercedes-Benz and you'll understand why it's a gift that keeps on giving. The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration lives on at Mercedes-Benz of Edison with more opportunities to drive home luxury. Experience comfort and performance in a new GLC or GLE SUV equipped with 4MATIC all-wheel drive to handle whatever the road or the weather brings. With over 500 vehicles to choose from, there's still time to experience the love during the extended Holiday Love Celebration at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Get breaking sports news here. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, an Odyssey sports station.
Oh, that's right. We are back. If If only Bo Nix could return to me and play next week, but we will not have that. A lot more to get to, but we only got an hour left. Flew by the 4 hours. It's almost been therapeutic, what we've seen here tonight, what we've gone through. I got in here 45 minutes probably after the Bronco game ended. Came in. I was pumped up. Paul Rosenberg was, producing before Nico was on. And we were like 2 minutes into our conversation. He goes, "Uh-oh, man, you are going to be devastated." And I was like, "Oh, who died?" And he showed me the Adam Schefter report that Bo Nix was out next week. And buddy, was I not in a good mood. Although it took me a little bit to process, and it's kind of sunk in. But as always, I always talk about being your guys' sports therapist. You guys have got me through the night. We've yelled about a little bit of Josh Allen and how you guys can't criticize him. And, guy turned 5 turnovers in a game, and all we're talking about is calls that were correct. But it is what it is. No Bo Nix next week. Waiting to see who they play, Texans or the Patriots. And obviously, I think which is going to be a great game, both tomorrow. I think Texans will be a little sloppier because it's going to be a defensive struggle at times, but I think it's going to be a great game. And then the nightcap between the Bears and the Rams is going to be awesome. And the Rams, similar to the Broncos, not a team you could ever really count out. They have, I think, the most come from behind victories this year, or fourth quarter victories, whatever it is. So definitely exciting for sure. Let's get back to the calls. Anthony Gallo on the Fan, 888-808-1019. Josh in Bridgeport. What's going on, Josh?
No matter what happens, Anthony, you're the man. You're going to be the man. And just to give you, maybe to lift you up a little bit, there have been backup quarterbacks who have brought teams to the Super Bowl and who have won, right? And it comes to mind a lot of different players. The Giants, the second time around, was Jeff Hofstadter.
Right.
Wasn't Phil Simms. So it could happen. Miracles do happen.
Josh, I appreciate it. I'm just not getting my hopes up because I think it's the first time in NFL history that a QB is going to start an AFC title game that did not take a snap, or a title game in general that did not take a snap in the regular season. So, listen, I'm going to watch next week like they have a chance like everybody else. And, if the wheels fall off, the wheels fall off. And, it's going to suck. It's still going to sting either way.
Well, you still got that defense, and you still got the good special teams, and you got a great coach there. All right, but the thing is, with these games, even Drake May, I think Drake May took like 99% of the snaps for the Patriots this year. So while we're saying whoever wins later today up in Foxborough is going to the Super Bowl, I don't want to even think in those terms for you guys.
Josh, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you. But yeah, did you have a Giants take though?
Yeah, I do have a Giants take. I'm going to use examples like the Patriots. They got their quarterback in Drake May, and they went with I think it was the third or fourth pick in there. Will Campbell, big monster offensive lineman. I just think you got to protect Jackson Dart because I don't care if it's the first pick you take or the second pick or free agency. You have to build an offensive line, protect this guy. Because the thing good about him is you can elude the draft. We've seen that already. But let's give him a little bit more of a cushion and some more time in that pocket, and then he can start throwing darts. I don't think you move an offense without an offensive line. And the Giants, listen, they took this guy late in the first round. It goes to show you what these scouts are. A lot of them, what is it, somebody's brother-in-law or something? These guys,
right.
I mean, we've seen this guy play, but that's what I'm emphasizing with this team. And I don't get on teams. Listen, the teams. Well, you do like the Raiders tanked. They held out Crosby.
Oh, they tanked. Right? They tanked. So it was embarrassing. I mean, they really embarrassed themselves, in my opinion, with the way they tanked. And I appreciate the call, Josh. And you know what the funny thing is, because we talked about guys who aren't loved. Will Campbell, Michigan guy, right, Nico? No, LSU. Okay. I know that the hang up on him was he had like little arms, like they weren't long enough. And it was just a foregone conclusion that this guy was going to be a bust. And the Patriots, to be fair, I think Drake May's been pressured the second most times in the league. But you go out and you get a lineman, and it could change your fortunes. And I'll tell you this much, too. You also can't give up on these guys so quickly. And I know Mekhi Becton was often awful this year, but last year with the Eagles, he was a lot better. Garrett Bowles is an all-pro player now. When he first started, he was terrible. I thought he was going to be a bust. I mean, there's a million guys in the league that grow. And it's a league that happens in. You find the right system. You find the right coach. I think the only way the Giants go wrong here, and it's not going to happen, but is if they take a running back. And they're not going to do that. Or a pass rusher. At this point, no more pass rushers. You got too many pass rushers, too many cooks in the kitchen. You can't do that. 888-808-1019. Richie in Queens. What's going on, Richie?
What the hell happened to Bo Nix? I went to bed and he was being interviewed. He broke his ankle.
Richie, I did not find out until I came in here because he didn't look like he hurt himself. Did you watch the entire game?
Yeah, I did.
Do you remember? It was such a bonehead play. But the second to last game, the second to last play, prior to the last pass interference, they ran that stupid QB draw. He got hurt on that play.
Yeah, I mean, that's not unusual kind of a play. I mean, he sat there. He gave a great interview at the end. He wasn't in pain. And, I went to bed on it, and here I am. Well, actually, the other game happened, and I never heard it, and I'm shocked. Wow. So who's their backup, Anthony?
It is Jarrett Stidham, and then Sam Ehlinger, who is even less experienced. Jarrett Stidham started a few games for the Raiders and then played for the Broncos after they benched Russell Wilson. He's not, it's nothing to get excited about. It's not a Nick Foles situation. He's played, I think he started 4 games in his career, and he's played in 20. So his record is 1-3 in those games. So there's nothing to get excited about.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nightmare scenario. You're in the AFC Championship game. Goodness gracious.
It could not have come at a worse time.
Yeah, and, with the team, the Bo Bichette deal, good deal. That's a start. I wonder what they do with Beatty. I don't want to get rid of him. Beto and Vientos become trade bait at this point, I would think. Maybe Beatty goes to left field. You need a center fielder has to come up. Can't be Tyrod Taylor.
Well, the Carson Bench is going to be the left fielder, they think. And then if they get a left fielder, the thought is that he might play center field. So, I don't know I don't really get what the strategy has been this offseason.
Yeah, well, look, I've been saying the whole time, Anthony, I haven't talked to you in a while.
Mm-hmm.
All I heard about was a plan. And if you would have said 5 years ago that this team would be in the shape that they are at this point, looking for starting pitching with all his money and all his guarantees, and they've got a plan that nobody knows what it is, you win $10 million because you thought they'd be more of a foundation. So, yeah, I think they still have a lot of work to do. Maybe Senga comes back. Mania was good 2 years ago. Peterson did fall off the map. So, and the kid, obviously, I think is they have some potential, but a lot of ifs, and I didn't think you'd get that with the Mets at this point.
Oh, I agree. So, I didn't think you'd get that either. It's been a disappointing offseason.
Yeah, the one team I thought, and I knew they had, is Donald. At this point in time, this team looks really, really the team to beat. And if he plays well with that defense, that running game, they're going to get there. I think that's the pick to win it. Always good talking to you.
I appreciate the call, Richie. Yeah, I really think that they are the favorite right now. I think, I wouldn't have changed my opinion even if the Broncos were healthy, if Bo Nix was healthy. But I would have felt like I felt like after this win today, because this was the team I didn't want to play the most as a Broncos fan, I thought that they were going to make the Super Bowl after this win. Because I felt like they were a better team than both the teams available or still in. I still think the Rams and the Seahawks are better than anyone else left in football. I thought they were the 2 best teams coming into the playoffs. I still feel that way. So, I'm still sitting with that one and the way they look tonight. I know the Niners are banged up. George Kittle's hurt, all that. They were still a much better team than what we saw tonight. And that Seahawks team ran through them. So I just can't. I don't see anyone beating them. If it is, it's got to be the Rams in the NFC title game. Now, I will get back to your calls in a second. Me and Nico spoke about this in break, and we had spoke about the Mets earlier, And, after the last caller, I don't want to make it seem like I am just hating on David Stearns to hate on David Stearns or rooting for him to fail. Like, I am genuinely, I trust this guy's baseball acumen. I hate the strategy they've taken this offseason. And I know in break, Nico, you said kind of similar, same thing. It's like not like you're sitting here. We want to like David Stearns. Like, I loved David Stearns coming into this offseason even.
Yeah, like I am so excited about, the season starting and just baseball in general being back. And I want to be excited about the idea of going to opening day, but I just don't see the vision.
Right.
Like I truly don't think that they're better than they were last year.
I don't even think they're equal to what they were last year. Because I think that and to your point, I guess it is, the point was to get better. I don't think they're equal to where they were last year because of what's happened across the league. Like, Kyle Tucker was kind of a disappointment last year, in my opinion, because of the injuries, not because of his production, but because of the injuries in Chicago. They got Bregman. They were able to retain, what's the Japanese pitcher's name? Amaga. They got better in circles. I know that Cubs fans aren't happy. The Dodgers got immensely better, so that gap between the Mets and the Dodgers has grown. The Phillies maybe have gotten worse, kind of, or they've stayed the same, but they're still better than the Mets, in my opinion. The Braves are going to be better next year. They're going to be healthier. So there's all these teams. The Brewers are still a good team, in my opinion, even if they were to get rid of Peralta. So there's still all these teams they're competing with that I don't know if they've made enough improvements to keep pace with the rest of the National League.
And you probably could make the argument that the lineup is deeper this year than it was last year, which is great. But it's just weird. Like, we talked about it. If the expectation is they're not going to go into this year expecting to be World Series contenders, that's fine. Like, I'm okay with that. I'd rather you make that clear, though. Like, you just gave Bo Bichette $42 million with 2 opt-outs, so there's a chance that this ends up only being a 1-year deal. That's a move you make when you're a bat away from being a World Series contender. So, like, was the idea going into the year, we're going to let the young guys play and see what we have? Okay, but then you just clogged up third base, and now Brett Beatty and Mark Vientos lost out on an opportunity. Ronnie Mauricio lost out on an opportunity to get playing time because you're giving Bo Bichette $42 million.
Right.
So, like, which one is it? Are they going to go for the World Series, or are they going to let the young guys play and it's, let's see what we have to build towards 2027?
And my thing is the level of desperation they feel like. And I said this last week when I was on. Kyle Tucker, and this goes for Bo Bichette too, we're not changing my tune. It would make me feel a little bit better, but I'm not changing my tune about the offseason just because of those moves. $50 million for Kyle Tucker and even $42 million for Bo Bichette. I didn't knock them for not getting to $60 million on 4 years average, but they were willing to pay him $60 million. You're telling me that he is $30+ million better than Pete Alonso? I don't think so. You're telling me that money, you're telling me that Devin Williams is better than Edwin Diaz? That's where I don't understand the logic. Like, we couldn't bring back these. You paid Polanco $20 million. Like, you couldn't pay some sort of combination of that to just keep Pete then. Like, and it's not just about Pete being homegrown. It's about getting better. And I feel like they took 10 steps back to just make 8 steps forward, and you're still 2 steps behind the rest of the game.
And I know the contract length is different, and I know the market's gone up since then, but Francisco Lindor is making $34 million. Is Bo Bichette worth $8 million more?
Right.
I don't think so.
No.
So in that aspect, it is an overpay for Bo Bichette, which is fine. We always talk about how Steve Cohen has so much money. We don't care that it's an overpay.
But the rest of the offseason feels so confusing that they weren't willing to overpay other guys.
Right.
And Stearns said this. I don't know if it was on like live, a press conference, or if it was through a quote, but he said he felt like the moves they've made this offseason have better positioned them for this year and the years to come, which is cool. I get it. But you're not giving us the idea. You're not selling us on anything. And part of being a GM, it doesn't matter what market you're in, you have to sell your fan base. And I go back to where he lost me was Edwin Diaz and the smile after that, and then the non-comments about Pete Alonso when he left, And it was just like, if you didn't think he was the player he was, we may disagree with it, but honesty goes a lot farther than not being honest. I think what we praised Steve Cohen about last year was standing in, and they're not doing Fan Fest again this year, just so you know that. No Amazing Fest this year. Wonder why. But they stood in front of a crowd and booed Cohen and Stearns because of Pete Alonso, and Cohen was honest and said, we don't like the numbers they're at, which means we don't think Pete is worth this much. We're waiting for them to meet it. And what happened? He signed it's basically the same deal Bo Bichette signed, only with more money, which makes me think they don't really want Bo Bichette here long term. They did it to appease the fan base. And you know what? That makes me feel even worse about this, because if you're going to, I could get this, you could stick to your guns. And maybe I don't agree with it, but you got a plan and you're sticking to it. Instead, you're acting desperately.
In 2023 at the trade deadline, when they sold and got rid of Verlander, Scherzer, it was David Robertson, Tommy Pham. They made all these trades and they got all these prospects. I loved it.
Oh, I came on here and praised it. I think that was my second show I ever did. I came out here telling you Billy Epler's the guy for the job.
Like, it doesn't have to always be like when you look at the Yankees, everything is always like championship or bust no matter what. Like, if the Yankees were to ever sell, it would be like,
it doesn't work.
Oh my God, right. Everyone would freak out. In Mets land, we're okay with that, but at least just we know what the plan is. Like, when they sold in 2023, we all went into 2024. It actually ended up being one of the best seasons of my lifetime, but we went into it with no expectations.
None.
We weren't planning to win 2024.
No.
I'd be okay with that. If you told me there is no plan to win in 2026, that's fine. But then don't go give Bo Bichette $42 million.
Don't sign Juan Soto to the richest contract in baseball history the year prior, and then tear it all down the next year. That's what doesn't make sense. And yes, he's in his prime, but how is this all a charade to, like, he's going to opt out and we really didn't think he was worth, like, it doesn't make sense. That's what bothers me. And I don't know if I trust his baseball acumen, David Stearns. I don't know if I trust this vision, and I believe he should be on the hot seat. But I told you coming into the year that this, I said this to you too off air, that short of them losing 90 games or absolutely collapsing like they did this year embarrassingly, there was nothing I was going to do to demand Stearns. Like, if they won 85 games and missed the playoffs, I was not going to demand Stearns be fired. But that was with the thought that he was going to retain certain guys and they were going to build for the future, and I want this consistency. But the way this offseason has gone has turned me off to David Stearns so much, and he could win and be back. All it takes is a hot month in May, and I'll be back in on this guy. But right now, I don't know if I could trust him because I don't believe the vision.
And it's one of those things, too, where it's like, we talked so much about how we're upset about losing Diaz and losing Alonso and even Nimmo, who's a big fan favorite. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and pretend like these guys are three-time World Series champions. Like, we're not talking about Derek Jeter, Bernie Williams, and Jorge Posada. I get it. These guys were not winners. It's fine to say you have to blow up the core. I get that. But to your point, like you just said, it seems like it's like a weird time to do it because you have Juan Soto and Francisco Lindor in their primes. What are you telling these guys?
Well, and that you go out and do it, and it's not like you got beat Diaz. You basically had made it seem like that was the number you were going to be okay with. And then on Alonso, they got the extra year, but it didn't feel like you got crazily outbid from your projected contract. And then you give Bo Bichette this money. You tell me you couldn't give $15 million more instead of signing Polanco. You couldn't give me $15 million more and sign Pete Alonso at first. And I said this to you off air. If they had just kept one of these guys, let's say instead of Devin Williams or Weaver, it was Diaz in that spot, or instead of Polanco, it was Pete Alonso, I'd have a drastically different feel for the offseason because those guys are drastically different than the people at those positions. Diaz, best closer in the game. Alonso, one of the three best sluggers in the game, when it comes to pure power. They haven't gotten better defensively. They got better at second base. So up the middle, depending on who the center fielder is, you have the best up the middle defense right now, probably in the league, with Lindor, Simeon, and we're assuming Taylor right now in center field. But you're playing a guy at third who's never played third. You're going to play either Polanco, who's never played first base, or Beatty, who's not really a first baseman, and Vientos, who struggled to be a decent first baseman at first. We don't know who the center fielder is. We don't know who the left fielder is. Your right fielder sucks on defense. And we can live with it because he's a generational talent. Is the plan to ride it out this year and put Soto at first and then go out and make a splash? I don't know what their plan is. That's the thing. There's like no vision.
Because we talk so much about my biggest issue with the Mets isn't the fact that it is the fact that they haven't won a World Series since 1986. Yeah. That's obvious. But more, it's the sustained success. Like, I hate the idea that it was like 2022 make the playoffs, win 100 games, and then 2023 suck and have to sell, and then 2024 go on this magical run, and then 2025 miss the playoffs again. Like, I want to see progress. I want to see a nice trajectory towards the championship before they actually get to it. What does the future look like when you have guys like Bichette, Semi, and Polanco that are all not even going to be here in 2 years?
Correct. And the thing is, that was the other things too. Bringing up Simeon, you trade Nimmo, and I'm still okay on paper with that trade. But the thought was, I'm okay with this trade because you're front loading the first 3 years of Nimmo had 5 years left, worth more money, and Simeon gets paid more per year, but only 3 years left. I'm thinking on the back end of that deal, you're going to spend money on Diaz or Alonso, which you wouldn't have had to do with Diaz, but with Alonso, sure. But you do that and you get better defensively, but he's a downgrade from Nimmo, who wasn't the most amazing offensive player to begin with. And then you downgrade offensively at first base while not getting better at defense. Third base, you got better. And the defense, I don't think, is going to fall off as much. But again, you're putting a guy at third base who's never played third base. And now you're going to put a rookie in left field, or you're going to make a move for one. And if they bring in Bellinger, again, I like Bellinger. If you really break down his career numbers, he's not that much different than an Alonso or a Nimmo in their impact. So if you end up paying Bellinger all this money, is the 2-year age difference real? Is that all that mattered? It doesn't make sense. And we haven't even talked about starting pitching or the bullpen. It's ridiculous. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope we look back on this and we can laugh and say, oh, man, like, we were so wrong about this Mets team, when I don't think that's the case.
No matter what we sit here and say, we're going to be parked, whether it's right in front of the TV or right inside Citi Field on opening day, ready to go. So
listen, I'm going to watch as many games as possible.
Of course.
And, 140, 160 games I'll watch this year. And I'll be, like I said, I am a sheep. And I drink the Kool-Aid every year. And I'm sure a couple weeks before, first pitch on opening day, I'll start to sell myself on something with the Mets. Even with the Yankees as well. 888-808-1019. Sean in Pearl River. What's going on, Sean?
Oh, hi, man. Hi, Anthony.
How
Great
you doing, dude?
Show, man. And you're steering in the USS WFAN into port perfectly this morning, and even Nico's given some great commentary.
Oh, he's the best.
Excellent. Yeah, he's good. He's great. He needs more airtime, but you're tremendous too. And Ant, I love the way you just take over the airwaves and everything. But the thing is, let's look at some of the things like the Yankees. I just don't know. I just think if you say they're not going to spend on X, Y, and Z, people say, oh, they spend a lot. We know they spend a lot of money, the Yankees and the Mets. But these players are making now 30, 40, 50, $60 million a year. How many guys you gonna have on the roster making that kind of money if the players are superstars?
Right.
All right, so let's get our act together with some of these fans and understand. And the front office with the Mets, with Stearns and the pitching lab and everything. Listen, you're not gonna put a guy in a pitching lab and a 4th-tier pitcher, and he's not gonna come out as Nolan Ryan or Tom Seaver. It's ridiculous. You got to emphasize. Listen, you got to bring in some more pitching for the Met team. And the Yankee team, I don't really like this team. They do spend enough where they have a decent team and they can go after. They basically beat up the bad teams during the year with their lineup, and they're able to get into the 90-win thing and camouflage.
Sean, and I appreciate the call, but I don't think it's the fact that Yankee fans think they're cheap. It's just that and I don't blame the Yankees right now. Like, you have to play the waiting game with Bellinger. You can't just overpay because you're desperate in that situation. You have to stay within your mindset, and if you don't think a guy's worth the money, you can't just give it to him and then hinder yourself going forward. That's what you end up with, like a Stanton or some of these other contracts that's killed them. My only thing is with the Yankees is while they're waiting for Bellinger, why are they not doing more of those secondary, those ancillary moves to make the team better? They don't have a lot of holes on that. I will stand by this. I think the Yankees with Bellinger and a few tweaks to the roster are as good as anyone in the AL. There's not many teams I'd put ahead of them in the AL. And look at the Blue Jays, how much they've lost. Look at what the Red Sox have lost. The Astros have done nothing this offseason. They're going to lose their top pitcher. It just, to me, they are as good as anyone in the American League. If they just did, you get Bellinger, but you tweak a couple things. You bring in some, a contact bat, some bench pieces. You get, some, 6th, 7th inning relief pitching help. They already got the starter. I don't think they need a ton of starters because they have guys on the mend. I just don't think they're as far off as a lot of Yankee fans feel. And sure, it may be Bellinger or bust because of what's out there in the free agency market, and I do think they're going to end up with Bellinger, but why aren't you making the smaller moves that are not being held up by Bellinger's negotiation on the rest of the roster? That's my issue with the Yankees. Ray in Brooklyn, what's going on, Ray? Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Gallo? How you doing this morning,
I'm good.
bro?
How are you, my dude? Long time, no speak.
Absolutely. That's why I'm hoping that you embrace the bait here and let me go a little bit. I have some comments. I'm a big time Giants fan, but I think most listeners and most hosts on the stations know that I've acquired as my AFC team the Buffalo Bills.
Uh-huh.
So, and I love, Josh Allen to me is the best player in the league. He's got more talent in his little pinky finger than anybody else has in their entire body. He doesn't have much of a roster.
Oh my God!
And
Ray.
hold on, Gallo, please embrace. Look, and we're gonna do this maturely because I heard you going at it. I got up this morning, and then I played you back because I'm a fan of yours.
I
and then I heard
appreciate it,
you,
Ray. I
right.
appreciate you.
But
I appreciate
you. Gonna let me get my words in, right? You gonna let me get it in?
I'll
Gallo?
let you get it in. Pause.
I appreciate that. See, I wasn't even thinking like that, bro. But all right. So here's the thing, right? Somebody astutely and rightfully pointed out, nobody has better career statistics than this guy. Tony Romo on the broadcast said, I've never seen Josh Allen lose a playoff game. Today might be the only example, right?
Right.
So, and I saw you. I was gonna tweet you, and then I saw you repost somebody's, the missed throw to somebody. But what people are not doing is adding context. Shakir on that blatant missed throw that Josh Allen had earlier in the game missed an assignment. Josh, to stay back and block, he had to let go of the ball early. Otherwise, he's taking the sack, and the game is over at that juncture in time if he takes the sack. That's number one. Number two is the guy was right. That was holding in the end zone. They called that. Right.
We're not doing refs. I'll stick with the roster. I'm not doing the ref thing again because, again, I'm not doing it.
But Gallo, listen.
But it's holding in the end zone. It's a
you.
safety. The game's over, and Bo Nix is playing next week. I can do this game too.
But
There's holding in the first half when they're trying to drive the ball down the field, and they have to settle for a field goal in the first drive.
Gallo,
but I'm not doing it. Ray, we're not doing the refs. I'm done with the refs.
Bro.
I'm done with it.
Let me get in what I have to
Ray,
say.
if you complain about Ray, I'm going to let you finish. If you bring up the refs again, I'm cutting you off. I'm not doing it.
I'm not doing it, but that's weak on your part.
It's not weak. It's not weak, Ray. It's not weak.
Listen, let me talk about Josh Allen, who everybody's ass like. That's the ass that everybody likes to kiss. Everybody, look, Josh Allen is his daddy, number one. The reason why he wasn't in the playoffs is because Josh Allen bust his ass in week one. So I don't want to hear about the past, right?
Wait. Who did he say who's daddy?
Allen is Lamar Jackson's daddy. He beats him every single time in the playoffs, bro.
Okay. They have the same amount of Super Bowl victories. Continue.
All right, but hold on. That doesn't matter. Look, and the other thing is, right, the guy is a freaking quitter. I almost cursed. He's a quitter. A few years ago,
Ray, let's talk about Josh Allen. Ray, let's talk about Josh Allen. Ray, thank you, Ray. I appreciate you. You know I love you. You're not staying on point. I told you not to bring up the refs. You brought up the refs. You wanted to talk about his roster. You brought up Lamar Jackson. Stay on point. Bo Nix threw to Frank Crum. Anyone raise your hand if you know who Frank Crum is. Oh, he's an offensive lineman. Little Jordan Humphrey should have had 2 touchdown catches today. He dropped the first one, and he caught the second one. What was little Jordan Humphrey doing at the beginning of the season? A practice squad reject for the Giants. Drake May is throwing to a washed-up Stephon Diggs, Kayshon Boutte, and Douglas. Please, let's stop. Josh Allen had the number 1 rusher in the league. He had the number 1 offensive line. If not the number 1, it was a top 3 unit. They had the number 1 ranked pass defense. I don't want to hear it. 4 turnovers. You lost the game. Wasn't the ref's fault. 4 turnovers. You lost the game. It wasn't Keon Coleman's fault. This is why I opened with what I opened with. Because you guys cannot criticize this dude, and all you do is bootlick. It's okay to criticize him. He's a great quarterback, generational talent. He hasn't won. 15 fumbles in 15 playoff games. I don't want to hear about the interceptions. There's an issue. It's not Josh Allen. It's okay to criticize him for the garbage he played today. I don't want to hear about it. If you bring up the refs, I want to hear every missed call then that happened on both sides of the ball. I don't want to hear about just the ones that fit your narrative. Okay? Literally. We could sit here and say that before the 2 pass interferences and the interception that Bo Nix's season would not be over if they called the safety in the end zone. We could say that. It's not something to get hung up on. The Broncos lose that game, it would have had nothing to do with that play. Maybe Bo Nix don't throw a stupid interception or miss open receivers. Only certain guys get this excuse. Oh, the pass rush was too much. Okay. A lot of guys deal with pass rush. Drake May could end up in the Super Bowl with the second most pressures to Justin Herbert. No one's giving Justin Herbert a pass. If Drake May loses tomorrow, or today I mean, no one's going to give him a pass. This is ridiculous at this point. I can't believe we've done as much Josh Allen talk today as we have. I'm so sick of hearing about the refs. Everyone's teams got screwed by the refs. Somebody called it early today and said it's always the refs. Josh Allen, they changed the rules for Josh Allen. The overtime rule changed because they felt bad for Josh Allen. I don't want to hear about it. 888-808-1019. We got a lot more to get to. I see your calls. We're all fired up. It's all fun and games. We will get to the conversation, continue it, because I only got a half hour left with you guys until John Boy Rewind at 5 a.m. Anthony Gallo on The Fan.
The home of Super Bowl 60 is WFAN.
Inside the 5, into the end zone.
The Texans head to Foxborough to play the Patriots. 3 o'clock today. Followed by a trip to the Windy City for the Rams and Bears.
They powered through him for 6.
The NFL on Westwood One is on The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on TuneIn, iHeartRadio, and Odyssey apps.
As cold weather arrives, snow and ice follow, making it extremely difficult for police officers to safely do their jobs. Private and municipal building owners, commercial store owners, residential homeowners, police precincts, and precinct parking lots in the city of New York have legal responsibilities within a certain time frame to make sidewalks, entranceways, and parking lots free of snow and ice. Unfortunately, many of these property owners fail to maintain their premises free from ice and snow, thereby creating dangerous conditions for members of the law enforcement community. Many officers have been seriously injured by these dangerous conditions. Decolator Cohen and DePrisco has brought numerous successful lawsuits on behalf of police officers injured by the negligence of property owners failing to keep their premises free from snow and ice. Examples of these results are featured on their website, policeofficersrighttosue.com. If a member of the law enforcement community is injured as a result of a property owner's failure to remove snow and ice from their premises, contact DCD at 800-901-1-LAW or visit them at policeofficersrighttosue.com. There are 90-day time limitations to file a notice of claim if a municipality is at fault for causing causing the injury.
Life's rewarding, especially with Flushing Bank's Complete Cash Rewards program. Just open a personal or business complete checking account to get started. With 30 New York Metro locations, there's nothing easier or more rewarding. Visit flushingbank.com today. Member FDIC.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of nursing home abuse, call the law offices of Kelly and Grossman at 1-800-ELDERLY. If you believe that you or someone you love has experienced bed sores, falls, fractures, or other abuse or health problems as a result of inattention while being cared for in a nursing home or residential facility, call 1-800-ELDERLY. Kelly and Grossman are experienced trial attorneys who are assisted by a legal team including medical experts experienced in nursing home neglect and abuse. The Kelly Grossman team helped others win an $18.75 million verdict in Brooklyn, $3.75 million in compensatory damages, and $15 million punitive damages against nursing homes, and they want to help you do the same. Call 1-800-ELDERLY today. 1-800-ELDERLY. 1-800-353-3759 or at 800-elderly.com.
Call us directly. 1-800-ELDERLY.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Are you crazy about your team? Let everyone know about it now at 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Paramount Plus to stream every NFL on CBS playoff game.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo on the Fan, 888-808-1019. This Fan Focus is brought to you by Chef IQ. And the focus in this moment is Bo Nix out. What do the Broncos do in that situation? And how bad of a situation is this for the NFL that you're going to go into an AFC title game with, not just a quarterbackless Broncos team, but potentially a Texans squad, which would not rate well. And I'm curious if that is viewed the same way we may view it as fans. Obviously, for me, the Broncos are in it, and I'm happy either way, but you do have to think about, ratings. And if, God forbid, let's say it's Texans, Seahawks in the Super Bowl, that is one of the more unsexy matchups. Jackson Smith and Jigba. the leading wide receiver in the league, but there's no one really else in that game. I guess you do have the pass rush of Hunter and, Anderson for the Texans. Maybe C.J. Stroud garners a little bit of excitement there, but that could be where the NFL is fearing right now. They're probably praying for Rams-Patriots in the Super Bowl. God forbid it's Seahawks-Broncos in the Super Bowl. A repeat of 48. It might actually be a repeat of Super Bowl 48 with the lopsided score it could potentially be. This Fan Focus brought to you by Chef IQ. Chef IQ redefines the home cooking experience with products that empower everyone to expand their culinary horizon. Visit chefiq.com. Let's go back to the calls and try to get you guys in before this all wraps up. Richard in Manhattan, what's going on, Richard?
Anthony, that was a great game, the Denver-Buffalo game until the overtime. That's what made me sick.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those two referee bad interferences and the catch that the guy made on the ground.
Yes, you're talking about the defensive back that caught the ball, right?
Well, I don't think he caught it. I
don't think the wide receiver caught it.
Okay.
And the only time a Bills player caught anything, Richard, was when, White caught Mims before the ball was even in range and then decided to cry like a baby because he knew he just blew the season up. I mean, jeez. That pass interference with the Shakir play, fine. You want that one, even though Gene Steratore said it wasn't a penalty, fine. The other three calls were so blatant. And the call in overtime nobody's talking about is the one that was missed, and it didn't go in the Bills' favor. I'll tell you that much. Pat in the Bronx, what's going on, Pat?
How you doing? I hope you're having a good night.
I'm good. How are you doing, Pat?
I'm doing okay. It's a little late for me. I'm about to turn in, actually.
I thought you were just getting up.
No, you would think, right? But the Mets, I wanted to talk about the Mets hot stove or lukewarm stove, whatever it might be.
I like that.
Yeah. I think maybe, I like to remain optimistic. 2.5 years ago when we were creating this team that went to the 2024 NLCS, I don't think there was a large demand for Minaya, Quintana, Severino, and yet they all pitched really well toward the end of the season. And, of course, Peterson was already on the staff, and previously the year before Senga until that injury.
Right.
So maybe David Stearns knows something about diamonds in the rough when it comes to pitchers. Maybe he knows something and he can dig up some more.
We hope so. Project. We hope so. And right now he's 1-1. 1 year he figured it out, and the next year he struggled to find those diamonds in the rough. So we hope he could do that, but I can't trust the guy when, again, the offseason has just been so murky and so I just don't see it from Stearns.
Who do you see coming out of the AFC and the NFC? Because I'm about to hit the sack.
Well, I appreciate the call, Pat. It sounded like Pat had quite the night. I thought he was just getting up. That was a groggy, I'm just getting up. That was a groggy, I'm about to go to bed. I honestly think it's going to be, in the NFC, it's tough. Seahawks or Rams, I'm going to just go out on a limb, Seahawks, and I think the Patriots are going to end up in the Super Bowl. I think tomorrow that the Texans defense is great. So is the Patriots defense is not bad. And I just think that Drake May will cause more problems for that pass rush for the Texans than C.J. Stroud is going to cause for that Patriots defense. If it's a 21-17 game, I don't think it's out of the range that happens. Connor in Huntington, what's going on, Connor?
Hey, can you hear me? How you doing?
I can. How are you doing, dude?
Beautiful. Not too good, but thank you very much. I'm a diehard Bills fan. My whole family is from Buffalo originally. I live in Huntington, Long Island.
Connor, let me ask you this. How old are you?
I'm 40.
Okay, so were you old enough to witness the early 90s?
Not really.
Okay,
Not really.
okay.
Like
Still
I was
tough.
like a child, like walking around like my house, like at like in elementary school, like before that.
Right.
So anyway, I like rooted like for the Giants forever, but more so like like my real team is the Bills.
Right.
And this game tonight was the biggest bullshit of all time.
And we can't have that. Connor, a frustrated Bills fan, used the no-no word, We can't say that on air. We went so good. We went 5.5 hours, no dumps. Connor, I am sorry. You can't say that. I get it. He said BS. He thought the game was BS. Clearly, the refs bothered him. So, Bills fans, you got your hat to hang on that. Patrick Mahomes is back next year. And, Bo Nix might be healthy as well. So, we'll figure out an excuse next year for it. David in Yonkers, what's going on, Dave?
David from Yonkers, that's me. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that is you, Dave. What's going on, dude? Good morning.
Oh, wow. No, good. How are you? I
great.
appreciate you taking the call. No, I'm just thinking, I was watching the game earlier, and I just thought it was a good game. I'm very disappointed about the Bills, but I'm looking at Bo Nix, and I'm thinking Bo Nix is the ankle break. I don't know how that's going to shape out for the Broncos.
I mean, it's not. Dude,
are they just out now?
They're cooked. I mean, listen. As a Broncos fan, I appreciate the call, David. I am going to come into the week optimistic. I'm not going to be delusional. Jared Stidham, though, we ride. Broncos goes the Russell Wilson League Broncos country. Let's ride. All right. Eric and Ronkonkoma, what's going on, Eric?
My man Gallo, how are you?
What's up, Eric?
Boy, I tell you, interesting stuff tonight for sure. I mean, that Buffalo fan. If he's 40, he was probably 7 years old when
right. So not old enough. Still a tough, miserable fandom. I know you feel, no love lost for them, but definitely a tough, miserable fandom for Bills fans.
Yeah, well, but it's funny though. Because look, that first game was a great game to watch. Let's be honest. Back and forth, going to overtime. When Denver scores with about just over a minute left, in the fourth, and then Buffalo drives down there. They had the chances to sack them, and they couldn't, tie it up going overtime. It's just the game went the way it did, and I agree. I didn't even realize he had gotten hurt at the end of the game. One of my coworkers told me, and I'm like, what? But it's funny. What Ray was saying. Look, Josh Allen is a good quarterback, okay, but he hasn't even made the Super Bowl.
Right.
So he's got more talent than his little finger.
Eric, don't you know you can't criticize Josh Allen, dude? You can't do that. You might get in trouble.
Oh, I don't care. I'm a Marvel fan. You think I care about what anyone else thinks?
I listen, and again, I only sound like I'm hating on Josh Allen. I'm just trying to be fair. I crush Lamar Jackson when he has a bad game. Josh Allen played terrible. If you ask, let the referee stuff go away. If that referee, if the supposed controversies never happened, and you asked Bills fans who lost in that game, it's Josh Allen, and it's okay. It doesn't mean he can't get back there. It doesn't mean he's a bad quarterback. He played like crap today. It's okay to admit that.
You had that sequence of plays where, Knicks had the interception, and then a couple plays later, Josh Allen throws one right back.
Right.
It's not like he's immune to any negativity there. So but it was a great game to watch. The second game was a blowout right from the beginning. It was a rough one. I'll end it with this. I hope because I'm delivering, but I hope you're wrong about the Texans though, because I have them winning the Super Bowl. So
listen, it's not a bad pick there, and I appreciate you, Eric, the great Eric and Ronkonkoma. I just want to get you guys in before we wrap up. Kevin in Israel, what's going on, Kevin?
Oh, hi, how you doing? Great show, love it.
I appreciate you, dude. What's going on?
Okay, I'm a massive Jets fan, have been for 12 years. I just need some hope. I haven't seen a playoff game in forever because I'm only 18, so I haven't seen a playoff game yet.
You know what, dude? I feel for you. Because you were 3 years old when they made the playoffs last.
Exactly.
Well, Kev, so I'll tell you this much. There is a slimmer of hope in the sense that if you could go out and you get a good DC, if Wink Martindale's the pick, that's something to be excited about because he's a proven guy at multiple places in the league, and it gives Aaron Glenn a chance to build with somebody who's been there before. And with the cap space they're going to have and the draft picks they have, they are going to get a more competent roster going forward.
Do you honestly think that DC is going to help us? We're the freaking Jets. We stink.
Well, Kev, and I appreciate the call. I'm not saying it's going to make you guys a 10-win team. What I'm saying is it's going to be a step in the right direction. Jet fans, I hate to do this to you because I know the last 3 years, not this year really, but the 2 years prior to that, you felt like you had a roster that could compete and make the playoffs. You're not going to have that this year. But what you could possibly have is year 2 of Glenn and Muji. Bring in a DC that's better than Wilkes, and you move forward there. You're going to draft. You got a ton of draft capital. You have cap space. The roster's going to get better just by default, and you build from there. It's not going to be pretty this year, but it could be a lot better than it was this year. All those games that you should have won, the Bronco game, the Steeler game, those games that you felt like you should have won, the Panthers game, where they were close, maybe next year those turns into W's. So instead of being at 3 wins, maybe you're at 7, and that's how you build something going forward. Let's wrap it up here with my guy, Waldy in Flemington. What up, Waldy?
Let's go, bro. Voice of New York back on the air. Yo, I am so happy for you, bro. You are not cooked. My quarterback has a statue outside the stadium.
Wow.
Why can't Jerry Stidham be Nick Foles?
Well,
why can't he be Nick Foles?
Well, Waldy, here's the reason why it's different. One, we knew Nick Foles as a starter, and he had a starting pedigree, whether it was wherever in his stops that he had made. He also played snaps during the regular season. Stidham's coming in ice cold. He's got 7 days to prepare, and that's it.
I agree. The task is definitely tougher, but the way I see it, the Texans' offense is already compromised. Nico Collins, I don't know what's going to come with him. And the Patriots have to come on the road. Obviously, that's going to be a tough matchup, but I don't see why that defense can't make it a defensive struggle. Sean Payton is a more offensive-minded coach who's going to have some trick plays in the book. I'm telling you, AFC title game, Broncos win 16-13. You heard it here first.
Waldy, I appreciate you, bro. 16-13. You heard it here from Waldy, my guy. That's my dude. I'm not sitting here trying to be doom and gloom. There's a lot of teams in worse situations. You could be the Bills. You could have just lost today and not be playing in the AFC title game. And all you got to hang your hat on is a couple of calls you think you got wronged by. But I am not confident in, it was going to be a dogfight even if Knicks was healthy. I did feel like they were better than the Texans and the Patriots healthy. It's tough to see them overcoming it. They have to play the Texans if they're going to have a chance to win because the Texans aren't an explosive offense. And if they're going to win the game, it's got to be against a team that you can get into a defensive dogfight with. And again, they show the play where the interception happened, and it's so obvious that he does not have control of the ball when he comes down. I just don't understand it. But this flew by today. Today's show could not have gone by faster. I appreciate everybody who listened, called in. Shout out to Nico and Rosenberg on the other side of the glass, steering this ship and talking to you guys, getting you guys ready to come on air. I am not on next week. Hopefully back the week after that. If you want to check me out when I'm not on air, hit me up on X. You can just search Anthony Gallo, WFAN, Pico Day _ Gallo, to be exact on the @ or Pico de Gallo 24 on IG. I have a YouTube page. I do stuff on there as always. And, occasionally you catch a glimpse of me on the broadcast with, the Carton Show and Evan and Tiki. But until next time, stay tuned. We have John Boy Rewind coming up next and a lot more to get to. An exciting day of football. Hopefully, we've got some good news about the Jets this week and their defensive coordinator and get some news about the Giants staffing. I'm Anthony Gallo. Peace out.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM.